for the pride. To be the best, you gotta beat the best. The story of a legend in the making. Defeat the best, to be the best. Yeah, of a legend in the making. History in the making.
And after the long, grueling 16 days of round 1, it's finally time for a short little sprint through round 2. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the iQOO BMPS 2024. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And Necro, finally the moment arrives. We started off with 128 teams.
I know.
64 of them have been sent back home. 64 still remain in round 2.
Only half of them qualify.
Yeah.
And with that being said, now they only have a chance to play 6 games. So that's even going to be a big cutoff now. Knowing the fact that we're only going to have 4 days of the round 2 is just going to make the competition even tougher. Yesterday, we also saw the group draws, and we clearly saw Group 3 is going to be the group of death, but nothing taken away from the other groups as well. Keep this thing in mind. Every single group is complicated in its own way.
Exactly. Every group is complicated, and you were here participating in the group draws, hosting it. And I want to know your experience. What was that one matchup that just made you excited about it? Like, all right, these 2 teams in the same group, now there's going to be hype.
I mean, of course, it's going to be iQOO Seoul and Godlike, right? In one single group, both these teams right there.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure even the fans were super excited to see these teams now duking it out against each other. And speaking of iQOO Seoul, too, we know it's one of those teams, especially on the day one, they do not really like to take things way too serious. Later on in the latter days, they're probably going to try to give it all they've got. But still on the day one, they're going to try to take things a little bit slow.
Exactly, and during the latter days, as you mentioned, for iQOO Seoul in particular, they just had an absolute blast inside of those games, just destroying the lobby entirely. And Hero Xtreme Godlike as well, they've been on a story, on a path of redemption, and their journey has been going so well so far. But today, as we kick things off with round 2, as you mentioned, only 6 games are going to be given to these teams. And after those 6 matches for everyone are done, again, we are going to say goodbye to a few of these names. And of course, it is going to be intense as well, man, because it seems like already a lot of big names did get filtered out from round 1 to round 2.
And one of them is also Team Tumblr's, right? And knowing the fact that from here only top 48 teams can move on forward, that's just going to make things even more cutthroat. And knowing the fact that there's so many known teams in one single group, that means some of these known teams have to go out once again. So that's just going to keep on adding the pressure even more. But something that's out on the pressure even more, that's going to be the prize pool. 2 crore rupees on the line for the iQOO BMPS 2024. And as we know, the champion team will be getting 75 lakhs.
Exactly. This is a big opportunity for all of these names to bring home that cash, and of course the trophy for the iQOO BMPS 2024. If you aren't able to finish first, then for the runner-up there's 30 lakh rupees. For the second runner-up there's going to be 20 lakhs. And for the teams that are there from the 13th to 16th position as well, we have something. They're going to be sent home with 2 lakh rupees. But of course everyone is eyeing out for that trophy. Along with that, individual accolades, we have iQOO MVP of the tournament receiving 4 lakhs, in-game leader 2 lakhs, emerging star 1 lakh, and fan favorite player with 50,000 rupees.
Just keeps on getting even better and better, right? And speak of things getting better, you've also got the Hero Xtreme MVP of the finals receiving Hero Xtreme 160R4V, and things just don't end over there too. Hero Xtreme survival of the final gets his hands on the Hero Xtreme 125R. So these 2 bikes are going to be given away in the grand finals itself. You cannot get these hands on the main tournament, but you need to qualify in the grand finals to have a shot to win these bikes. Moving the conversation on forward, once again, today's 2 groups. We know it's going to be Group 1 and 2. And it's out of Group 1, you've got quite the known names like Carpediem, Silly Esports, Carnival Gaming, THW, and especially speaking of THW, in the final week, they performed so well in the round 1.
Exactly. I mean, it was phenomenal because they were able to bring themselves back in a very intense manner. But ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the format as well, because round 1 was quite intense. We all saw how the teams were struggling through the first 12 matches that they had to play over the first 16 days. But now this is where things get intense. They just had a 1-day break, right? 128 teams. You went through that circuit where only 64 survived, and then just a 1-day break before round 2.
As you mentioned, round 1 consisted of 16 days, and it also had sets like set blue and set red. Each set had 4 groups into it, and each group had 16 teams in it. These teams duked it out for the span of 12 matches, and then once again, we had only top 64 teams move on forward towards the round 2 itself. Inside of the round 2, we've got the top 64 teams from the round 1, and from the round 2, they're only going to have a chance to play 6 matches.
Exactly, and this is where things get intense, right? all the 64 teams that are here have been divided into 4 groups, every single group with 16 teams each. And as you mentioned, 6 matches are all they will have. And out of which 48 teams, top 48 teams qualify for round 3. And round 3, again, this is going to be as intense as round 2.
Yeah.
Only difference is you have a few more matches.
Once again, 48 teams divided into 3 groups, each group consisting of 16 teams. And this time around, they will only play 4 matches in the span of 2 days. Then once again, based on the overall standings, there's going to be reshuffle. And then they will play another remaining 4 matches in the round 3. And then the remaining teams will move on forward, this time directly to the semifinals. 24 teams will be there, and the semifinals will be starting from 15th till the 18th. This will be super intense, considering it's going to be a double round-robin format.
Exactly, and that will make for a lot of chaos, right? You have 3 groups, each group containing 8 teams, and of course, as you mentioned, double round-robin. 24 matches will be played in total, and after those matches are done, the top 16 teams make it to the grand finale. It is going to be intense to see how these top 16 teams, how their journey is going to be laid out in front of our eyes now. Because again, as we mentioned, right now we're in round 2. It will get intense, but as you move forward, you will have more matches until you get to the grand finals, which will happen in Kochi. 3 days, a LAN event, 18 matches in total to decide who will call themselves the champion of the iQOO BMPS 2024.
As you mentioned, after the span of 18 games, we're going to have the champions of the iQOO BMPS 2024. But how can you be the champions? It's help of this points distribution. First placing team inside of the game will be getting 10 points. The second placing team will be getting 6. And the third one will be getting 5. And it's going to keep on descending downwards until you look at the best part about this point structure. And that's going to be 1 point for each finish.
Necro, it's the best part for us, but not for the players and the teams that are playing right now.
For some teams, they like to be aggressive, like Global Esports and iQOO Seoul, right? You saw iQOO Seoul on the second week. These guys were like the maniacs in the lobby.
And that is what we wanted them to be from day 1, but we had to wait all the way till week 2 for them to actually show us their firepower. But ladies and gentlemen, scheduled for the day, we will kick things off on Erangel, Miramar and Sanok, which will be played by Group 1. And then once we transition to Group 2, they will start their journey off round 2 on the map of Wakendi, followed by Miramar and Erangel. But Necro, again, the groups, they are very tightly packed if you talk about the competition, right? Group 1 itself, as you mentioned, Carpediem, Silly Esports, Carnival Gaming, THW, Honored Rivals as well. Out of nowhere, this was a surprising entry among the top teams, right? Honored Rivals. Who would have thought they would cross that century and 100-point marker?
I know, right? In the past, known as Skulls Esports, Honored Rivals, this time around, they seem much more reformed and refined. And with the way they have been playing, too, especially inside of the round 1, as you mentioned, it feels like they have cracked the code. They know how to exactly survive to the final few moments. Now, moving the conversation on towards the group number 2. You've got Team Insane in there, and you know it's already the day 1. On day 1, stealing the day away from Team Insane is next to impossible, especially on the map of Erangel. It's already theirs.
Exactly. I mean, it is going to be difficult to beat down Team Insane. The only thing that I think can play in the favor of other teams is the fact that they start their journey on an off-map of Wakendi. And Wakendi is always full of surprises, right? So if this time, Team Insane, they fail to crack the code on the map of Wakendi, then maybe someone else can outperform them.
I mean, look, still, I think so. The first spot in the overall standing is going to be off Team Insane, nothing taken away. There's still second and third to be grabbed, right? So you can move on forward and try and place yourself over there. At the end of the day, top 48 teams from the overall standings move on forward.
Now I just feel like you're just trying to make yourself feel better, because Necro's pick for the day is Team Insane, ladies and gentlemen. You're just trying to justify your prediction, right?
Anki copied me! This is unfair!
Hey,
I
Necros
go
is
for
back.
Team Insane every single time, and this has not been happening inside of this event. It's also been happening in BJAS 2024, and even Necros copied me. This is unfair.
But I think the Neck Bros need to stick together, so maybe you guys will have the same prediction throughout the tournament.
Man, I just want to run on a nice streak inside of the round 2 of having flawless predictions, but then I get 3 dudes copying me. It's quite unfortunate, but you know what? Still, Silly Esports from the side of Sparrow makes a lot of sense. In week 1, Silly Esports, they showcased a hell of a performance.
I've gone for Carnival Gaming personally. I feel like Carnival Gaming, as I mentioned during the later half of round 1 as well, they showcase their best form. And if I have to be a little bit more specific, it's my belief in Hector right now. He's been performing phenomenally well, and we see him constantly in the list of iQOO MVP contenders as well. And even in terms of those frag numbers, Hector is competing with right now one of the best players in this league, which is Goblin, his own teammate. So this team definitely has a lot going for themselves, and I think today it might be time for them to put it on display.
You want me to be completely honest and brutally honest? I think so Carnival Gaming and iQOO Seoul right now are 2 peak teams in the Indian community. These teams have managed to peak the skill level, and these guys are pretty much the best right now that the Indian region has to offer.
Then who do you put behind them, Necro? Who's third?
Maybe someone like Team Insane can also be there because in the recent form, they have been pretty incredible. You can also put in THW Esports with the way they played, especially in the round one I'm speaking of. If that form is not going to be carried on forward, then of course THW will lose that spot. But if they keep on moving forward with that same form, then they can definitely be there. There's a lot more teams that can be right behind these two, but one thing is for sure, these two have been the pinnacle. You move on towards the matchup for the day. Group 1's going to be the one to kick things off.
All right, now we have talked about all of the hype names. Let's talk about the surprising entries inside of the top 64. HyperRush Esports, we've discussed about them, but LOC Esports as well. They picked up the pace quite nicely during the second half of that opening week.
Hands down, even Do or Die, managing to barely qualify from the last week itself. It was quite nice. But Phoenix Esports, a team that came in out of nowhere, Johnny, and performed so well. We all were starstruck when we saw this team in action. In the week when they performed so well, just like Silly Esports, not exactly as Silly Esports, but still, they were doing so good.
Yeah, I mean, they were phenomenal. But again, during that last day of round 1 is when we saw Phoenix Esports rise up again from the ashes and pick up the pace and qualify for round 2. Along with them, Legacy Esports is another team that I am looking out for, because Legacy Esports has a lot of experienced players. And I can't really forget that first game of Erangel they played in round 1. It was phenomenal performance coming in from Rage God, and I would love to see what this individual is up to. But ladies and gentlemen, if you want to make sure that you are outperforming everyone in your matches as well, check out the iQOO Z9S series, starting at 18,999. And of course, if you go on to Google, search for the iQOO Z9 series, you can stand a chance of winning an iQOO Z9 Pro for yourself.
Ooh, and 15 of those devices are being given away, so you might just be the lucky one. Moving the conversation on, right? Another team that we cannot really forget to mention has to be Dragon Esports.
Oh, yeah.
Now, this team is so consistent. In every single game, you will see them in the final 5. Yes, they only miss out on the shot to win the chicken dinner, but they will always be there with the placement.
Yeah, that is all fine, Necro, but it seems like we have avoided a difficult conversation.
What?
Revenant Esports.
Oh, yeah.
On paper, one of the best teams you can have. On paper, one of the best teams you can ask for. But the performance in that opening week, when we actually wanted to see them outperform everyone and be in terms of top contenders in the overall leaderboard, they were there in the middle pack. They did qualify for round 2, but I do want to see Revenant Esports start firing on all cylinders again.
Speaking of Revenant Esports, they feel like a downgraded form of Mogo Esports, right? With the way they've been playing recently. Now, Mogo Esports, if you remember in the past, they used to play way too passive.
Yeah.
And that's the exact problem that's currently dissing the players of Revenant Esports. You saw they're really avoiding a lot of those fights, especially in that one game of Miramar where they were in a big pinch between Orangutan and another team. The only way they could have evaded that pinch is by taking fight against at least one.
Yeah.
They did not do so. Instead, they got eliminated from the game.
Exactly, and we saw this from them even in the last BGIS. It was when they were being aggressive, because Revenant Esports, in terms of the players that they have, definitely have the firepower to contend any other lineup inside of this lobby. But for some reason, I mean, they are a little bit underconfident about their own fighting abilities. They try to back off and they just lose out too many players. But it is going to be exciting. It is round 2. They've had a little bit of time to do their homework, to flesh out those strategies. And today I would love to see them in their top form.
I would love to see the game 1 itself for the round 2 on the screen. And with that being said, let's move on to the first game of Erangel. As the plane flap path starts all the way from Milta Power towards the northern side of Quarry, this plane flap path once again is tilted down south. If you want to move in towards Severny, Kameshki, or even Georgopol, it's going to be a bit of a stretch. You can try and go for the pit stop drop locations, get your hands on the basic weaponry and vehicle, and then move in towards your primary drop location.
Yeah, but let's see how this first game is going to turn out. I mean, my expectation right now for all of these 16 teams is going to be a little bit of a slow start to the day, considering it is the map of Erangel and it is round 2, Necro. Only 6 games to qualify within the top 48. That is definitely going to be extremely stressful for everyone.
Indeed it will be, right? And speaking of the stressful stuff, you cannot also forget a few names like TC, right? With the way they qualified Team Cosmic, especially performing when it mattered the most. Inside of the week 2, they had 48 points. And speaking of Team Cosmic, they always used to perform when the sword was right on their neck. When their head was on the swivel, they used to perform.
Under pressure is when they decide to blow up, just like a pressure cooker. And of course, Team Cosmic. Today, I think... from today itself, they're going to be feeling a lot of pressure. Again, it's the number of matches that will be a big sign of concern for everyone inside this lobby. For the bigger names, even for them, a single mistake can be extremely brutal in terms of their ranking. So they need to be extremely careful. You have to make sure every single game you're getting 5 to 6 points.
Consistency is something, yes, you of course need. And knowing the fact that, yes, you've only got 6 games, some of the teams, they need to perform just like the way they did in the week 1 itself. I'm speaking of Silly Esports, Carnival Gaming. Perform the way you did in the week 1. Silly Esports, if they get 89 points in the span of 6 games, they're unbeatable. No one can dethrone them.
Yeah, for Silly Esports, perform like you did in week 1, not in week 2.
Yeah.
Week 2 was absolutely horrible, man.
Yeah, it was not that great, I'm not going to lie. A complete letdown. For Team Cosmic, perform the way you did in week 2, by the way.
Yeah.
So if you perform the way you did in week 1, well, then you're not going to qualify. You will be seen in the eliminated list. For Phoenix Esports 2, perform the way you did in week 1. Considering it's out of the week 1, they had quite a nice head start for themselves. LFC Esports off the rip is getting chased down. Unfortunately for Legacy Esports' Buggy, it was stuck on that rock for a bit, but eventually they're still able to find those knockouts. Sketch is on the run. He wants to stay alive for as long as possible, but unfortunately, his tire blows up and he can't do anything. With that being said, even Sketch takes an exit from the lobby.
And a great start for Legacy Esports in this opening game. They find those 2 frags extremely early inside of this match. There is a little bit of fire, I believe, from the backlines. Maybe not. It was just the players of Legacy Esports trying to secure that finish point for themselves. But LOC, man, Necro, this has to be extremely awkward. They were looking to head towards the northern part of the map. And as you pointed out as well, when we had the flight path on our screens, the northern locations like Severny Shooting Range, Zarki, Kamishki, Stalber are all going to be off limits. They took a drop fight for those vehicles. And, well, unfortunately, Legacy Esports went for the weapons first, not the vehicles.
Yeah, and that's what you call a fatal blow off the rip. For LSC to recover from that, it's going to be way too tough. A punch in the gut that has sort of broken the ribs. And now, playing with just a 2-man squad sounds a little bit too much. Speaking of Revenant Esports, and once again, a team that likes to start things off way too slow, but still, they need to be a little bit more proactive this time around. Amp up the aggression, take the fights, and not back away. Because you've only got 6 games. If you try to go for chicken dinners in every single game, we already know you cannot get that.
Exactly. And finishing with those chicken dinners is going to be extremely difficult. The one team that did develop a lot of consistency in terms of being high up in placement every single match was Hyderabad Hydras, and even they weren't able to secure back-to-back chicken dinners, right?
Or maybe you can say Elevate Esports, the newer
Elevate
on the
Esports
block.
as well, yeah. Elevate Esports did quite well for themselves in that first week, but second week, things were not working out for them as well, yeah. So, again, being that consistent in all of your games you play, it's going to be extremely difficult, and I do agree, Revenant Esports need to pick up a pace. But the problem right now will be the fact that there are teams on either sides. Towards the east, they have the players of Dragon Esports, and towards the west, you have HRZ lurking around them. So Revenant Esports, if they make a lot of commotion, they are going to attract unwanted attention, so they have to be careful about that as well. But let's see how the rest of the game is going to turn out. If they manage to keep all 4 players alive to the later stages, especially considering that should not be difficult for them, they're already inside a decent position inside the circle, then maybe during the later half they can walk away with like 6 to 7 finish points, make a top 3.
And once again, Carpediem's going to find themselves on the lucky side of things, knowing the fact that WSB is not in their track.
Nah, man, I think they won that early fight.
Yes, maybe in the past, but now it's Omega in the playing for, and he knows how to ride the team. Recently, with Omega's addition, WSB has been looking good. They already had the firepower. The only thing lacking was a proper direction, and Omega is giving them that. So a fight between WSB and Carpediem, it would be a deadly this time around.
It's going to be fun to watch, though. Omega leading the charge. Pokar over here has been ruling Pachinki for a long time now, going up against each other. Unfortunately, we might have to wait a bit to see that sort of an action inside of the map of Wrangle, but
next round, probably.
Hopefully, man. Hopefully they're in the same group.
I mean, only 3 groups are going to be there, right?
Yeah.
What are the odds they can be in the same group? Maybe 25%?
Yeah, you want to see them go up against each other every single time Wrangle rolls around. And you know what? To make things interesting, it would be fun if VXT was there as well.
VXT has been switching up their drop location, though, right?
Yeah.
That's what Somraj has been saying. He wants to be versatile, just like his name.
He never wanted Pachinki to be the drop spot for the team.
Yeah, he wanted to be pretty versatile.
Yeah.
He wanted to go wherever the hell he wanted.
Dynamic.
Depending on the plane fly path. Which is actually pretty unique. And it can work as well, but it's going to require a lot of dedication and hard work. Knowing the fact that you're not going to be either drop colliding someone, or you're not going to be clashed with someone while taking that rotation.
I mean, it can be anything. No, it depends on how the day has been going for you, how many points you have. If you want to drop clash someone based on the flight path, you can choose and pick your options. I like that dynamic strategy, but as you mentioned, it is very difficult to execute.
Yeah.
But let's see how the rest of the day is going to turn out for them.
And not just that, right? Especially knowing the fact that these teams, they've already gotten their own fixed drop location. When you're going to be drop colliding against someone else, it's going to be a bad blood between you guys.
There's always bad blood, man.
Yeah, you need to think, man. You need to think it through. You need to choose your enemies wisely.
All right, so this team is definitely going to be happy. Team Cosmic on our screens. As we were talking about those drop clashes, right? They are right now in that military base. And one of the biggest names to avoid in military base is Mogo Esports. Not even here right now. And Team Cosmic, even in the past, we have seen them involved in conflicts against the players of Mogo. But this time around, complete control to them. And absolutely an easy rotation towards the circle as well. It's free reigns up until the no rip no bridge. Maybe a small little clash against the players of THW, but that can be avoided as well.
Maybe.
Yeah.
GENxFM on the screen, by the way, Johnny. And speaking of GENxFM, the fearless Marathas once again back to make a statement. They've got a lot to prove this time around. Oh, but what are we seeing? Carpediem and CG in a bit of a standoff right next to each other. Speaking of CG, it's quite a formidable force, but they face off against Carpediem. One thing is for sure, damage will be equally dealt.
Yeah, man, this is a fight between the heavyweights of this lobby and, of course, Carpediem. This is quite interesting. For the first time, Necro, we see them prioritize their rotation instead of going for a head-on fight against the players of Carnival Gaming.
They're actually just backing away.
They're pushing further deep in the circle, actually.
Yeah, they just want to play for the placement for now. Carpediem avoiding any sort of conflict. Which makes a lot of sense, right? Carpediem, they know the fact that it's just the game one itself, and they do not really want to be taken down early off. It's going to be hindering their mentality a lot.
Right now, with how Fierce is moving around, I think they just want to lead the players of Carnival Gaming into a preferable position where Carpediem will have the advantage in the fight. Because now look at this. Earlier on, they were both on that potato hill. But Carpediem pushing further and have taken a different mountain to fight from. And they want to lead or herd the players of Carnival Gaming right behind them. Force them to fight on that open slow burn. Carnival Gaming, Hector in particular, he realizes what is happening, takes his team in a different direction.
Indeed.
And a big fight avoided, actually.
Knowing the fact that we're still speaking to CG, it's not any other team. And CG's not stupid. They know what exactly is going on around the playing field. That's why CG isn't really moving up too much. Yes, they are extending, but just to get the information, that's it. Know exactly where the opponents are placed. Have that intel underneath your sleeves. As the next zone's going to shift down south a little bit more, it's not really going to be creating that big of a difference. And knowing the fact that the centric side of the zone is stacked up with so many teams, if you do want to find yourself a prime spot, you will have to force a fight.
I want to see which team is going to be the first one to force fight in this matchup, because apart from that LOC Legacy Esports fiasco a few minutes ago inside of this match, we haven't really seen a single shot being fired. And look at the cluster that's developing towards the center of the circle finally. Still quite close to each other. We have Carnival Gaming. This time, Hyper Rush is the squad up front. And CG also, it feels like Necro right now are quite hesitant if they want to charge forward, pick a fight, or play for position.
Exactly right. Game one. Everyone knows if the game one itself is going to be bad, then it's going to be hindering your mentality quite a lot. It's not going to be good for your mental. That's why these teams, they just want to make sure that the game one at least goes decent, they get a decent amount of points, and then inside of the game two, they can start pulling off all the shenanigans they want.
And again, we have a few teams that are playing extremely slow. Look at that. We have Legacy Esports still in the blue, Silly Esports all the way towards Ferry Pier, KARUNADU Esports just north of Query. GENxFM still holding on to that Northern Georgia Pole apartment. Slow rotation coming in from a lot of these squads. And the edges of the circle are quite exposed, so it might be a challenge for them to try and breach in. But ladies and gentlemen, if you want to beat your challenges inside of the game, check out the iQOO Z9S series, starting at 18,999.
Yeah, the phone's quite sturdy. You can literally beat people with it.
Have you tried doing that? It seems like you had a day off before the group draws, right?
I mean, listen, I took one of these phones home, and I accidentally dropped it. It was quite a big drop as well, and...
Damn it, Necro, I thought you were involved in some shady stuff.
No, nothing happened. It's quite sturdy. So yeah, I mean, I imagine, right, even if you do sort of don't like someone...
Get someone in for production. Necro is drop testing the iQOO devices.
Guys, I'm not doing it. But hey, it's quite sturdy, man. I'm not even kidding. But you know what? Speaking of serious stuff, you've also got LOC taking shots against Dragon Esports. And for Dragon Esports, it's not a great news. Dragon Esports burning torch consistency every single game. You always see them in the final few moments. But this time around, they're facing a bit of that brunt. And that too up against the players of LOC. Now that's unacceptable. Knowing the fact that LOC does not even have the proper man numbers, still they're struggling so much in the fight. Dragon Esports, they need to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, man, you're just like being too harsh on them. It was just a knock, Necro. The player got revived again, but yeah, I get it. I mean... This can spiral out of control, though. That is my big concern, right? I mean, it's not the knock, it's not the finish, losing out to LOC. There's a big cluster developing towards the center of the circle, and if these teams spend too much time against each other just wasting ammunition, it is going to spiral out of control. Everyone will try to pile on.
And let's be honest, majority of the teams, the only reason why they've been eliminated from the tournament is because of the third parties.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Third parties has ruined the day so many times for so many teams, denied those points, stealing it away, and that's why a lot of these teams aren't even seen in the competition anymore.
Exactly. I mean, you want to see that in action. The biggest moment happened, I think it was the second or the third last day of round 1. And it was the game of Sanhok where we had the grand shack of death.
Yeah, on Sanhok, right?
Yeah. It was like 5 different teams that just came in and went out, man. That was insane.
And the crazy part is, a team that started all of that was still alive in the And then later on, another third party came in, and they just wiped out the entire stuff. So, yeah. That's what it is, though, right? You take one fight, especially knowing the fact that you're being surrounded by a lot of foes. There's going to be a lot of these third parties. And trust me when I say this, a lot of these teams are also going to be having those itchy hands. They just want to be part of the fight, but knowing the fact that, yes, their IGL is controlling them, they can't really just go bum rushing someone down.
Exactly, but it's much easier to pick off any loose stragglers you see crawling in the middle of nowhere, right? You see smokes being lobbed out, you're going to try and at least commit one clip inside of that smoke to see if you can catch anyone off guard.
Interesting.
Aim practice, man. It's important.
Yeah, just
as you mentioned, right?
Check.
Itchy fingers, he would just want to make sure his gun was working.
Yeah. Not firing the gun for too long can sometimes actually jam the trigger as well, so... I mean, at least that happens IRL.
We call it weapon maintenance now.
Yeah. Now you need to clean it up every single time. You need to be careful. And knowing the fact that in BGMI you find these weapons on ground, so yeah, you definitely need to test them out.
Yeah, I think we have our own different story of BGMI now. Who left the vehicles, though? Who owned the Bugatti?
So it's sort of like a deserted island, right?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, on a deserted island, there's supposed to be the rich people too. So Bugattis, Paganis, McLarens are pretty common. Guns, weapons, pretty common.
But look at this. It seems like TSW aren't going to be rich like everyone else. In fact, they lose out on one player.
Uh-oh, TSW's out in the open. It's the same spot that TSW likes to play. And once again, they find themselves in that same one. The zone keeps on forming down south, and it's favoring the players of TSW for a long time. HRZ is going to be the team on the attacking side of things, considering they're the one to dish out a lot of that damage against THW. And for THW, they've already lost out on one man.
Exactly, it's not going to be easy, but as we were looking at the map, Necro, it felt like Team Crimson, the Team Cosmic, the doors were open for them. They could take that No Rip Noi bridge, try and backstab the players of TSW, but look at this, LOC. Now you can call it, Necro. Now you can be as harsh as you want on the players of Dragon Esports. They knew where LOC was, and yet they stepped out into the open, and now this is a position from where it will be difficult for them to recover.
I saw this coming a miles away. I knew this was going to happen. Because look at where Dragon Esports is. There's so many teams around them. And if LOC is getting these knockouts, It's really going to be inviting another team to move on forward and go for a third party. Luckily enough for Dragon Esports, it's not happening just yet. And considering Starboy is once again going to be back upon his feet, so it's all good in the hood. Dragon Esports, they can easily get the revival on the fallen player. It's not that big of a deal. But where's the cavalry? That's my question.
Yeah, it's a big question as well. On the other side, look at this. On Hyper Rush, actually, it's not on Rivals. Hyper Rush did find an opening against the players of Carnival Gaming. They did secure that opening knock, but Shogun, he's been brought back into the game. And now maybe we can expect the players of Carnival Gaming to react to this, but again, clusters forming everywhere, smack center of the circle, a lot of teams still present, and from stage 1 till stage 3. Only 4 players picked up, but finally all of that is going to change. Look at that, Revenant Esports kicking things off. They find an opening against the players of KARUNADU Esports, but that is going to be an open push. It's very difficult to make the climb uphill.
That's the exact point, right? We're not going to see the capitalization come through. It's all good in the hood for these guys. Not that big of a concern just yet. Yes, Revenant Esports is constantly peppering down the shots, and KARUNADU Esports now can start to feel the brunt. It is indeed a pressure they do not want to deal with. Eye for eye as well as right up top. And even the players are trying to eye out. Nice shots. But Manny's not going to be able to find anything. A little bit of that connection, a bruise on that player. That's it. He needs to get away with that.
This is a very risky play. NecroSef moving out into the open like this against the players of KARUNADU Esports. I mean, only if he had an Hero Xtreme 125R, he could have rotated back to his teammates, but unfortunately, he has to make it all the way to Grand Finals and get the tag of Survivor over there.
Yeah.
Get that amazing bike, but let's see how this turns out. I'm actually concerned for Revenant right now.
I mean, it's a spot Revenant Esports has been holding for a long time now. They have been going with that 2-2 split. 2 players inside of Milta, 2 players all the way in the outskirts. Let's see how this one pans out. Seth is just going for blind fire, nothing else. He wants to draw out the players of KARUNADU Esports. He's giving those blind shots constantly. And Seth is one of those players. Recently, he has been feeling at the top of his form, so he needs to perform as well for his entire banner. Team Cosmic still on the move, as they barely find themselves in the safety lines, but not exactly safe so far, considering there's way too many teams around them. They do find this compound isolated. It's all good.
I feel Cosmic can be in a tough position, but we'll come back to that in a bit. Dragon Esports, it seems like the compound they wanted was already under the control of Legacy Esports. The backup has arrived. CU has kept the players of Dragon Esports at bay long enough, and Legacy Esports are looking to move in. Who finds the first opening? It is going to be Rage God, but he gets traded out. Duora OP from the side of Dragon Esports take a hit as well. Legacy Esports doing phenomenal in this fight. They've picked off 2 players. 1 man remaining from the side of Dragon Esports on the first floor, also knocked out. Finish secure. Dragon Esports down to the last man, Superboy in the back lines.
Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly just happened there, Johnny.
I think they just thought they had the man advantage, but they delayed the push so much, allowing the players of Legacy Esports to close in. They should have instantly charged up.
Yeah, they messed up big. Dragon Esports, once again, just lacking a lot in the game 1 itself. And I'm not sure now what's going to be the one to save the day. 1 last man left standing for Dragon Esports. I was rooting for this team, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
With the way they were performing inside of the round 1, I thought Dragon Esports, they can be a force to be reckoned with. But now the start, it's been quite bad.
Oh no.
Revenant Esports is on the move too with their vehicles. LOC Esports, they're still alive with just a 2-man squad, and I'm loving that rotation from the boys too. Yes, it's quite gutsy, but if they do pull it off, it can help them a lot.
I think they can pull it off as well. They've moved close to the center. Revenant Esports, although forced to play on that eastern edge. I think they were trying to hunt and chase down the players of LOC, but were unable to do so. And KARUNADU Esports as well find a little bit of safe haven inside the edge of the circle. They are in the play zone now, so they don't have to worry about that blue zone damage. But Revenant taking things extremely slow and steady. Unless the circle is on top of this team, it's going to be very difficult for them to survive. If the circle moves up north, then this is going to be a lot of trouble for teams like Revenant, teams like Legacy Esports, on RIVALZ as well, playing the southern half of the play zone right now.
Revenant Esports still pinning down a few more teams around them. HyperRush Esports is there too, around the corner. Towards that farm area. They need to be a little bit wary, knowing the fact that there's CG right next to him. And one thing is for sure, if a fight breaks out, CG will make that push. They will try to go for that pounce, that's for sure. CG's right next to him, holding their grounds themselves. And if CG finds even one single knockout, that's going to be the sniff they need.
But side of CG, they have to be worried about the backlines as well. And as we see them still being very patient, waiting for the other sides to make mistakes. In the meanwhile, HyperRush Esports have spotted out the players from Eye for Eye, but do or die over here as they charge forward too. He finds two. Looking for one more, gets raided out by Reaper, but then again, he has done it for the second time, bought his team enough time for them to rotate in. Now it's down to Reaper, he needs to find the opening. Unfortunately for him, he goes up against Rage God, and this man has not failed his team till today. Even now, finds a brilliant opening knock to kick things off. Down to a last man, do or die go.
Yeah, for Legacy Esports, this fight's not looking too nice. Rage God is constantly taking damage upon himself, even from the zone. Every single team that is still out in the outskirts is not doing too nice. Do or die, one single man, and even he's not getting pressured on. Tosses a nade above, and Avinash, eventually he will be wiped out from the entire lobby.
Rage God just outplayed that man over there, and MJ worked for it as well. Both of them pulled the pins of the nades, trying to make him think that, alright, we are going to use this piece of util to try and take you out. And Avinash was trying to run around the corner, avoiding the damage, but then Rage God just took a leap outside the window and finished him off with a shotgun instead. But Legacy Esports, I think they might have bitten more than they can chew in this game as well, because they are going to be forced to take an early exit. They have 9 finishes already on the board, Necro, but they are going to be eliminated with no placement points. I think it is a decent start, though.
Indeed, it feels like it. HR, even they're now starting things off in a great fashion for themselves. Silly Esports, his player, he's trapped, he can't get out. Instantly, it will be the death blow. Following up, iQOO gets knocked out and confirmed. And now knowing the fact that for GENxFM, they've got this entire compound to play with, but still in the outskirts, they need to move on forward to the safety lines. GENxFM is now going to be facing off against the players of Silly Esports, while Silly Esports, they've got their own bunch of troubles approaching them in the name of Team C. And Team Cosmic as well is going to be constantly peppering against the players of Silly Esports. It's not looking too nice. But even for Team Cosmic, considering they're in the outskirts, they're taking way too much damage from the third parties.
On the finish feed, I saw LOC securing those knocks as well. If they can walk away and steal a few finishes, that is going to be incredible. But right now, Silly Esports, a lot of utility committed towards Crimson. And he is going to be finished off. Team Cosmic, they've taken a massive blow upon themselves. GENxFM being put down by Silly Esports as well. This team is taking every single fight that is showing up in their direction and not looking to back off. Inferno, he's hiding behind that tanker, but a piece of nade lobbed, and No Love is going to be finished off while he gets knocked down. Pash is going to be the last man surviving, and the players of Silly Esports charge in. Inside that smoke, completely blind, and yet that nade does not need to have vision of the opposition to finish him off. Finish is secured on the board. Silly Esports, it seems like they've showed up again in the form of week 1 of round 1.
Yeah, but for HR now, they face off against Eye for Eye as the entire team comes crashing down. But then Phoenix Esports themselves, they're not feeling too good. It's the players of CG2 charging on forward against Phoenix. And for Phoenix, there's way too many lines they need to take care of. Even the front and the back, there's so many utilities being tossed. At the same time, Phoenix Esports, they're going to crack under that pressure. Now it's time for CG to face off against CARNIVAL Esports. These two players from CARNIVAL Esports, they were applying a lot of pressure against Phoenix. But as Phoenix is being wiped out, now CG, they're looking to wipe out the entirety of CARNIVAL Esports. Death blows are being handed out left, right, and center, and no one knows what exactly is going on in the playing field as CARNIVAL Esports. Now the firepower does not seem too nice. It seems a little bit weak. Few more nade sails in towards that same direction as CARNIVAL Esports now, they are pretty much on their knees.
Man, this is an artillery strike. They've just lobbed like 20 different nades on the players of CARNIVAL Esports, not even allowing them to lift their heads. Carnival Gaming, that was just absolutely brutal, but here's the last man. Even the tire goes out on that car, and Stone BGMI, He wanted to make his way inside of the circle, but out of nowhere and from the distance as well, Carnival Gaming, there is no escape from this team. 6 points secured. But Necro, look at the chaos that was there in this match. A few moments ago, up until the last stage, we still had 16 teams in the game. All of a sudden, we're down to 6.
Indeed. So many fights broke out within that instant. And now LSC themselves, they're not feeling too nice with this position.
Oh, I think they're feeling nice, man. They could have been the first team to go out inside of this game.
So Esports is making that pounce. Utilities, yes, they're being lobbed, but then you're facing off against the firing squad of Silly Esports, and you blink it and you miss it. LOC, it's going to be their death sentence being handed out. Silly Esports, solid stuff inside of the game. Moving forward, the conversation towards this entire spot, Silly Esports have cornered. Yes, they're barely on the edge, but how long can they survive on this spot? Even Carpediem, they need to face off against the players of HRZ. It feels deja vu once again. HRZ, they were there in this same compound, even in the round 1. They were so close to snatching that chicken dinner away, but they failed. HRZ, maybe this time around, they want to flip the odds, and they want to be the one to come out on top, but then it's CG2 on the opposite side of the spectrum.
Our rivals, I mean, who would have thought we were going to see them in top 5 in game number 1 itself, off to a great start, but GENxFM down to the last man, and Karun, he can't really do much. One last first aid remaining, but look at the amount of utility again. Where is Silly Esports finding all of these nades from? Another one close to Goblin. He still does manage to survive. In the meanwhile, Karun from GENxFM from the other side does dish out a little bit of damage. One player from the side of Silly Esports knocked out. This does open up things, open up possibilities for the players of Carnival Gaming to close the distance and try and take this fight against the players of Silly Esports. That's the biggest rival inside of the game. Hydro knocked out again. Ranveer, the damage from the nade was quite a lot. He's still standing, but this nade is going to result in a big knock, and Carnival Gaming have turned things around. They have the man advantage. They have the numbers to work with. All they have to do is just move in and finish off the players. Is that indoors? Yes, it is! What a brilliant nade! Carnival Gaming, 9 eliminations secured, and they are in the top 3.
That nade was way too precise. The utility utilization from the side of CG, it's been immaculate. Indeed, iconic. HRZ now, they need to face off against the players of Carpediem, as even Carpediem, they themselves are crumbling down. It's CG's world, and these guys are just living in it. What can they even do? CG's just here to devour the remaining players, as HRZ will be the helpers. And helpers, indeed, are tossing a few more nades. This nade's going to be tossed right to perfection, as Phoenix is going to be the one to find Gumla Boy, and this is going to be the go call the players of HRZ need. A few more nades being tossed in return, and Bigelou's taking way too much damage. The nade from Goblin was so good. It finds another man knocked from HRZ, and now things are taken down to a 3-man squad. For CG, they've got 2 players knocked out as well. This is not way too easy for CG as well.
Yeah, this is definitely not easy. 2 players knocked out, as you mentioned. Plus, they are caught between the crossfire of HRZ and the players of Carpediem. The nades that were lobbed by the players of Carpediem have drawn the attention of both the teams upon themselves, and it will be difficult to survive. Plus, they are running out of those throwables. But kudos to Goblin, he did buy his team enough time so that they could revive him and bring him back into this fight. That nade from him was lobbed out before he got knocked out. It was very precise, as you mentioned, but now Carpediem, just 2 finishes secured in this match. They are in the top 3, though. Ooh, this is going to be close. No knock secured. HRZ, I think Necro, this can be their game. They have cover to work with. They have utility as well. That wall of smoke will allow them to take an exit. All they have to do is just take on the players of Carpediem before they go out.
It indeed can be their game, but then CG's once again back in full force. But as soon as I say so, CG's Goblin falls down. A perfectly placed nade from Bigelow will catch that knock. But even Carpediem from the back is doing too much damage. HRZ, they can't really do a lot. The honored rivals, it feels like they might just crumble apart if they're going to be in this big pinch. From the back is the players of CG. From the front, it's Carpediem constantly going for the shots as well. This nade from the side of Shogun.
Oh, look at this!
Find the perfect knockout. A few more utilities being tossed from the side of CG. How do they have so many nades? That's my question. They're just now running out of utilities, and Shogun is constantly tossing those. Another man gets knocked out. Even Hector's going to hit the tag as Hector finds another knockout with the random spam, and he's also going to deliver the finishing blow. Hector finds the last man too, and that's going to be it. CG, they're the one to come out on top. As we expected, CG, they claim the first game in the day.
And what a way to do it as well. The IGL himself talk about leading from the front lines, and at the end, I think one simple call was made. follow me, boys, because he just ran out into the open with a shotgun blasting. And they were out of nades at that point. They did not have any more throwables left. I think the one last nade they had, it did not connect. They just got baited by a smoke. They had a Molotov which was lobbed out in the open just to cover some map area. And then it was just a shotgun spam inside of that smoke, just destroying the players of HRZ. Although nothing taken away from Honor Rivals as well. They played very well in this match. That was a phenomenal start from HRZ, Carnival Gaming. One thing I have to complain about from Carpediem, where are the finishes?
For Carpediem, once again, just completely focusing on the placement points maybe this time around. For HRZ, consistency is something they're known for. And once again, a great start for the players of HRZ, right? Ended things off on the 3rd spot in that previous game. Carpediem on the 2nd, so at least for Carpediem, once again, a decent outing. But for CG, as we expected, we all thought CG is going to be the one to come out on top in the first game itself. And that's what happened. Now, my real question is, what the hell happened to Revenant Esports?
I have no idea as well, man. A few moments ago, we saw them in that cluster towards the eastern edge. And then I think with everyone who was moving in from that eastern edge, because I don't think anyone survived from that position. CARUNADU Esports got taken out. Legacy Esports got taken out. LOC was there, but LOC charged for the center because of Revenant Esports. And LOC survived. Revenant got taken out super early.
Yeah, pretty much. With the way things kicked off in general, right, in the final few moments, it was so chaotic. Silly Esports, they faced off against the players of CG, and then there were way too many utilities being tossed as well. For CG, the fact that they had so many utils is just boggling my mind. First, they tossed in a complete wave of utilities up against the players of CARUNADU Esports. Then later on, they switched the focus on Silly Esports, and then in the final few moments, there were also being nade being utilized against the players of HRC.
Exactly. It felt like they didn't collect any ammunition out of the game. All they picked up was just grenades, because that's all we saw them use the entire time. Towards the end is when I believe we saw a full-on firefight coming into play from the side of Carnival Gaming. But then again, it is Carnival Gaming, so you know they're going to have a blast.
Indeed.
Yeah.
With the way they were definitely playing, especially against Silly Esports too. The utilities they were tossing in, they did not even go for a proper firefight. They wiped out the entirety of Silly Esports with just the help of those utilities. They found the first 2 knockouts, which were out in the open.
Yeah.
Then later on, an aid was tossed inside of the shack, which was so perfect. You cannot really say a lot about that.
Exactly. That was mesmerizing, man, because, I mean, for multiple reasons. First, it was thrown from a blind spot on the other side of the slope. And then there was a massive wall of smoke that was lobbed out in front of the shack to cover up the entry points for just the exact same reason, so that the players of Carnival Gaming could not throw any utility. They lobbed 2 nades there. One missed, the other one just went in perfectly through the gap. And, well, we all know what happened. Silly Esports, they were just completely wiped out.
The only reason why CG won the game is all because of the utilities. That's it. Even for Carpediem, there was one man all the way in the back lines going for the med strat, by the way, in the house. An 8 sails in from Shogun. He finds that knockout. Then later on, even in the outskirts, the players of HRZ, they could not really face the brunt. It's just shock and spam coming through inside of the smoke, and those spams found the perfect knockouts as well. For CG, they were just looking like the unstoppable force once again.
They were unstoppable towards the end, towards the top 3. I was very concerned about Carnival Gaming because, I mean, as we mentioned, they were out into the open. That field does not have a lot of cover to work with. There were no shacks, no haystacks, and they were caught in that crossfire between the two sides, Carpediem and HRZ. But for some reason, I think that wall of smoke was such a big distraction that neither of these two sides were able to find any conversion. We saw 2 players knocked out. Goblin and Shogun got knocked out. But Carnival Gaming got them back on their feet somehow. I don't know how they pulled it off, making sure all of their players were still alive till the very end. It was such a difficult position to be in.
Indeed. With the way even things unfolded for a few more names, like for CARUNADU Esports, they were there taking shots against the team that was right in the front lines. But unfortunately for CARUNADU Esports, what they did not know is that on the opposite side of that hill is also the players of CG.
Yeah.
And then they messed up big. As soon as the team in the front was wiped out, CARUNADU Esports was way too exposed. And even CARUNADU Esports faced the brunt. Point standings of the previous game are on the screen as CG gets 25 points from that one single game. Even Silly Esports, quite a decent outing, 12 points in total. You move on towards HRZ, 10 points. Even LG getting 9 points. Carpediem getting 8 points. You speak of the vacuum, it's there in the top 5.
Why do I have a feeling that this entire group will be Carnival Gaming versus Silly Esports?
Probably.
I think that's going to happen the whole time.
We're still waiting for a few more names like THW and Revenant to kick things off. And we know these two banners are supposed to be the formidable ones, especially THW. They've got a great form. Unfortunately, with the way things started off for THW, they were there in the outskirts of that bridge, quite exposed. They couldn't really do a lot. HRZ was constantly pinning them down.
I think that was a problem for not just THW but for Revenant as well, because HRZ honored RIVALZ. In fact, they started from that farm position, then they moved towards the city that is just across the Nova Reply Bridge, and they stayed there for a long time. That was the exact path that Revenant wanted to utilize to move west inside of the circle, and TSW as well work out on that Nova Reply Bridge. So it was a double sandwich that was caused by this team that basically resulted in two teams making awkward plays and getting eliminated.
With Revenant Esports, I would still say that it's unacceptable with the way they got wiped out, considering they start things off from Milta, and for them to pull off that rotation in the compound that HRZ was much more easier. All they need to do is get inside of the vehicles, follow the terrains, and even the terrains can't save you from the fire that's going to be there from the sidelines. But still they messed up.
That was the problem. No, the slope they wanted to use was taken over by TSW. But we still have more matches to go. All of that after this break.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. Carefully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Xtreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the Xtreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक मिनट
किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच
आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस
300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार क्या हो रहा है कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर
अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल
हार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Welcome back after that short commercial break, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's with me, a new face on the block, especially for the iQOO BMPS 2024. It's going to be Necro. Once again, we're back over here, right? The Neck Bros?
Yeah, I really missed you, man. Yeah, first fist bumps to start things off. But after the first match that I really witnessed, as you mentioned in the comment, right, it is entirely the world of Carnival Gaming in which all the other 15 teams are living in it. And the way they utilize the utilities so perfectly in the smokes, I really wonder, where did they buy all these grenades from?
I mean, that's the same question even I was wondering, right? With the amount of utilities that we're constantly tossing in the playing field, I thought there has to be a certain time where they run out of it. But then even in the final fight, Shogun was constantly tossing those nades. I'm not exactly sure how CG was able to get the restock over and over again, but one thing is for sure, whatever they were planning to do was working out to a great extent. Moving forward, the conversation towards the official smartphone partner, which is going to be the iQOO Z9S series starting from $18,999. You should move on forward and check out the device because what I think it's quite pocket-friendly, knowing the fact that the specifications for this device, they're quite incredible.
Yeah, exactly. Even you get a big battery life, so you can play along for hours and hours. And for us, like gamers, we used to play like, what, maybe 2-3 hours on a constant, then again switch around, take a break. But you don't need to take a break because this has got a big battery life.
Indeed it does. Now, let's speak about the facts over here, right? With the way Revenant Esports 2 was playing in that previous game, we generally thought that Revenant Esports has a solid spot to play with, especially dropping towards Milta, and even the zone was favoring Milta for a long time, making the rotation towards the compound where the zone was shifting later on. Revenant Esports choked majorly. And that's a big sign of concern now, because we knew there's a big stack of teams in the final few moments, and within the span of few seconds, you saw the number dropping down to pretty much half.
Yeah, kind of recollecting those moments. That was a feast in that hilly area where I don't want to be invited, because in a blink of an eye, probably 4 teams got eliminated in the very same spot, from where we saw Carnival Gaming flooding in those artillery attacks, and from a different side, we saw KARUNADU Esports on a hopping in that fight. Yeah. But in between all those commotions, so many teams, even Phoenix, Eye for Eye, probably all those teams got decimated. But out of all these commotion, LOC, a team we thought that would be eliminated on the very first note, survived till so much time.
Yeah, especially for LOC, with the way things kicked off, right? They faced off against the players of Legacy Esports.
Exactly.
And Legacy Esports just dismantling that team to a 2-man squad. It was quite bad, I'm not going to lie. For LOC, the start was not that great, but still, with the way they recover, I would still say it's pretty decent. Now, for LOC, the upcoming game in Miramar has to be flawless, pretty much. Knowing the fact that they've only got 5 more games to go, and if LOC Esports do not qualify in the future, one thing is for sure, a lot of those question marks will be raised upon them. Moving the conversation on towards a few more names like THW. For THW, with the way they were rotating from the bridge, it was quite nice, but then getting caught under the crosshairs of HRZ, that was unfortunate.
We have to give credits to HRZ because the way they have played throughout the matches incredibly well. Completely absorbing all the pressure around them, having so many teams around the corner. They know they have got all the intels in the world and still making it inside the circle, coming the top 3. It's really incredible, and it's not like they played in a passive manner. They were aggressive whenever it was needed. They stepped up and got those finishes all to themselves.
Yeah, especially, and as you mentioned, right, with the way HRC has been playing so far, even in the round 1, a burning torch consistency, that's all I can say. Yeah. We've always seen this team in the final few moments. They're always there in every single game. Another team that was supposed to be a burning torch consistency was Dragon Esports. But this time around, Dragon Esports got eliminated in quite an unfortunate manner. And I saw Dragon Esports taking a fight against the players of LOC Esports. LOC Esports was constantly doing that damage against the players of Dragon Esports, and they were able to find the knockouts 2 times against Dragon, but still they were not listening. Still they were pretty stubborn, and that's why later on in the upcoming moments, Dragon Esports, they could not really find a proper rotation. And even the same thing can be said for Phoenix Esports too. As soon as they set their foot in the safety lines, they were in a big panic fire between CG and KARUNADU Esports. They were in the smack center. It was a big sandwich situation, but that's for the previous game. What's going to happen on the upcoming game of Miramar, only future can tell. With that being said, let's move on to the upcoming map of Miramar. As the map boots up on the screen, this time the deserted islands, they might just have a lot in stock. As the plane flight path begins all the way from Portona towards Torre Muda, once again this plane flight path is looking pretty nice.
Exactly. And now my main eyes are on whether Carnival Gaming can just go on a hunt like what they did in the map of Erangel and continue it in this map of Miramar as well, because once again, you have got a lot of teams in question, specifically as you mentioned, LOC, yes, they had recovered very nicely in the previous match, but this time, if they start off well, if they find a lot more points all to themselves, it will eventually boost their points in the overall standings. They barely qualified for the round 2 from the round number 1. When it came down to that point system, they got 68 points in total, but now you have a lot of less matches. You had 12 matches in the previous rounds, now you have got 6, almost half, so the margin of error becomes almost 0.
Pretty much it does, right? And speaking for this entire game itself, with how GENxFM has been playing, even the previous game was okayish, I would say. Now it's out of this game just dropping off the rip like that, dropping towards the extremities maybe. Getting their hands on the vehicle, that's probably going to be their main course of action. Revenant Esports 2 dropping in towards Los Leones. The same thing can be said for Dragon Esports and Team Cosmic. Now they're moving towards Impala. There's one more team with Team Cosmic. And once again, knowing the fact that it's a complete new map and these teams are probably facing off against each other for the first time, I do want to see that drop collision, I'm not going to lie.
Hey, you've always been the guy to see or witness those early clashes. Every time you want to see people dealing early casualties, isn't it so?
Of course. Early game action adds on that spice, and it's super fun. CG, with the way they've dropped in towards Picado as well, it is quite intense. It's been their drop location for a long time, and no one dares to go around it. Unless if you're one of those teams like Sarkar Gaming or even Alpha 6, then maybe you can go for that stubborn approach. But speaking of being stubborn, Phoenix Esports, they're already punishing their opponents. Team Cosmic, they're in a big world of trouble. Cheyenne is already able to find the knockout and even the confirmation. And now for Team Cosmic, there's only 2 more players in the front lines. Honey has found himself a bit of that leeway. He's found that cover to play with. But Team Phoenix, they've pinned down the players to Team Cosmic. Considering Phoenix, they've got the man advantage too inside of the fight. It's a 4-on-3 to be executed.
Shine has to be very cautious because Nolov is coming up from the backyards and he's quite prepared, but he doesn't have any helmet on himself. It's a really important fight. The need, it's a bait. And Nolov is not going to swallow this spell, but Cheyenne, he's just too good to get a second one all to himself. 2 finishes up for Phoenix Esports. They're off to a great start, but for Team Cosmic, this is just a nightmare.
It indeed is. With only 4 games now left in stock, I'm not sure what Team Cosmic can do. They've still got 2 more players inside of this entire game, so you never know. Maybe they can be able to hand out the recovery, but not if the utilities are being tossed with such precision. Phoenix Esports, they're making sure that Team Cosmic will pay for every single move they make. And if it's going to be the wrong one, then Team Cosmic does not stand a chance. One more man is there and around the corner, and he's not able to put up with the pace of Phoenix Esports. As they put the final nail in the coffin, that's going to be it for Team Cosmic.
They're off to a very great start, I have to say. But for Team Cosmic, that last player just put all his hopes on that one big magazine of that M249 to just give it all that he has got. He eventually got 1 knock, but that was not it. The fight is done. Phoenix Esports have secured 4 finishes, but look at this position. KARUNADU Esports against LOC, while Fragger is just a solo player. Not giving his intel would be a great idea, but now his position has been compromised, and with a blink of an eye, even LOC, they have been decimated. Oh my god.
2 early game fights, and they come into fruition pretty quick. KARUNADU Esports wiping out the entirety of LOC Esports too. For LOC, the previous game was a bad start. Even this game is even worse. The entire team has now just met their demise. And what can you do if you're LOC? Recovery from here on out seems a little bit too tough. With only 4 games left in the hands, the cutoff as well, we never know how much it's going to rise. There's a lot of mysteries and question marks around that. KARUNADU Esports, 4 elimination off the rip. And that's the exact start the boys wanted to have. It's a way to kick things off.
They're looking pretty confident. KARUNADU Esports, the way they have performed in the previous week, it's good. And now having this kind of start, it's definitely something that boosts up your confidence in the upcoming fights that you are about to take further deep in the match. But for LOC, I'm really wondering, Necro, I mean, if you see in this perspective, 2 consecutive matches, yes, the last one they did recover some points, but right now, it's something that I really believe that in the next match, which is going to be Sanhok, they need almost like 15 to 20 points to be able to digest these 2 matches that has happened with them.
For LOC Esports, man, with these type of moments, it really just shrinks the momentum away. I'm not sure what's going to be the one to save the day, but one thing is for sure, if LOC Esports, the same thing keep on happening over and over again, it's going to hinder them a lot in the overall standings. First 2 games, at least in the first game, they had a decent recovery, but still not a lot of points, by the way. Keep that thing in mind. Second game held a lot of value, but they messed things up on the second game as well. Now, the third map is going to be the map of Sanhok, but can they perform over here, knowing the fact that Sanhok is quite a zone-oriented map, and especially for Team CG, they're looking pretty confident in no matter what sort of fight they take, so they can easily go for the prime spot every single time in the zone.
Even if they don't get the control of the prime spot, they are able to snatch it away from the other team. They have that much of confidence right now. But talking about the circle, even like what we saw in the map of Erangel, this time also, I'm seeing that Revenant, they're almost in a very central spot of the circle, which might be favoring them in the upcoming fights or circles. But for now, have to see how it goes.
You've got Avnish from Do or Die, and this entire team is one of those teams that barely qualified in from the week 2. They made the cut, especially when it mattered the most. And this entire banner is once again returning back in the iQOO BMPS 2024, by the way. And knowing the fact that once you're back in the playing field, you're supposed to have that consistency rolling up. With the dates started off for do or die, it's not the exact consistency we all are looking out for. Do or die needs to perform up to the brim.
I mean, like their name says, they have to perform like that, do or die. And this is a round where you have the least number of matches to qualify for the next one. So you have to be very cautious about every step, every decision that you're taking. And when I'm talking about decision making, I would like to bring up the topic of Revenant Esports. I mean, we were seeing they were very stable, taking very slight, well, I would say they didn't want to make any errors. That's what the main point I really understood from the previous match of Erangel. So that they're being very steady with the approach, taking it slow, but it did not help them finally.
That's been the main sign of concern for Revenant Esports for a long time. Especially with how things were for them. That's been the main problem. They played way too passive. Probably doubting their own skills in the firefights. I do understand someone's playstyle is passive, so they do not really want to change it. That's how they like to play, tactically passive. But once again, when the meta changes, you need to adapt. And that's been missing from Revenant Esports, the adaptation.
The quicker you adapt, the better you become. But even when you talk about eye for eye, they were also trying to survive a longer period of time in the previous match of Erangel. But they couldn't just stay alive till the final circle. This time, the rotation that they are taking from the eastern corner of the map, they can have a good spot for themselves, but to retain it, they need to defend their own territories in a very proper manner. And if they can do it, because the players that they've got, like Demigod, if you ask me, Hunter, Sai, Ninja, all the players are capable. Because they have made it to round 2. Now, you are among the pro teams. You need to prove yourself that yes, we are a pro team and we can dominate the other teams as well.
Speak of dominating, eye for eye is one of those teams that's got the caliber to do so. But so far, especially in the previous game, knowing the fact that things weren't way too solid, that's why things were taken a little bit more softly and gentle. Eye for eye, just getting the lay of the land in the game one itself, do not exactly know what to do. And once again, even inside of this map, the zone's forming out quite weird, I'm not going to lie. Down south, near lost the Leonis. But hey, it's also adding on the intensity, right?
You can see the cluster being formed almost in the dead center, and even Carnival Gaming coming up from the western side. It can be a very, very important factor that if Carnival Gaming tries to chime into the dead center of the circle, they will have to finish off Revenant and the other teams those are around them. But the main question is, will Carnival Gaming make that move right now? Because they are all a team who likes to perform or go all in the later part of the circles.
Good question. And maybe it's going to be answered soon. Siege is once again playing from the edge this time around, right? The way they've been moving to from edge to edge. Soon, maybe it's going to be battle broken out between a few banners. It's a big stack of teams. And CG wants to breach inside of it. But who's going to be the first one to fall down against CG? CG definitely is itching to take a fight. That's for sure. But who are they going to collide against? That's my question. Revenant Esports is on the screen, and Revenant Esports themselves do want to find a high ground to play with. But is that really going to be the safety line, Steven? That's a big question for Revenant Esports.
Oh my god. You can even see the MVP of previous match. It's 5 finishes. Hector, he's leading up the team. He's leading up the charts as well with a 33% of finish contribution. So we can say at this point, Carnival Gaming, they are just inviting the other teams that, yes, if you want to take a fight, you can come up front. And we're all ready. We're every time ready for the fight that you want to take with us. But leading up the charts, even we see Hydro from the team of Silly Esports.
With the way things have been for CG, yes, they have been looking like a well-knit unit. You speak of the synergy, it's exactly on point. Consistency is on point too. Not a lot can be said after that. And when you've got everything in check, it's really tough to shake you down. And that's the exact problem the entire lobby's having. There's this one big mammoth that is just pouncing on teams left, right, and center, and nothing can be done by the other teams. But they need to find a cure to that disease. KARUNADU Esports, this is how the action kicked off for them, especially against LOC. And looking at the players of LOC too, even the previous game was a bad start, even this game, even worse. Hopefully the upcoming game of Sanhok, they can recover the pace.
KARUNADU Esports, they didn't give a single chance to that last player to even flee away from that spot. But with this powerful performance, the powerful start that they have, definitely KARUNADU Esports will be looking forward to finish this game in a good note. But if you're also looking forward for a powerful performance from yourself, you can grab this beautiful iQOO Z9S series, which is starting from 18,999.
A device that is pocket-friendly, packs a lot of performance, even has a lot of battery too. So yeah, you can be gaming for days. Moving back the conversation towards the game and do or die Balu. This time he's the one to tickle someone to death. Solid stuff. That's going to be the first point accumulated for this team. And it's also something that can elevate the confidence, that's for sure. For do or die, they have been struggling a lot with that confidence. In the week 2, maybe you can say, yes, they've got the momentum shifting on forward with that. But still, with the way things were, you never know. For do or die, now it's time to perform. And if they don't perform, well, then I'm not sure what's going to be the one to save the day. A few parkour moves from Avnish, as now it's going to be on top.
Thanks to Avnish, I learned this move. I'm now going to implement this and when I'm going to play the classic.
It's a pretty common move, actually.
Well, I was not aware. Sorry, Necro, to disappoint you. But
yeah, well...
Hey,
maybe...
it has been a good time we haven't fought in a 1v1.
You are no match for me.
Is it so?
Yeah. Anyways, Hyper Rush Esports. Hold on to that thought. The buggy's already punctured. And Rishi's taken way too many shots upon himself. He pulls out the shotgun, but he's still in the enemy lines. What can you do? Nothing is going to be the answer, as it's going to be the death blow from Fierce. And now Carpediem once again looking to clinch their fists inside of the fight. Hyper Rush is in a big world of trouble. What can you do? Tapa is trying his best to try and recover from the fight. But still for Carpediem, they've got the man advantage in the entire playing 4. And still Carpediem is constantly striking down the players left, right, and center. Fear finds his second frag too. That's the third man from the side of Hyper Rush. He's trying his best to fight back, but Fierce runs out of bullets. But it's still not going to matter. Switches on forward towards the Scarrel, and he hands out the death blow.
A 1v3 from Fierce himself, and this was a revenge fight. But what happened in the map of Erangel? The final fight, Hyper Rush did annoy Carpediem a lot of times. And this time, Carpediem, they backfired them with a huge blow. Completely eradicated them from the match. But yes, the one casualty that they have dealt is going to be Max getting taken down. So Carpediem will be continuing in this match with 3 players for themselves. But now, they are looking very, very aggressive. So one thing that we were missing from Carpediem in the previous match was they did not have a lot more finishes. But this time, they started off early. But talking about the game, even the circle has shifted towards the compounds, to the real estate of Los Leones.
Indeed. THW, with how they're shifting themselves too. That's looking pretty nice. Unfortunately for THW, still there's a few foes in that same pathway. Revenant Esports is taking shots against Phoenix Esports as they managed to blow a vehicle up. And Revenant Esports is taking shots against any other team that steps their ground inside of Los Leones. Phoenix Esports was the first one to fall prey, and now there's also KARUNADU Esports who are attracting a lot of shots upon themselves.
I don't know, Necro, but I had a very big question right now. Why didn't Kratos took any shot on one of the players of KARUNADU Esports who was, like, lying behind? I mean, he had all his chances, but probably this is the tactics of Revenant. But KARUNADU Esports now, they've got a good compound all to themselves, trying to adapt and get intel of all the surroundings and the team's in their localities. But even you see Carpediem trying to just chime into those compounds and play alongside KARUNADU Esports. Maybe they can have some cold war going through them in just a couple of minutes.
It's going to be an urban finish too. Just adding on the pressure even more on the teams. You never know where you're going to get shot at from, especially in the final few moments. You've still got 13 teams up and alive. Hyper Rush being wiped out a while ago, and all thanks to the players of Carpediem. Max was the only player who was the casualty in that fight, but still you've got Picard, Fierce, and Gumlaboy up and alive. So it's all good in the hood. Carpediem do want to puncture the vehicles, making sure they will be useless in the future runs. Phoenix Esports too, making some desperate moves, as this time around it will be the players of KARUNADU Esports taking a few shots. Our official mobility partner for the iQOO BMPS 2024 will be the Hero Xtreme 160R4V. All thanks to the sponsors. Carpediem once again moving back to the game. They themselves just want to push on the high ground, which they are doing so with these for now. But Gumlaboy, he can be scouted out with these. He needs to be careful. He's not really in a safe spot just yet.
Oh my god, he's going to get knocked out. Yeah.
Yep.
No
Messed
doubt.
up. And Carpediem's going to make the push, by the way. For them, this is supposed to be one free piece of candy. Considering they dealt a lot of damage to the man when he was trying to drop down, this elimination can be claimed. But still, KARUNADU Esports is not going for extra risk.
We know there's a statement of high risk, high reward, but they don't want to take it right now. Even Gumlaboy, he will be just trying to get close to his teammates to get the revival done. But you can see everybody wants to play for the position points. They want to play it slowly and steadily, not to just rush in blindly. But little did they know that Carpediem was down to 3-man, and it could have been a great opportunity for the boys of KARUNADU Esports to maybe get some more finishes in their bag. But for Carpediem, as they have finished in the top 3 in the previous match, they will be looking forward to again be consistent. So what I think that in this particular round 2, you need to be very, very consistent to qualify for the round 3.
Hands down, you need to be consistent no matter what round you're playing in, right? The only reason why the pressure's so much inside of the round 2 is because you've got the least amount of games.
Exactly.
6 games. You've pretty much dropped down a half, right? When you even speak of the teams, we started things off with 128, now down to 64. And you start things off with 12 games in the round 1, and now you're down to just 6 games in the round 2.
Oh.
So yeah, round 2 is pretty much supposed to be like the half of the round 1. For Legacy Esports, still there's a few players already outside of the zone that are taking way too much damage upon themselves from the blue. And at this point, it feels like they're not able to withstand the amount of damage that blue is putting out against them. Considering Rage God was knocked out, but Fury once again backs in towards that man. He wants to get the fallen comrade back upon his feet. CG themselves, they're taking a few shots. And CG needs to back away to safety lines. Hector, he can easily do so if he wants.
Yep. They've got ample amount of smokes and utils with them. But eye for eye, I mean, this is a very good opportunity for them to just gatekeep the players of Carnival Gaming, and they're trying to do it so. But alongside them, they've got DOD coming beside them, but Carnival Gaming, they're constantly facing the backlash, and this time it's THW coming up from behind as Ninze gets one of the players, Hector, down and out, but it will be confirmed by the players of Eye for Eye. I mean, look at them, they've already pushed in the compound.
It makes a lot of sense why CG is struggling now. There's 2 formidable forces against them, and that's the only way you can get rid of CG. Hector knocked out and dusted, all thanks to THW. But still, that elimination was stolen away by someone else. Keelamau is also going to be the casualty for THW. Now pinning down the compound in the front. For THW, they've got every single nook and cranny in check. They definitely do have the intel, but they do not know how to utilize it to place themselves in a better spot. And as soon as the zone shift away from this spot, there's also going to be a big wave of vehicles just moving in towards THW's way. How can they deal with that? That's another question THW needs to be wary of.
But if they do so, Necro, they can just bag up so many number of finishes to boost their points. But even on the other corner, you see Revenant Esports. They're also up against Do or Die. They will be in the front lines. But again, we see Sensei trying to adapt to a different rotation, trying to enter from a different part of the circle as it has already shifted away and they need to enter. They don't want to take any fight with do or die in the edges because they know it can cost them. But this is the approach that we are talking about. Revenant, they're trying to avoid any risky fights, which is again slowing them down a lot.
Yeah, for Revenant Esports, that's been the main cause of concern, right? Just playing it passive, not really taking a lot of fights. But this time around, Revenant Esports, they do not really have a lot of options.
Oh my
There's
God.
only one in front of them, and they need to explore it. And that's what Revenant Esports is doing for now. As Flock, he directly pounces on the opportunity, but there's also a nade right next to Flock being tossed out. Revenant Esports, they surround the entire compound. There's way too many utilities to try and deal with, but even Revenant Esports themselves have been taken down way too low, and Kratos gets knocked out from the back. Backline's way too exposed, as this time around it's going to be the players in the sidelines constantly knocking out the players of Revenant Esports. Once again, quite a questionable approach from the boys. And even the utilities from the side of CG's doing way too much damage, as even the player of Revenant Esports gets knocked out, and that's going to be Seth.
They are literally doomed out here. You can see even the players of i4i chiming in from the corners. This is not the ideal spot for Revenant to be in. But yes, Hunter chimes and gets Flock down. Revenant, they are into shambles right now. Shogun going up close and personal. Even Hunter pressurizing them from another side. They're in a sandwich situation. Revenant mistaking all these rotations over and over in every matches.
Yeah, Revenant Esports, the decision making in the final few moments has been pretty bad, I'm not going to lie. And now it's down to just Sensei. What can you do? There's an entire wave of enemies in the front as Sensei tosses in that nade. He wants to get the fallen Flock back on his feet, but how can you? When you've got the entire firing squad of CG on the screen, there's indeed going to be his heartbeat just pumping through the roof. Utilities being tossed to get the confirmation. Even Seth's going to hit the deck for CG. They're just able to collect these piece of candies, and with that, they also get the man advantage. Revenant Esports now down to a two-man squad of CG. They've got 3 players up and standing inside of the fight, and they can constantly keep on adding a bit more pressure, even not just on Revenant Esports, even on the teams in the back.
Now the circuit has also shifted away, but Goblin is just not stopping. Getting Rage got taken down and out. Team Legacy faces another casualty out there.
Palu was the one who got the knockout from D&D, and then it was Carnival Gaming's Goblin who gets the confirmation. So Do or Die's elimination has been stolen away by Goblin. Palu is definitely going to be pissed after that.
Oh, for
and
sure.
Here comes the push from the side of Do or Die against the players of i4i. As a beautiful knockout comes into fruition, once again, Palu, he's looking unstoppable. A freak of nature indeed. Do or Die from the top is just raining down death and destruction as he takes another fight against another player off the side of E4E, and eventually the entirety of DOD, they make sure that the opponents will crumble against them.
But the deed is done. Shogun is trying to fight out back against GENxFM. The casualties, the drive-by try has failed. But yes, Shogun, he wants to go up close and personal. Goblin needs to chime into this fight because Shogun has been taken down and the demise of Carnival Gaming is inevitable because from the backyards, we see other teams chiming in. It's gonna be HRZ. But GENxFM, look at their position. They're also outside of the circle. Now the one team who can dominate this map of Miramar is gonna be Hyper Rush. The positioning, the compound that they have, it's extremely nice.
Honored RIVALZ from the top indeed is pretty looking strong. I'm not gonna lie. Phoenix now just pinning down the players in the front. Even the players of DOD that take the fight, but unfortunately the wall of death started to move up, so Do or Die could not really do a lot there. So even they were pretty much on the verge of being eliminated. Still, there are a few players up and alive in the safety lines, but not so safe just yet. Considering the back's against the wall. Even the sidelines are filled up with way too many foes. Flock from Revenant Esports is the only player that's going to be surviving. And even Flock is trying his best to fight back. Sam from THW there in the front lines. For THW, with the way things are, they should be the same way. With just a two-man squad, though, still it seems like a Herculean task. The players of Legacy Esports, they do want to secure the buggy as they do so, but unfortunately, the buggy now is almost on the verge of being blown up. Do or Die, still on the high ground. They've got the information to play with. In the front, it's going to be the players of Silly Esports. What can you do? There's Silly. There's also the players of Honored RIVALZ, THW right next to him. And Legacy Esports, as they make the move, they're going to be under focus.
HRZ having all the intel in the world right now. Reaper going for the heal battle. He's got 7 first aids on himself. He's trying to survive as long as possible to earn those placement points for his team. But now, HRZ, they have got one big trouble. Just knocking at their door. It's going to be GENxFM. Those have already pushed up close. But the circle is not going to favor them. These utils can hamper their position a lot.
HRZ, they've got too much to try and worry about. Every single team wants a piece of this entire warehouse. But what can you do if you're HRZ? The only thing you can try and replicate is maybe fighting spirit. That's it. That's the only way you can try and defend the spot down. TSW Sam is there inside the container. He wants to keep himself alive for as long as possible. But even those nades doing that constant damage as HRZ, they take shots against the players of KARUNADU Esports. This time around, the players were out in the open, and for Phoenix, it was a feast. Another man from Silly Esports, they're in the front lines, and Phoenix needs to be a little bit more careful. Lucifer was knocked out, but the man's going to be back upon his feet. It's not that big of a concern anymore. But HRZ getting taken down to a two-man squad from that winnings position. Now HRZ is pretty much down to just a two-man squad.
They don't even have enough ammunition on themselves. You can see 27 by 39 Phoenix. How long can he just strike with those bullets? Because he needs to get down to get his loot done. Even though the circle has shifted away from them, now HRZ, the team who was literally dominating by staying on the rooftops and capitalizing on those finishes, now has to go down, get the loots. But now, the main question is, GENxFM is underneath them. Will they allow them to get inside the circle? That's a bigger picture that we need to look upon.
No, the main concern is to make it inside of the zone, the safety lines, and Silly Esports is the one to control it. It has to be Silly Esports this game. I don't think so anyone's going to be stopping the players of Silly Esports from claiming this game. Consistent approach from Silly Esports. Even in the first game, they had a lot of points. And now in the second game, too, on the verge of winning it, KARUNADU Esports can be the only stronger force in their way. That can be the only team that stands a chance to stop them from winning the game. But even for KARUNADU Esports, the backs are now against the wall, and every single team is being scared of making it out in the open. Even HRZ, they're crumbling apart as GENxFM, the fearless Marathas, they march on forward against the players of HRZ. Honored rivals, you can't really do a lot in that position. Fearless Marathas, now it's time to march inside of the safety lines and face off your fear. That's going to be Silly Esports.
Oh my god, SpiderJod, he's been taken down by the players, and now down to two players, GENxFM. They're not looking very in a good position, but Silly Esports still surviving. One of the players of KARUNADU went up front to take the battle, but he did not manage to capitalize on that finish. Silly Esports is still surviving on all four players that they have, and the only target in front of them, it's going to be GENxFM. All the mollies, all those utils being tossed up onto that direction, trying to capitalize on those finishes, while three of their players are intact in a single container.
GENxFM, with just a three-man squad, I'm not sure how they're supposed to try and recover. But one thing is for sure,
ouch,
even the position is something that's going to add on to the disadvantage. Stone BGMI, he does hand out one death blow to the player Silly Esports. But eventually he gets knocked out and confirmed by the play zone itself. And now it's time for Fearless Marathas to move on in the playing field and try and get something done. The utilities are definitely going to be a big stopper. But can they stop them from winning towards the game? That's my question. Silly Esports, they've already managed to knock out two players. And now it's just left with one last man standing. He's trying his best to fight back. But it will be Silly Esports to come out on top. They overwhelm the players of GENxFM with their presence.
Oh my god, GENxFM, 6 finishes in their name, but the way they have made the comeback is incredibly well. Keeping Spider in a different direction, trying to distract from the other player so that Silly Esports get all their focus into that rock cover was a big move by the boys of GENxFM, and hats off to their performance, man.
I thought it was Silly Esports who came out on top, but then it was GENxFM, right? What just happened in the final few moments?
SpiderJod actually used his Spidey sense to get this game in their favor.
We saw a different approach from the side of GENxFM, right? Two players that moved in from the right side towards the two players of Silly Esports. And on the left, there was one man of GENxFM fighting off with that rock that he had. Those two players were knocked out, if I'm not wrong.
One got knocked out, and SpiderJod was surviving in a very slight HP.
Man.
That was the distraction point, Necro. I mean, that one player who was playing alongside the rock, he created the distraction to call all the players of Silly Esports towards himself. He eventually got one knockout, and SpiderJod used that opportunity to just, go up front and take those two players down in a single spray.
Oh man, I mean, it really blows to be Silly Esports, I'm not gonna lie. So much hard work put into that game, and still denied of that chicken dinner. Silly Esports only had 2 finishes, by the way, from that previous game. They were not really a part of a lot of the fights. And considering for Silly Esports, even the rotations were looking pretty nice. They were there inside of the zone for such a long time. Silly Esports, they did not really need to force any sort of fights. Just getting 2 points when it comes to the eliminations from that previous game, that's definitely going to be hurting them quite a bit. And then facing off against the players of GENxFM, where the game could have been theirs. And now I'm looking at the replay, and yes, Spider John was still alive for a long time.
Oh man, I just want to again recall all those moments that happened. But this game was again a good one for KARUNADU Esports. They bagged up 7 finishes, if I'm not wrong. And again, a good game for a lot of teams. Not good for Legacy, though, after having such a big rotation. I really expected them to chime into the later part of the game, but they were literally taken down from a lot of sides. They were completely being targeted, probably by HRZ, who were sitting on the top. The rooftop position helped so well to that team. I mean, they got almost 8 to 9 finishes by just being there.
Indeed, man, and especially once again focusing on the final few moments, right? With the way GENxFM moved on, I genuinely thought Silly Esports has the game in their hands.
Exactly.
GENxFM was outside of the safety lines, and still Silly Esports, they choked that fight. I thought Silly Esports also had a lot of elimination points to back him up, but unfortunately just having 2 eliminations, that's a big question mark. But still you add on the placement points, so you can't say Silly Esports is moving consistently, but they need that one big game, dude. We know what Silly Esports is capable of, and I'm still waiting for that old Silly Esports to be back in the playing field. You look at the point standing, 6 finish points and 10 placement points. That's going to give the Fearless Marathas 16 points in total. HRZ with 13 points, KARUNADU Esports with 12, Carpediem with 10 on the board, and then you've also got Silly Esports with 8 points.
Yeah, Carpediem, this time they have completely changed our opinions. That in the last match they did not have a lot more finishes, but this time they don't even have a single placement point. So that's a different story. They got 10 finishes. But talking about the other perspective, Carnival Gaming bagging only 3 points from this particular match. Even Revenant crumbling down once again with that similar mistakes that they're continuing from the previous rounds as well.
For Revenant Esports, I'm not even sure what could have been done at that point in time. I mean, with the way they're rotating, they're just really making dicey decisions. Especially in the final few moments, the decision that Revenant Esports is trying to come up with, they're really questionable, man. Something needs to be done over here. They need to be a little bit more precise with the shot calling. Things are way too bad for Revenant Esports, be it the firefights. They're trying to avoid those a lot of the times. And this time around, they just ran directly in the open arms of CG, and there were a few more teams on the sidelines too. So Revenant Esports, they were in a complete death trap that they stepped in. And this is what I'm saying, right? When it matters the most, Revenant Esports is choking. They're not able to come up with the right decisions.
Yeah, exactly. And they need to kind of re-strategize or rethink about what they have to do in the next map of Sanhok. But before that, we are going to go for a short break. And onto the other side, we're going to come up with the overall standings.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really? Hey, but have you all seen it?
Yeah.
Mega Taskers win at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock. With an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Xtreme 125R. Challenge the Xtreme.
After a surprising match of Miramar, we are back again, and joining alongside me is gonna be my man Johnny. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. Quite surprised after that ending to that previous Miramar. I mean, GENxFM, that thought, that clutch in the end to close out the match was absolutely incredible.
Everybody was shocked. Like, wait, it was Silly Esports, right? Who got the man advantage, who had the circle advantage. They were supposed to take the chicken, but even like Necro had the same reaction. It was like, he even announced that, yeah, it's going to be Silly Esports, but oh, it's GENxFM coming up as Spidey Jord, who was from there in a different direction. He just used that diversion so brilliantly.
Exactly, and this just goes on to prove shotguns are still going to be extremely strong inside of the game. If you are outnumbered, you can still take down a lot of opposing players, but along with the shotguns, a good device also helps. So do check out, ladies and gentlemen, the iQOO Z9 S series starting at 18,999. And if you go on to Google and search for the iQOO Z9S, you can stand a chance of winning an iQOO Z9S Pro for yourselves. And of course, 15 of those are being given out. You can be the lucky one.
I'm wondering, can I try it?
So I have to inform you that there are two devices on the desk and dibs have been called. Necro is taking the white one. I'm taking the orange one. There are two people who came before you who tried to grab their hands.
It's not fine. It's not fair, right? I also want one. Come on. You can gift me. Guys. You can gift me one.
Yeah, sure. I mean, so I've been giving out challenges. I'll find a challenge for you. If you fulfill that challenge, I gift you an iQOO Z9S.
Finally, I've got the chance. But hey, this time, again, coming back to the matches, now we have got the map of Sanhok. So a map, we know that there are a lot of early collisions. You see a lot of teams dealing the early casualties as well. Do you think we're going to see some this time?
I believe so. I hope so, in fact. Because then again, I mean, if we compare game number 1 to game number 2, Carnival Gaming, yes, they were trying to pick up the pace, but unfortunately, we did not see them break into the top 3. That makes Silly Esports one of the teams that has actually been consistent in both the games, right? And we would love to see them move forward with the same pace. GENxFM, that was a brilliant conversion in that previous game, but again, this is a team that I know thrives on aggression even after the change of the lineup that they had from BMPS 2023 to BGIS 2024. Yes, they took their sweet time to make the adjustment, but now I feel like they can also develop on that consistency. One team that I want to see them bring the aggression on the board, they did not really try to pick up a lot of fights on Wrangle, but we saw them secure a lot of frags on Miramar, and I think they can do it on Sanhok as well as Carpediem. They are still in the top 8, and I think if they have a big game today on the map of Sanhok, then we are going to see Carpediem where we want them to be, which is the top 3 at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, Necro and you were discussing that Carpediem in the first match, they did not get a lot more finishes. They just got 2 or 3 by just being in the top 3. But in the next match, in Miramar, they got 10 finishes, but not a single placement point. So, I guess the balancing thing is not working out for Carpediem. One side, it's the placement points that is getting higher. Sometimes it's the finish points that are going higher. But this time, they need to balance it out in a perfect way to just get the most out of a single match.
Either balance it out or just make sure that you have... every single game you're having 10 eliminations. If you can consistently get 10 points in every single game, doesn't matter if it's finishes or placement. That is all they would want. And Carpediem is one of those teams that can actually secure 10 eliminations in every single map that they play. First game was a little bit awkward. I think they just wanted to secure all the placement points for the entire day in one match itself. And that job was done quite well. But now moving forward in Sanhok, I think this is going to be their hunting ground. But let's have a look at the other teams as well. Today, I think we are expecting a decent performance from i4i, but the first 2 games, they have been missing from the action.
Yeah, definitely. And one thing every team needs to remember, you don't have a lot more matches like round 1 to play along. You just have 6, and out of 6, you're left with 4 more. So you need to be very consistent. The one thing, it's fine if you don't get a chicken dinner in like 2-3 matches, but if you remain consistent like in top 5 or top 3 in like 2-3 matches, it should boost you up and it should get you that many points to qualify for the round 3.
Exactly, and I think the good thing about today is going to be the fact that after the 3 games are done, we will have an idea of what the teams can perform when they're playing in round 2, right? I mean, you can get an idea of what the overall leaderboard is going to look like, which teams we can expect to bounce back, which teams are going to be way too far behind in the competition, at least for the first 2 groups themselves. And as you mentioned, only 6 games in total for every single team. That means from today we can have an idea, at least for the first 2 groups, which teams we can expect to move forward. So the other 2 groups that are sitting back at home and watching this broadcast right now, they will start preparing for the competition for the next round already, especially the stronger teams. But coming back to the conversation about Sanhok, right? I mean, the last few days, Sanhok has been extremely chaotic, and considering that, again, this is the only Sanhok that these groups are going to have, at least for Group 1, this is the only Sanhok they will get to play in this round. I think it is time to go all in, man. 2 off maps every round, Sanhok and Wakendi, and you do not want to risk trying to play things slow, trying to see if you can survive till the end of the game. Just go for an early fight, get those 4 points as quickly as possible, and then try to play placement from there on out.
By mentioning that or going all in, I really want Silly Esports to go all in this time, because this is a team who is capable of taking those huge fights, proper 4v4 fights when it comes to the team battle. And Silly Esports, they have the capability to prevail on the top. They're almost there. They're almost close to be in the top 3 spot. But the formidable forces of Carpediem, Carnival Gaming being in the same group is what I believe causing them the trouble. They are those heady bumpers that you want to avoid when you're driving on a road.
Exactly. I think Silly Esports is one of those teams that has the caliber of fighting against Carnival Gaming and the likes of Carpediem as well. But then again, I mean, they have to be confident about themselves. The drop in pace that was there in the last half of round 1, I think that is something that has Silly concerned. But I think after that previous Miramar, their confidence is going to be boosted up for this upcoming game of Sanhok as well. So it will be interesting to see how they perform now.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be interesting to see how things turn up in the map of Sanhok, and even I'm excited. So without any further delay, let's move on to the map of Tropical Islands.
And here we go, the last game of the day for Group 1. Ladies and gentlemen, it is live, the map of Sanhok on our screens. And this time we have a very interesting flight path that starts from the western edge of Camp Alpha Island and goes towards the northeastern quadrant of the map, just finishing off east of Camp Bravo. Considering it is the map of Sanhok, there is not a lot of drop locations that are going to be denied to any of these teams. I mean, Bantai and Docks are going to be a little too far away to glide towards, but you have the options of landing towards the smaller compounds between Camp Charlie and Sami if you want to go towards Bantai. Hasn't been utilized a lot, that particular drop location. Docks as well. I think the one team that we can expect to start the game from Docks is not even here. It is going to be the side of VXT. But then again, it is Sanhok hoping to see a few early drop clashes. It seems like there is no drop clash in boot camp, at least for now. Phoenix Esports have gone for a 4-man wide spread, so they aren't going to be looking for an early fight. And apart from that, even Paradise Resort is going to be quite isolated. But in the middle of nowhere is where teams collide. LOC, they find themselves going up against the players of KARUNADU Esports. Jump through the window, and he's going to try to punch him to death. Lands a blow as well, and GyrOGod just panics and runs back. Wow!
Oh, he never expected to deal that much of damage just by a knife. Oh my god, this can be close, but Fozzy gets taken down. KARUNADU Esports, they want to start off pretty well. The trades have been exchanged from both these sides, and they don't want to make any mishap at this position because LOC, they have completely mishapped the first 2 games that they played. They did recover in the match 1, but the match 2 was a disaster.
I mean, this is going to be a disaster as well, I feel like. KARUNADU Esports, there was a trade, Baba, OP, knocked out. And GyrOGod as well, taken extremely low. So there's a slight HP advantage of the players of LOC. Nate can change everything, does not really connect. It feels like even though the players of KARUNADU Esports have found those weapons to fight with, they are very hesitant in charging forward and taking the fight head on. Somewhere else on the map, Carpediem, they spot out the players of Do or Die towards the southeastern quadrant is where that particular fight has broken out. And Carpediem also have secured the opening frag for themselves. We'll see how that fight turns out. This one is at a standstill, but there's the second knock secured. Grind knocked out, and this is going to be the green signal for KARUNADU Esports to run forward and try and see if they can finish off things against the players of LOC. Sketch, armed with nothing but a knife, tries his luck to see if he can run into an isolated position. Doesn't really succeed. Gets finished off. LOC down to their last man. We can see him on the radar hiding in a corner, but luckily for him, there is a little bit of distraction for him to work with as Dragon Esports show up out of nowhere to try and challenge KARUNADU Esports for this fight.
In Sanhok, if you take a fight, you make a lot of noises. And when the noises are made, any team lying nearby will be trying to chime in because who does not want free finishes all to their name? So Dragon Esports, again, they did not had a great start in today's day as well. The first 2 matches did not went well. But they're trying to capitalize. If they can chime in, get the third party done correctly, and grab some couple of finishes, that can be beneficial to them. But even on the other end, Eye for Eye also facing the backlash. GENxFM, they're coming up front. The trades have been exchanged, and you can look at the position of Demigod. He can be very, very vital at that spot. With GENxFM, they need to be very, very cautious about the positionings of all the players. This is a close encounter skill. He has been dropped down to a very low HP right now.
Yeah, beautiful clutch to end the game in the last map from GENxFM, but this time I don't think that's going to work out. Losing a player extremely early inside of this match, and Eye for Eye, they have the remaining players of GENxFM pinned out as well. This could have been a beautiful opportunity for Demigod to actually lob a nade behind that broken wall and secure those frags. Unfortunately for him, he has no utility apart from that stun grenade. Can't really work out too well in an open position like this. Spider-Jot, the finisher, the closer of that previous match. He is prepared with that shotgun, but it's going to be a big challenge now, considering his teammates have been dropped extremely low on that HP bar.
Oh, again? Even you see a lot of... We were talking about we might not be seeing any early contentions, but hey, Johnny, I guess we are completely challenged by the game, because we also see one of the players of Legacy Esports, the IGL, getting taken down.
Yeah, and what is awkward about these early fights is they are happening in the middle of nowhere.
Exactly.
They aren't really taking place in positions where you would expect a drop clash. No fight in boot camp, no fight up the Camp Alpha Hill, no fight in the city of Painan, no fight in Paradise Resort. The fight between Legacy and the players of HR, it's taking place just south of Mong Nai. This collision, GENxFM and Eye for Eye, it's happening west of Tat Mok. The do-or-die Carpediem fight, it took place between Docks and Kampong. So again, not even mid-rotation fights, early collisions happening in those isolated drops, which is quite a rare scenario to develop in the map of Sanhok. But let's see, I mean, we love chaos, right? And I think that is what this map is delivering right now.
At this point, I think the players are like, I saw a player, I'm going to take a shot. I'm not even going for the trigger discipline part, that I see him running in front of me in the open yards.
Yeah.
So I have my gun, I have my scope, I have my magazine. I'm just going to empty it on him.
Not really waiting for a perfect opportunity to strike, just like you see someone try to take a shot. I guess considering there are only 6 matches after these 3 games, almost half the games for this particular group, all these 16 teams are going to be done. I think we are seeing that desperation strike for the teams at the bottom of the ranking right now, especially the bottom 4, because this could be the last opportunity to strike. But look at that replay of how things went out. Legacy Esports losing out on one of their key players, and Carpediem using their number advantage to shut down Clutcher from the side of Do or Die.
I really want to see how things turn around in the next circle shifts, because once again, the first match of Legacy, it went really great. I mean, they handled all those push that came onto themselves in the squad house. They got like, 8 to 9 finishes in that first match. The second match was a disaster. They got gatekeeped very badly by a lot of teams out there in the map of Miramar. They don't want to even remember it. But again, the similar thing happened in the map of Sanhok. They were not even outside of the circle, so they can actually rotate as late as possible, dealing a little bit of damage of the blue zone. But I really don't know. I guess Sue went to just check out the compounds to find some more loot, but he just got completely outplayed by the players of HR.
Oh, well, let's see the Hyper Rush. I mean, we expected a lot more from them, to be honest, but unfortunately for them, it's just been a slight slip up. And considering again and again, the conversation keeps coming back to the fact that only 6 games are going to be played in round 2. You can't afford those small mistakes as well. You never know what the teams in the other groups are going to be up to. Phoenix Esports on our screens, decent position inside the circle as well. They are in the midst of that cluster. But I think considering the circle did not really take a very drastic shift, there is not going to be a lot of trouble for a lot of these teams. It should be an easy entry even for a side of Do or Die. They can just move along those eastern shorelines and move inside the zone. It is going to be a scramble for those cover positions now. And considering majority of them have already been taken over by the teams that moved in early, late breaches are going to be punished.
Yeah. With the positioning, you can see the entire eastern corner of like Camp Bravo, Lakawi, and the small little compounds are vacant. So if Yuri wants to move in, it's a good opportunity. They can just go in and safely have their ground settled up in Camp Bravo as well. But if you talk about Honored Rivals, they're also looking forward to take a little bit of fight because they have got a big compound area of Paradise Resort all to themselves. So this is a good opportunity for them to go up front and maybe kind of find some finishes on a distant hill, because Sanhok, we know it's difficult to just push blindly because you never know who is in your backyards.
Yeah, talking about Honor Rivals, look at this. HRZ Phoenix, the iQOO MVP of that previous match. 6 eliminations secured, 960 damage dished out, although the survival time was just 16 minutes and 2 seconds. This man was a menace for the 16 minutes and 2 seconds he was alive in the game. Top 5 players, we have Fierce from the side of Carpediem, Gyrogod from KARUNADU Esports, Spider Jord, the Clutchmeister from that previous match, making it to the top 4 of the top 5 players. And on the 5th, we have Pukar from Carpediem again. Carnival Gaming, a few moments ago, I thought they were about to run into a very awkward position, get sandwiched between the players of HRZ and the players of Silly Esports, but they moved back, fell back just a smidge, try and avoid getting sandwiched over there. And Shogun, it seems like, did gather a little bit of information about the players of KARUNADU Esports, probably spotting out one of the bodies inside of those houses. Oh, and Dragon Esports as well, I guess, have been spotted out now as they fall back the hill. As the players of Carnival Gaming open up their scopes right between the trees to look up the hill.
A good positioning for Dragon Esports, I would say, because they don't have any team in the backlines. They can just rest assured that we have got this entire hill all to ourselves. We can play along how we want to, but the decision to push this compound, it can be very vital. You see all the players of KARUNADU Esports, they're all prepared. They can hear all those footsteps coming onto their direction. No. But Gyrogod, oh my god, he has got such a beautiful position. He might just get one knock, but it is a big mishap. But Jim Jam, the retaliation is super. And even Superboy chimes and gets another knockout. KARUNADU Esports, what have you done?
Yeah. This is a brilliant opening coming in from the players of Dragon Esports. Jim Jam with a nade was looking for another one. Unfortunately, isn't able to connect the knock. But now the utility lobbed out and Jim Jam needs to be careful. Manny Jord, he's going to be forced behind the door. And they are utilizing the play with the utilities to force the players of KARUNADU Esports in awkward positions. But look at this. A third party comes in as LOC also show up. And things are about to get extremely awkward for even Dragon Esports. Because there's going to be that extra bit of firepower added to KARUNADU Esports if Dragon Esports overexposed. And Gyrogod, that was extremely weird, man. Vector runs out of clip very quickly. He had the pedal to work with as well. Could have provided that extra bit of damage that he needed to secure that knock. But unfortunately for him, Jim Jam was allowed those few extra seconds to run behind the tree and avoid getting taken out. And Dragon Esports, just off of that one mistake that they are punishing still, have gained a massive edge in this fight. KARUNADU Esports down to their last 2 players.
Not a great side, Johnny. Not a great side. LOC, they're fighting for survival. There is no other thing that LOC's this last player Fragger can do. He's just here to steal some finishes, that's it. But right now, the noise that has been made in this compound will grab the attention of the players of Carnival Gaming, but that OP has been taken down. Stone BGMI, he's the last player surviving for the boys of KARUNADU Esports. The Molotovs, the nades being tossed up in the compound. He might be just burning onto crisp by the players of Dragon Esports. But the shots being taken from a distant hill is causing trouble. But LOC Fragger wants to capitalize on the last finish, but won't be allowed. Even LOC gets their final breath in this map of Sanhok as they get taken down in the 15th position.
Yeah, at least KARUNADU Esports walked away with 3 finishes, but LOC, they get nothing. But look at that on the finish feed. It seems like the heavyweights have collided against each other yet again. As we see Carnival Gaming put under some pressure by the players of Silly Esports. And of course, Silly Esports have converted 1 finish from that collision. But now as they move forward, it seems like they did secure 1 more knock from the players of HRZ. But HRZ retaliated. What is happening? Silly Esports that push down the hill. It turns out they have walked into their own demise. 2 players knocked out. And Phoenix from the distance is going to try and build upon this pressure. But THW, they show up to third party this collision as well. Ranveer knocked out. And now Silly Esports, they're down to the last man.
Oh my god, this is a big mishap from the boys of Silly Esports. A team who was about to enter in the top 3 has been into shambles right now. Akshu, he might be surviving, but for how long? Phoenix Esports are just knocking on the door, trying to get all the intel as possible. But the shots being taken from a distant hill. Honey instantly gets inside the vehicle to fall back from this position. They have got the knowledge and got the idea that this is not a great spot to just stay in. And Silly Esports, look at them getting taken down with only 1 point from this map of Sanhok.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate for Silly Esports. No one expected that to be the end of their journey of today. Just 1 point, as you mentioned, secured from that entire situation. And it was quite unfortunate as well, right? They kicked things off by knocking out and finishing on 1 player from the side of Carnival Gaming. And of course, securing a knock against the players of HRZ. But then there was a third party from the backlines by THW, Phoenix Esports closing in. And this is what we always talk about, right? The third party potential of this particular map. But hey, if you want to line up sprays like Phoenix did from the side of HRZ in your particular matches, check out the iQOO Z9 S series starting at 18,999, the official smartphone partner for the iQOO BMPS 2024. Amazing device with a big display that makes playing the game extremely easy if you struggle with vision like me. I mean, trust me, this has helped me quite a lot.
Even it has got a big battery life. So if you want to play for hours, you can play without charge. You get an 80-watt charger as well, so it can just charge up in, what, like 30 minutes? You can get 100% charge. So that's going to benefit you if you are a gamer. But coming back to the game, Revenant Esports, they are surviving. But for how long? Because the mistakes that they've done in the past couple of matches is hilarious. I really felt like they could have gone and entered the circuit in a very, very positive manner, which they completely mishapped and they faced the consequences.
Yeah, but now let's see who's going to face the consequences of this hard shift towards the western side of the previous zone. Phoenix Esports Max Center. HRZ will have a decent hill to play with along with the players of Carnival Gaming, but Carnival Gaming stuck outside the zone, and I think they're going to be forced into an awkward fight against the players of Dragon Esports, but here we have it. Do or die. Finally, they get their revenge against the players of Carpediem. Gamla Boy is going to be one of the last few survivors from the side of Carpediem, and Do or Die Bhalu is going to be the man remaining, along with Reaper in the back lines. Carpediem, they just get kicked out of this game. Not a lot of elimination secured in this match. Just 2 finish points on the board. Quite an unfortunate exit. And the first 3 matches of this round 2 for Carpediem, at least, not really the best performance we have seen from this team. Do or Die, though, still in it and looking to win it as well. Backline's completely empty, but the threat up front is quite a major one, because it is Legacy Esports. Oh, that nade is quite close.
Oh my god.
They do survive, though.
Oh, there are 2 players knocked out already, and I really thought the third one is going to get down as well. Kyolamau with those precise utils, he's annoying the players of Dragon Esports to their limits. But right now, Bhalu got taken down, and I guess that is going to be the end for DOD as well. Team Legacy, they finally are able to chime in, but to get all the revivals done and get outside is not going to be that easy. Dragon Esports, all 3 players are compromised, and all the 3 finishers will be going under the name of THW Esports. They've got a brilliant edge of the circle to play along with, because in front of them, they've got Phoenix as well as GENxFM.
Yeah, man, that western edge of the play zone right now is just it is too difficult to fight there. Too much pressure. You have Phoenix Esports who have good cover, open vision of their surroundings. They are building up a lot of that pressure. And along with them, TSW with that high ground. We saw what these lads did to the players of Silly Esports. And now I think Dragon Esports is going to be the next target. Carnival Gaming somehow have avoided getting eliminated so far into this match, because they were part of that Western cluster as well. And they did take a few hits from all of these teams, but still surviving in this match with 2 players. But look at this. Now we have it. Hyper Rush going up against I4I, and 2 knocks secured. What was that? The nade's just perfect, but the finishes... Oh no, they get stolen by the players of Team Cosmic out of nowhere. Hyper Rush, they're going to be so upset with this. And Cosmic now, I think they know who their next target is, because we see on the radar, Team Cosmic, they're looking to climb that ridge. And if they are able to secure a knock onto Jadoo, that opens things up. Hyper Rush will be under a lot of pressure, and the nade, it just does enough damage for the play zone to actually take out Jadoo. No Love still crawling forward, will have the information of the smoke, and I think he has seen Tapatap jump as well.
But look at this. Team Legacy wants to chime in, and they have got one knockout on
Rescue
Team Cosmic.
mission.
But Rishi, oh my god, he is the man to save the day. Maybe for the side of Hyper Rush, this revival can be very vital for the side of Hyper Rush. If this is done very nicely, Team Cosmic might be under deep troubles. No love. I don't think his position is still compromised, but even Team Legacy coming up from the western side of Team Cosmic can be really troubling for them. No love, he's patching himself up, but if one nade gets tossed up in the area of rock, No love can be taken down.
Yeah, so they don't know where he is, but I don't think he does either. There is no information on any of these teams. Oh, anticipated and tried to intercept the rotation, and it was perfect as well. Top from Hyper Rush taken down. Jadoo. Oh no, gets outplayed. He expected him to swing from the right, but No Love swings from the left-hand side. And Rishi is going to be the last man left standing.
Completely outplayed that one moment, but Rishi, he's clutched it before in the map of Vikendi in round 1. Can he do it once again? Maybe not is the answer, because Team Cosmic prevails on the top with 6 finishes in their name and also naming a good shack to their compound area, but now they have to look forward to clear their territories around them, because even THW, look at their finishes. 3 players are down, all of them will be getting revival, but 7 freaking finishes in their name already.
Yeah, I mean, this is amazing. THW, we wanted to see them step up just like this, and finally on the map of Sanhok, when the opportunity was theirs, they chose to strike perfectly. Wonderful finish contribution by the players of THW to that total tally, but Carnival Gaming, they lose out on Neo as well. I believe they're going to be down to their last player, who is taking a heal battle inside of the blue, maybe. But HRZ, as they try to move in for the circle, they get punished for that open movement by the players of Phoenix Esports. And Cheyenne, he's not looking to slow down now. Phoenix Esports, they have protected their numbers since the start of the match, and now it is their opportunity to strike. They are slightly outside of the play zone, but if they can rack up those finished numbers, then moving in is not going to be easy. And to make mobility easier in real life, ladies and gentlemen, we have our official mobility partner, Hero, with the Hero Xtreme 125R. But as GENxFM, they look to move in. They're down to their 2 players, and the players of Phoenix Esports right in front. Karan steals away 1 finish for his team, but can he get a few more?
I don't think he got that finish, because it was THW who stole it away from the hands of GENxFM, but the aggressive Marathas, they have to get inside the circle. Phoenix Esports, oh my god, Goku, you don't want to just mishap like that in the final circle. 2 of the players getting taken down. Phoenix Esports, this can be really troubling. Cheyenne barely survives that blow. He's on to the final HP, but can he get inside the circle? I don't think so. Spider-Jot gets taken down by the play zone, but THW Sam capitalizes on the other player. And they have got plenty amount of finishes to play along with. 12 finishes in the name of THW. And this is a match I don't think that anybody can steal away from them.
Stage 6 in the game is about to end. This was a very fast-paced game of Sanhok. Last man left, Bijlu and THW. Look at them, they are on the hunt. The run-over comes in. 13 is going to be the total number of eliminations on the board for THW, and of course we were hoping to see a big game, at least one big game from them on day 1 of round 2. And THW, they have delivered in such a nice manner, man. This was such a lovely game. I got worried at one point, to be honest, when we saw them push from the southwest towards the southeastern edge of the circle, and there was Team Cosmic over there. And Nox were traded out. I don't know how, but Team Cosmic was the one who got eliminated.
I mean, it was all, I would say, the deed of HR in that moment, because they were trying to chime in, they were trying to find out, and THW, they got the chance that, okay, we can settle down, and then we can initiate our fight with the other teams on different aspects. But the way they stole so many finishes, THW, all those 13 finishes that they backed up, at least 6 were stolen away.
Yeah, I mean, this was an intense game, because even then, I mean, we were watching that fight where the players of GENxFM were trying to steal the finishes or convert the finishes of the players of Phoenix Esports in front of them, but THW just racking up whatever points they could see anywhere on the map. And it all started from that late push towards the south, towards the western end, in fact, where we had Phoenix, where we had the players from Carnival Gaming. There were a couple of more teams. Dragon Esports was one of those side. HRZ was trying to chime in. But it was an intense game, and especially the southern side of Paradise Resort. There was so much action over there during the late game. But again, what a quick game of Sanhok. Just stage 6.
Yeah, and one thing I really believe that the one match that Carnival Gaming dominated in the first one, it was done. But after that, Miramar as well as Sanok did not went in their favor.
True. I don't know why they started for playing for placements now all of a sudden. I mean, that aggressive front that we saw from them in Erangel, I think Carnival Gaming sticking to that itself, they can just annihilate the competition. But here we have it. Team Cosmic, they were doing so well for themselves. They lost out on numbers, and the last two players, in a moment of desperation, just try to go for those plays. They did rack up a decent number of eliminations, so I am happy. They have gotten themselves in a comfortable position. If they have two matches like this tomorrow, then they stand a chance of qualifying for round 3 as well. But as of now, this was a day, and particularly this map has just been dominated by TSW. Every other team just shared elimination with the teams right next to them. But TSW, they were walking away with the elimination from the other teams as well.
Yeah, but on the other perspective, we also see LOC, 2 back-to-back early eliminations. The one thing that you don't want to have in the round 2 itself is early eliminations, that in back-to-back matches with 0 pointers. I mean, if I'm not wrong, no, LOC did not get a single finish as well. They had a chance to get one player down of do or die, if I'm not wrong, but they couldn't capitalize on it.
That is very true. And again, as you mentioned, the margin for error right now in round 2 is 1 game. You get to mess up 1 game. 2 matches back-to-back, and that too on the same day. It's going to be too much pressure for a team like LOC to deal with tomorrow. And again, maybe tomorrow if they can walk away with a big match of weekend, they secure like 10-15 eliminations, then they can bring themselves back into the fighting position. Unless that happens, I think LOC might already be way far back in the leaderboard. But we do have the point standings from this particular game. And of course, wonderful run from TSW, 23 points secured. Phoenix with 9. You have Team Cosmic with 9 points as well. HRZ with 8. GENxFM, I'm loving that slight bit of consistency that they brought on the board. Previous match, the chicken dinner was there from this game as well. 8 points, not too shabby.
Even Dragon Esports backed up 6 points for themselves. DOD also chiming in. Team Legacy, I would still say that they have to do much better in the comparison to it comes down to the rotation or taking a head-on fight with any other team. But Carnival Gaming falling behind with only 2 points from this match. I mean, 2 consecutive matches, just single digit, maybe 2 to 3 points. They're not able to go even above 5 to 6 points.
Yeah, Carnival Gaming, I don't know, man. It is very surprising what is happening to Carnival Gaming. I think in a position where ideally we would want them and we would see them take aggressive fights as well and take that aggressive position, try to see if they can find an opening, they are just going passive. They're playing for the perfect setup, but there is no such thing as a perfect setup, right? You see a small mistake from the other side, you try to punish it as brutally as possible. If a conversion happens, it's good for you. If you secure another knock, then you go for a push. If you can't, you just take that finish point and look for the next fight. Can be against another team, can be against the same team, but you start preparing. But for now, I think we just saw Carnival Gaming stay on that edge for a very long time, which was, to be honest, a little uncomfortable for me to watch.
Yeah, even I felt like both the matches, one similar thing happened with Carnival Gaming, that they got sandwiched from between 2 teams.
Yeah.
Every time you see one of their players getting taken down, this time Hector got taken down. So that was the main concerning factor that I think Carnival Gaming faced in this match as well. First Shogun, then Hector. One after that, those sandwich situations pushed them to their limits.
Exactly, but let's see, I mean, how tomorrow is going to turn out for them, because the matches for today, at least for this group, are done. And before we move to the next group, we're going to take a very short break, so stay tuned, we'll be back after this.
Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, gonna make way for the mega task. Fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Xtreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the Xtreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक मिनट किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से
Take 63. Ouch. I'm not doing this. 300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits. A million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार
क्या हो रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर
अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल
हार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits. A million reasons to keep everyone away.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the iQOO BMPS 2024. And of course, round 2 is already underway. We saw Group 1 perform just now. The first 3 games were very intense, but now it is time to move forward with the journey for Group number 2. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me now. And Necro, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, but still the real sign of concern now is here going to be for Revenant Esports. Sensei, I'm not sure what exactly is happening with the man, but one thing is for sure, something needs to be done. Go back to the drawing boards, figure out why are those decisions being made so bad.
Yeah.
And one of the main problem for Sensei is sort of moving on forward inside of the tournament and choking every single time has been that pressure. He hasn't been able to deal with that up till now.
Exactly. I don't know what's going on right now, but the start of the journey in round 2 has been not that great. And again, only 6 games are there, 3 of which are already done. They have 3 more matches left. And again, in order to qualify for the next round, at least looking at how the games are turning out, I think Revenant Esports, they need one big chicken dinner. And along with that, they need to be consistent in the other 2 matches as well.
Yeah, here's the main problem though. They're always getting caught in the midst of those rotations. They never know how to make the proper decisions. They never know how to rotate properly inside of the zone. But maybe that's something that's going to help you play even better. That's definitely going to be the iQOO Z9S series, which is starting from 18,999 with the Snapdragon 7 Gen 3 processor. This is the segment's fastest device. Moving the conversation on towards the upcoming group now. We know inside of this group there's quite the known names. Let's be honest. You've got iQOO Seoul, Hero Xtreme, Godlikes. Of course, the usual suspects. Then to couple them up, you've also got Team Insane, WSB Gaming.
Man, after you said iQOO Seoul and Hero Xtreme Godlike, I'm sorry I didn't hear anything else. Because that is the hype match that everyone wants to see,
Pretty
right?
much.
I mean, these 2 teams have been incredible. Both the teams performing extremely well. And as we spoke about Hero Xtreme Godlike at the start of the day as well, that redemption story, Necro, it's working out so well for this team. The changes that we saw in the roster, it seems like now everything is set. Everyone knows what they exactly have to do. And Hero Xtreme Godlike, I just hope that even if it's a slight improvement in their form from round 1, I want to see that constant improvement.
Once again, for Godlike, it's always been about building the team synergy.
Yeah.
And now with how they're going to be looking in the future stages, I'm not sure how they will, of course, because once again, we haven't really seen this team in action after the round 1 itself. But I just hope, as you mentioned, we're going to see that improvement once again. Knowing the fact that in the round 2, the competition is just going to get even more tougher. And the overall standings are a prime example of that. Even teams like Revenant Esports, they have collapsed.
Exactly. I mean, we see them all the way on the 15th position with just 6 points secured in 3 matches. And this will get tougher after the matches for Group 2 are done as well. But looking at things, I think HRZ Honored Rivals have played really well in the first 3 games. And they will definitely stand a big chance of making it all the way to round 3.
Now, here's the crazy part. Revenant Esports and Dragon Esports, these 2 teams are supposed to be the consistent bunch, especially Dragon Esports, right? You can't say the returning face is not exactly the T1 team, but still, the way they were playing inside of the round 1, they were so consistent. Every single game, you would see them inside of the top 5. But now over here, they're nowhere to be seen in the they were nowhere to be seen in the final few moments.
I think that's going to happen with a lot of big names, though, Necro. I mean, round 2 is going to be tough. We knew it from the start. Exactly how tough, I think that is what we are seeing right now. Because this is why round 1 itself was very surprising, right? Newer teams improved so much that they're taking the fight head on against some of the biggest giants of BGMI. And that has not gone away in round 2 itself as well. I mean, that fight towards the western edge of the map of Sanok that we saw, I think it was stage 3, where Carnival Gaming were choking. The players of Silly Esports were put under pressure. THW, I don't know how they were able to get away from that entire fiasco. Dragon Esports also fell in that same fight. And again, the pressure being built by all of these new teams, new players. I am enjoying this, but maybe the teams aren't inside of the lobby. It feels like out of nowhere you have a new top contender emerging which is a brilliant story for us, though.
Of course. I mean, in the round 2, we definitely did expect to see a change in the pace, and that's what's exactly happening, right? Things are, of course, taken much more seriously and much more competitive. But let's see how the Group 2 is going to be the one to proceed on forward, because we know they're going to kick things off on the map of Weekendy. Things will be super tough over there, too. You've got teams like IMPRNT Esports, Blind Rippers, these two teams that have been quite the formidable ones, especially if you talk about the newer faces. Then you've also got Team Lolzzz, Team Dragons, and even Team INS. This new Team INS, they have been looking pretty promising. I do want to see them once again.
Necro, why did you ignore our favorite team, man?
Which?
Angry Swans is here, man.
Oh, yeah, of course they're over here. Angry Swans. But with the way they played in the week 2, there are a lot of doubts in my mind.
I think at the start of the day itself, then you need to motivate them. You need to give your motivational speech.
That's the thing, though. I'm just not going to give them. Maybe that's going to piss them off even more, right? You remember on the map of Weekendy, we did not give them the motivational speech, and they started to perform so well, so maybe that's something that's going to work for them.
No Necro motivation. That means Angry Swans will get upset and perform better. That is what we are hoping for, right? That is what we hope for from this team. Because, again, I mean, this is one of those teams that is not afraid to run into those early fights, or at least they weren't during that first week of round 1. Second week, I don't know what happened. Things just completely changed, and it wasn't until the last game of the last day that we saw Angry Swans return to that old form. But they aren't the only ones who can be in trouble. There are a lot of other names, like Blind Rippers. Blind Rippers are always used to taking early fight against Blind Esports. But guess what? There is no Blind Esports in their group.
So this time, they need to rip someone else apart. Maybe they're just going to be making those blind rushes against the enemy teams and maybe still coming out on top, because we saw them doing quite a lot of those times as well. And somehow they did find the success too in the round 1. So hopefully that's going to be the same storyline. As the game of Weekendy boots up on the screen, the plane flight path begins all the way from Hot Springs towards Krichas. And once again, this plane flight path is looking pretty nice. If you want to move in towards Cosmodrome, it's not going to be that tough of a stretch. You want to move down south towards Winery, once again, it should be all good in the hood.
Yeah, man. But there was an era where Cosmodrome used to be a prime drop spot in the map of Weekendy. These days, it seems like it is one of those isolated drops where teams hardly ever go. And because of that, a team that's not performing well is going to look to start the day off of Cosmodrome. But this is the first game of the day for Group 2. This is the map where they are going to look to establish momentum for themselves. And of course, considering it is Weekendy, it depends on the zone, where the zone is going to be, and of course a few early drop clashes, whether we get to see some early action inside this game. But as of now, it seems like NUMENxFOREVER, they've gone for their Hot Springs drop. iQOO Seoul taking a split between Winery and Volnova. We have the players from Team Dragons moving up, and it is going to be interesting to see how their day is going to turn out, considering they are starting from the eastern edge of the map. And of course, we have the circle centered around Villa.
Yeah. Especially looking towards Team Captain 2, which is moving down south. And with the way they are rotating as well, once again, for Team Captain, it feels like the surrounding lines are going to be pretty much cleared.
Yeah.
If they do want to move in towards a better spot inside of the zone, yes, they need to be a little bit more quicker. They have to be proactive, but it's not going to be that troublesome. You move in towards Rival Apex. Even this team has been pretty nice. The newer faces on the block performing so good. But speaking of a few returning names, right? Inferno Squad is also one of them.
Yes.
And Inferno Squad, the latest edition of PMWI IGL, has been performing so well. And now this entire banner, it feels like they have found that missing piece of puzzle.
Let's see how that, or in fact, how well that piece fits into their gameplay right now, because towards the north is where Inferno Squad are starting the game from, all the way from port. And the team closest to them, unfortunately for them, is Angry Swan. So even if they are spotted out mid-rotation, there's going to be an early clash. In the meanwhile, we have the players from Hero Xtreme Godlike looking to have a slow start onto this map of Weekendy. They have dropped towards Peshkova and rotated all the way towards Trevno, which is the northeastern edge of the map.
Yeah.
So extremely far away from the first play zone, to be honest.
Playing from the extremities, right? And how can you forget about Team Insane, especially on the day one?
Oh, yeah, Necro. How did we do that?
Day one has to be theirs, right? There's no way anyone's going to be able to steal the day one away from Team Insane. And I honestly want to have a chance to have the interview with the boys. What is it with them and the day one performing so good?
I think better than that would be the question, what is it with them and day two, where they drop a lot of points?
I would still say, though, consistently performing on day one every single time is really remarkable. I mean, it's really tough for a team to pull that off. So the question has to be, what is with you guys and the day one of a tournament? How do you perform so good?
Team Insane is the opposite of every single team inside of a tournament, right?
Yeah.
Does well on day one, and when they have a head start, they just drop the ball. The other teams always struggle on day one because that is where they feel the most pressure of not having a great start and then crumbling under that pressure on the rest of the days.
Yeah.
But Team Insane, they have that first box check mark every single time. Day one is off to a great start. The only concern that I have for this team right now, Necro, is they're starting off on the map of Vacandy. That can be a challenge, but let's see how this game turns out. Insane as well, I think, have a decent starting position in this game. Peshkova is where they started from. There is a team quite close to them, which is Team Dragons, but it's Team Insane. They are quite prominent with their early fights and their conversion in the early fights.
Yeah. But you've also got Team NUMENxFOREVER on the screen. Once again, bunch of veterans inside of the playing four. They have been playing with each other for such a long time. Mafia, Oace, Omega, even Flock used to be part of this banner. But now he's playing for Revenant Esports. But this entire playing four, right, that NUMENxFOREVER has, of course it's got a lot of that potential. Even add on Ash with the experience. You've got two big brains in this one single playing four. Sometimes it can be a good thing, sometimes it can also be a bad thing. Two different thoughts colliding against each other, and you never know which idea to actually move on forward with in the game itself. Hopefully that's not something that's happening with the players in NUMENxFOREVER, because the weak one that we saw from this team wasn't exactly that great.
Let's see. WSB, another interesting name on our screens, and the players of RTGxIND as well. WSB picked up the pace quite nicely, to be honest. I mean, the first 2 days of round one was the only one where we saw them drop the ball. RTGxIND on the other side. Consistent throughout, but consistently middle pack performance, to be honest.
Yeah, but once again, speaking of this entire banner, right, RTGxIND, with the way they started things off, in the week one, they had 60 points. Now, that is impressive. In the week two, they only had 18 points. So
that's not impressive.
Yeah, that's where they dropped the ball completely. But once again, if you've already performed in the week one, do you really need to perform in the week two? And even Silly Esports was a prime example of that.
Yeah. Silly Esports, Blind Esports, there were a lot of teams that just took a backseat for some reason in that second week. But we'll come back to that discussion in a bit, because it seems like IMPRNT Esports, well, Blind Rippers have chosen them as the team to ruin the day four, and here they come knocking. Oh, the double nade! Ninja OP, there's no way out of it. He gets knocked out, and Blind Rippers, they have the advantage in this fight now.
Yeah, they blindly rip apart the man in the front. It's a blind push, too. We never saw this coming. Blind Rippers, I'm not sure what exactly happened to them, what course through their way to go for this fight, but whatever it was, we like to see these type of moments. IMPRNT Esports now, just starting things off with a three-man squad. It does not feel like it's a great start, I'm not going to lie. Especially speaking of IMPRNT and how their journey was, we know is filled with a lot of those thick and thins. In the week one, they did not really have a lot of those points. In the week two, it was all about the recovery phase, and they did recover. They've got the momentum, but not so when they're going to lose out on a playing man. So that's a problematic start. You've also got the angry Swans on the screen, as I like to call them, the pissed off Swans. And I'm just waiting for them to step inside of the playing field as well, especially DeVay. What is happening? Why is he not able to get inside of the vehicle?
I think every time he got close to the door, his teammate would just get the vehicle up, move it up a bit.
He wasn't quick enough to press on that button to go in. Maybe he's got the foggy brain.
One could have just run to these compounds. It was like 10-15 feet away.
Hey, you never know, man. Sometimes there's an enemy just watching you, waiting for these type of opportunities, right? It's better to be safer than sorry.
That is true. And of course, we know, I mean, Angry Swans, a unique trait of them is they always do well when all four players are alive. Even if they lose one, the team just crumbles instantly.
Yeah, but you know, here's a big problem for Angry Swans. All the four players in that one single vehicle.
It's a delivery package.
Yeah, surprise package, not delivery, surprise. Sometimes that surprise package can also be a good one for you, because you just see one single vehicle approaching you, and then when they eject out, there's 4 different players on your face. But sometimes when you just get sprayed down, it's a surprise package. Also a good thing for the opponents.
All right. I mean, it's a surprise nonetheless, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So either
it can be good or bad.
Either it's going to be a woohoo or just a woo.
Yeah. It'll be surprising at the end of the day.
Team captain, I think you might have heard that and do not really want to give any surprises to anyone, not even want to receive surprises right now, because a few moments ago we did see all 4 of those players in the same car. Now they've been left to different spots. And iQOO Soul on our screens.
iQOO Soul's on the move. We're speaking of this team, and I still remember a game of Vikendi from iQOO Soul in the round 1 itself, in the second week actually. And with the way they played, it was so mesmerizing.
Yeah.
Hot knife through butter, looking unstoppable, a freak of nature. What do you want to call him? But that was one of the best performances I've ever seen in my entire lifetime. iQOO Soul, with the way they were able to convert the fights, it felt like they were unmatched. They were just better in this lobby. No one's there to stop them.
Yeah, and a man responsible for making it all happen was also the IGL of the team, Manya.
Manya, yeah.
Became the MVP of the match. It was an incredible game, but can they replicate it as well? And you know what's perfect? You remember the start of week 2 for Hero Xtreme Godlike? They started on the map of Vikendi, and they got their chicken dinner in this particular map to kick things off as well.
Yeah. And it was also the same compound, by the way, that Godlike is moving out from.
Unfortunately, the zone is not
there.
There
was Team
right
Originals in the front lines. I still remember.
Our Esports as well.
Yeah, there was another team on the slope, on the hilltop, where Team INS is right now. So yeah, still remember everything properly. For Team INS, they do spot at the players of Godlike making that rotation, but makes a lot of sense why they do not really want to break the silence. Just want to stay quiet. Let the players rotate by. Have your own positioning to play with, playing from the edges. And I'm not going to lie, Johnny. For me, it just does not really make a lot of sense to play from edge to edge, especially on the map of Vikendi. Because it really allows you to move on forward and play that proactive position, be in the smack center. If you are going to be in the smack center, you're automatically going to have that advantage. If you're playing edge to edge, one thing is for sure in the future, or at least in some time, the zone has to move on the bunch.
Yeah.
So for you to breach in, it just gets even tougher.
It does get tougher, but the problem is if you are breaching in late, you can for sure expect there to be a big cluster towards the center. And moving from that cluster, moving away from that cluster, avoiding firepower, avoiding those gunfights, it's close to impossible just because of how open this map is. So rather than breaching the center late, it's better to just stay towards the edge. And I think that is what we are seeing right now from teams like iQOO Soul, teams like WSB, and Hero Xtreme Godlike, including INS as well. Because these are the teams that started from the edges of the map. They were already too far away from a circle that was formed west. Let's see where will the next zone take us. Absolutely nowhere. Yes, the circle did move.
Yeah. Classic move of Vikendi. For the first 4 stages, nothing's going to happen. And then as soon as the 5th stage hits, that's where it's all about the chaos.
You know what? We have seen those awkward circles. We saw the awkward circle on Miramar on the last day. We saw the amazingly awkward circle on the map of Sanhok as well. When are we going to see that water zone or the
castle circle?
Edge zone. Yeah, maybe even a castle circle as well.
It's been a while, man.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
And you know the crazy part? Castle does not even feel that tough to shift on. Let's be honest, right? Come on, guys. Gods, you can do it, right? Castle's right there in the smack center of the map.
It's right there.
Yeah, it's right there. You know, does not even require a lot of those hard shifts. Yes, right now it will, but usually it does not.
Do you think we are not praying hard enough?
I just think we need to go and have some talks in the backlines. I'm just messing around.
Evil plans with Necro Johnny.
Yeah.
Do you just... Alright, that's something new. He just took it up a Lamborghini on top of an Aston Martin.
He's actually praying to the vehicle, by the way.
Just pretend it's a Lamborghini.
Yeah. But you know what? Something that you do not really need to pretend with is going to be the official smartphone partner. That's going to be the iQOO Xenon S series, because one thing is for sure, you're going to have smooth gameplay. With the Snapdragon 7 Gen 3, it's just going to add on the performance even better, 5,500 mAh battery. You're going to be gaming 4 days, and the 80 watts flash charger, that's even better. You're going to be charging back so quick. But the pissed off Swans, this time, they collide against the players of Godlike, and this will be a hell of a fight.
Yeah, of course, Gods against Swans.
Hey, but these are not the normal Swans. They're
These
the
are
Grim
angry
Reaper Swans.
Yeah.
They're the disciples of the Grim Reapers.
They're armed with sights.
Yeah.
So you have to be careful even if you're gods. But let's see. Godlike this time around, I think having been made aware of the threat that lies up ahead, they have slowed down the pace of the push. And Admino, he's going to be the first one, or at least he should be the first one looking for an opening since he has the high ground vantage to work with. But 2 airdrops right behind them are going to attract the wrong kind of attention.
Yeah. And if you've noticed, Godlike this time seems a little bit more disciplined. I like that. They're playing as a team. They're playing as a unit. Finally adapting to the meta. You do not really see the overextension coming through. Maybe if there's a knockout, then that's when the push is going to be made. But Godlike too, they themselves know they've got a pretty decent spot to play with, so they do not really need to force things just yet.
And it's been interesting to notice all of this control not just develop overnight, but it's taken them weeks since Punk has come in and started IGLing for the teams. It started off in the middle of a third party that happened a few months ago. And then in transitioning into this tournament, that control has developed. And we saw that happen in round 1 itself. The round 1 started off very awkwardly for the side of Hero Xtreme Godlike, but slowly and steadily they regained the composure and brought them into the fight. And now they look actually extremely solid.
They indeed do. There's WSP right around the corner. And Jonathan spots the player. It's Omega. He's moving so slow. I'm not sure what Omega's trying to do there. Maybe just trying to bait a few shots out from the opponents.
Where's Jonathan? He's not the one to get baited like that.
Well, I mean, you never know.
Man, he's been in the game too long enough to know that that is just a trap.
Indeed, that's what it feels like. But knowing the fact that if shots are taken, there's also going to be a third party. The zone's now starting to shrink down. And it's now looking pretty noticeable too.
Look at the cluster forming towards Dino Park. I believe this time the IGLs expect the circle to take a shift towards that particular position, and a Dino Park ending as well is going to be equally intense.
This is exactly what happened even in the game of Erangel, right? There was a big cluster in the Smack Center, and then within the span of a few seconds in the final few moments, we're down to just half of the teams.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the same thing's going to happen over here as well. That's as another stage hits, and that's going to be the stage 4 that I'm speaking of.
Oh, look at INS though moving out from the edge of the blue. They're the only team that have decided to stay outside of the play zone now. Stage 3, we have just lost 1 player in the entire map.
It is the icy lands, right? You need to be cozy. These teams, they're finding themselves the shelter and a bit of that campfire to keep themselves warm, while the few teams still having the brain fog.
Yeah, and I think that is going to get cleared up because I think Stage 3, Stage 4 is where all the fights break out. And as we say, that Team Lolzzz, they kick things off by picking off Evil from the side of Team Insane. And this is that team that we expected to do amazingly well on day 1, losing out on one of their key players right off the bat.
Hold on. The squad is still alive. It's insane. We're speaking of 3-man squad. More than enough to change the fate. Team Insane with 3 men standing now. Team Insane, they have received a reality check. They need to be a little bit more careful. They're facing off against Team Lolzzz. But also reading this name can also give the confidence to the players of Team Insane that yes, they can take on the opponents with ease. But now with the man disadvantage can be a little bit tough. iQOO Soul's Manya was knocked out. This time he went for something he could not really chew up on. But the cover fire is looking immaculate. NUMENxFOREVER, they cannot really go for the death blow anymore, but iQOO Soul, they do want to make sure the Fallen Man can be secured with ease. A lot of those shots have been taken. They do want to find a return knockout as well. But NUMENxFOREVER, they're not really peeking too much over the edge. We're not really seeing that overextension from the side of NUMENxFOREVER. Greed is kept under control, and I like that.
Yeah, me too, man. I mean, this level of control and patience from the side of NUMENxFOREVER can actually cause a lot of trouble for iQOO Soul. And look at the radar as well. Numen, they've moved 1 player in the backlines to cut off any further rotations from the side of iQOO Soul. As Ronnie moves in close to Manya, he is under threat of getting raided by those grenades. NUMENxFOREVER doing exactly that, but the nades failed to connect as Manya fell back. And there's the revive coming in for iQOO Soul. They're back again in this match with all 4 players. What a big blunder. Drop ball from NUMENxFOREVER. Yeah. Manya should have been finished off over there.
Manya overextended too much. Could have been knocked out and confirmed. He was knocked out, but not confirmed. So that's great news for iQOO Soul. Manya, after facing that slap of reality, he's once again going to be careful with the approach that he's going to take in the future. Next zone's going to be even smaller. And this time around, It shifts once again down south, tilted a little bit on the right side, but still consisting of the major teams. You've got Team Lolzzz in there, RTGxIND is in there too, WSB as well, barely making it on the edge. NUMENxFOREVER and iQOO Seoul right next to each other, but this time, iQOO Seoul, they want to take it up close and personal against NUMENxFOREVER. As NUMENxFOREVER's players, they do move out in the open, but the shots from Manya, they find a perfect connection. Utilities from the side of iQOO Seoul, they're unbeatable, as another knockout's going to be there. Always gets dropped out. For NUMENxFOREVER, it's not looking too nice. Once again, this fight, as it comes into fruition, for NUMENxFOREVER, this is going to be a ripping fight.
And that one play that was made by NUMENxFOREVER a few moments ago has backfired because Ash is now isolated on that flank. We see the players of NUMENxFOREVER grouping on Ash's position, but Manya, Necro, it feels like that knock that was there was taken quite personally by this IGL. Now iQOO Seoul, they have denied an opportunity for NUMENxFOREVER to actually run into the fight, but GLITCHREBORN, they become the first team to be eliminated in this matchup as they find themselves getting beaten down and battered by the players of RIVALZ.
I think so all the 4 players were in that one single vehicle, so they were sprayed down.
It was, so a few knocks did come in when the fight was initiated against the players of... When iQOO Seoul and NUMENxFOREVER happened, when Manya got knocked out, that is when I think GLITCHREBORN lost 1 or 2 players, and then the other players just got finished off right now. But all of that commotion, we know it's vacantly. It is going to result in a third party. And RIVALZ Ape, it seems like one of their men has been knocked out as well.
As I mentioned, right, for 4 stages, nothing's going to be happening.
Yeah.
And as soon as the stage 5 hits, that's where it's going to be utter chaos. Maybe if the teams have our official mobility partner, Hero Xtreme 160R4V, things can be even better. But focusing back on the game, you've got INS just pinning down the players in the front. They're locked in the crosshairs. But the execution's going to be tough to pull off. It's Team Dragons, by the way. And Team Dragons just playing on the edge. Right next to them is also going to be the players NUMENxFOREVER and also iQOO Seoul. But this time around, INS, they make a perfect push. It's a pounce from them. And INS, they're still looking to find the opener. Utilities being exchanged from both the sides, but Dragon Esports, they're doing a lot of damage. And Ghosty could have almost been knocked out as well. Another man is there in the front lines, but a beautiful nade from maybe this guy. Can't find the knock too, but no, it's going to be the answer for now as well. INS, they do close on up with all the remaining players as the players of Team Dragons. There's a high chance they can't crack under that pressure as well. K47 too looking to find another knockout, but the Utilities, they're just going blank. No one's able to find anything. And now it's finally time to pounce on top of the opportunities with the shotgun.
But are they going to find those conversions? That is the question. Around the corner he goes. Ghosty looking for that frag. Doesn't really connect. And Team Dragons, Necro, I have to say, they have found that reset for themselves in a very beautiful manner as well. The player that was knocked out, he's been brought back into the fight. And K47 with the nade looking to secure the opening once again. Frost OP in the backline's taken extremely low. Night King as well. There's utility barrage towards him and towards his direction. But none of it is connecting. And INS from the backlines, they are taking a lot of pressure as well. Dragons find the opening. The trade comes in for the side of INS as well. But still, it is a struggle to bring those conversions in this fight. And the struggle is there for both these sides.
This fight is so awkward.
Yeah.
No one's able to find any sort of openers. Yes, there was a return knockout, but that's it. After that, once again, it came down to a stalemate. We do hear a lot of those gunshots taken, but nothing is actually coming to a conclusion. They're tossing in so many utilities, and none of these utilities are finding any sort of connections. As even iQOO Seoul, they're taking a fight against the players of Inferno squad. Even that's something that's coming into play. iQOO Seoul, they're taking a lot of damage, but as this fight once again is going to be resuming on the screen, it's K47 single-handedly trying his best to bring his team back in the action, and K47 will save the day for his team.
In a position where they could have lost everything, K47 brings in a beautiful conversion, but look at what is happening to the players of iQOO Seoul as the nades come in, and the third party from WSB as well. Both iQOO Seoul and Inferno squad are going to struggle for position. The Molotov is going to be lobbed. The finish goes to the players of Inferno squad, but WSB, they are not done yet, and iQOO Seoul with a few remaining players, they do get their revenge. The wall of smokes between the two sides does put them a little bit far away from each other, but he's not scared of anything. He's looking to make the push, and he's all alone. His teammates, you look on the radar, they have surrounded this hill, and the players of iQOO Seoul, I believe, are not left with a lot of escape options. But as we were talking about that previous fight, Necro, INS, and Team Dragons, guess who third party to cause that chaos? It was NUMENxFOREVER, man. They came in from the backlines, picked up a few players from the side of INS, made it easy for the players of Dragon Esports, but K47 in that last moment just stole the show away from both the sides.
Here's the point, right? Even NUMENxFOREVER was like, man, you guys are tossing in utilities for days at this point, and no one's able to find any sort of value. Maybe we need a step in the playing field.
Numen is here now for this third party. They are in the backlines of iQOO. So this team does not want to take a fight for themselves. They're going to capitalize on the mistake of others.
I like that, going for the scraps, right?
Yeah.
Just trying to get the leftovers. And for NUMENxFOREVER, this is indeed working out. iQOO Soul's taking a lot of damage upon themselves. Ronnie's going to be the last glimmer of hope as he backs away and tries to patch himself up. But Ronnie gets spotted, and that's going to be it. Omega delivers the finishing blow to the players of iQOO Soul.
The threat has not gotten away though. Look at the radar again. It is NUMENxFOREVER that are eyeing out for this position and for the points from the players of WSB. Luckily for WSB, the job in this game is already done. 5 points on the board secured. But moving forward, it's not going to be easy. The circle takes a hard shift towards the northwestern side. And out of nowhere, Necro, it is Team Lolzzz that are in a prime position to secure a win in this game. But towards the western edge of the play zone right now, it is Blind Rippers going up against Team Captains. And Team Captains, the first day was phenomenal, and even this time, it seems like they are going to conquer day number 1. The knock secured, the trade comes in from Zuxi, who does find a trade with that EBS play. But now, Team Captains, they still have the numbers advantage to work with. And unless there is another conversion from the side of Blind Rippers, this fight is pretty much over.
Yeah, but still, we're speaking of Blind Rippers over here, and Blind Rippers, with the way they have been playing inside of the fight, it indeed has been impeccable, remarkable. Team Captains, they do have the man advantage. Before how long, that's going to be the question. Or maybe it's going to be the even Stevens that we're speaking of. Blind Rippers on the opposite side of the spectrum, and now Team Captains, they've got the man advantage inside of the fight, but Jeprade's taking too much damage from the sidelines too. Blind Rippers a little bit hesitant to pounce on top of the opportunity. The fight's taken down to a 2-on-2. Blind Rippers, they can indeed stop this revival from coming through as it's going to find the re-knock once again. That was a beautiful nade being placed. Zuxi finds a 2-piece with that one single nade, and still the man is trying his best to fight back, but eventually Team Captain, they will collapse.
Oh man, constant revive, constant knocks being traded from either sides, and Blind Rippers definitely ripping the side of Team Captains. But hey, NUMENxFOREVER, there's the artillery strike, the barrage coming in from the players of Angry Swans. Constant nade lob towards the players of NUMENxFOREVER. How are these players still alive? So much damage dished out. This should be a knock onto Mafia, but he runs towards the right side of the rock to negate the damage from the nades. And somehow all of those nades converted absolutely nothing for Angry Swans. Necro, this is going to make them even angrier now.
Yeah, Angry Swans, as long as they're still alive inside of the lobby, one thing is for sure, there's going to be this chaotic nature that's still in there. But Angry Swans, they haven't really secured a lot of those elimination points, and that's a big sign of concern. NUMENxFOREVER, they were a part of so many fights, but what, they've only gotten one single finish?
Yeah, I do not get it as well. I think it was from that INS fiasco.
Yeah, that's it. That's the only finish they've gotten.
They got 3 third parties. They just one finish.
They wanted to capitalize, but the capitalization wasn't too perfect. And even for Hero Xtreme Godlike, they lost out on 2 players while they made that rotation. It's looking bad. It's looking dicey. The 2 remaining players for Godlike, they're taking too much damage upon themselves. Punk and Simp, while Simp is being chipped up too much, even Simp's gonna hit the deck, and just like that, the entirety of Godlike, they come collapsing down as they collide against the formidable force of Angry Swans.
But hey, finally, I guess it is time for NUMENxFOREVER to get those finish points for themselves, considering Angry Swans, 1 player was already knocked out, but I believe he has been brought back into the game very quickly. And the Swans are prepared to take on the players of NUMENxFOREVER yet again. Omega, Mafia, and Ash still surviving. It's not going to be an easy fight for them. Angry Swans, they are building up the momentum slowly and steadily, and they have the circle control as well. They were positioned towards the southern edge, and if they can clear the backlines by finishing the players of NUMENxFOREVER, then this could be their game. And there's the spray, the knock secured, 2 knocks in fact, and they came from the players of Team Insane. But Vampire does manage to secure 1 finish point for himself. Insane Shadow gets shut down, so there's still a little bit of luxury for the players of Angry Swans to work with, but Ash from NUMENxFOREVER still surviving, looking to crawl inside the edge of the circle.
Oh man, Team Lolzzz is the one with the biggest advantage so far.
Yeah.
RTGxIND, they're looking to make the push and maybe dethrone these guys, but it might just be next to impossible. RTGxIND, they're taking too much damage upon themselves, not just from Team Lolzzz, even by the teams around them. And one of them is also going to be the players of Angry Swans. To make this push against the players of Team Lolzzz, it seems next to impossible. RTGxIND, they're still trying their best to fight back as one of the knock was there, but the confirmation is going to be next to impossible to achieve. How is Mudit even alive? He was taking so many shots upon himself. Luckily enough, Mudit is going to be alive for a little bit more as Angry Swans. Now they're looking to make the pounce this one. But is this going to be something that's going to pay off? That's my question.
I mean, it's a fight for the chicken dinner. Whoever wins it will definitely walk away with the chicken dinner for this game. And Team Lolzzz, they have the numbers advantage to work with as well, since the fourth player has been brought back into the game. But Sanchit gets knocked out as Perry God finds the opening for his team. And now maybe they start feeling the pressure. The players from the side of Team Lolzzz, especially Lolzzz, isolated in this compound. But Necro, the biggest game has been played by the circle itself, because that zone abandoned the compound. And now these teams are forced out into the open. Angry Swans have the most control inside of this map right now, and it seems like the confidence that was lost in that second week has been regained. The push around the corner, the knock is going to be secured. Team Lolzzz down to their last man, Sanchit, and he's going to get mowed down as the players from Angry Swans make that push, desperate for points. He secured an extra finish for his team before going down, but we're down to the top three, and I think the chicken dinner has already been decided, since there is no one else apart from these two teams that is visible inside the circle right now.
It will be Angry Swans to claim the chicken dinner. RTGxIND is going for the med strat for the second spot inside of the game. And still the man's got his hands on 9 first aids. And Suxy as well is going for the med strat. Even both the guys, they have similar amount of first aids. Who's going to be the one to come out on top? Who's going to be the one to get the second spot secured for the game?
Didn't Blind Rippers go down like 5 minutes ago?
No, they were still alive with 2 players. One of the men, he tried to make the run inside of the safety lines. Yeah. He got picked off while he tried to do so, while Zuxi was left in the back lines to go for the med strat constantly, and that's what he's doing. And luckily enough for Zuxi, he just found a few more first aids, so that means he's going to be the one to secure the second spot in the game. RTGxIND, they will be eliminated on the 3rd spot.
They're looking for that 11th point. The players from Angry Swans, and I think Arib is going to be spotted out as well. Or at least can be, since... Nah, alright. Angry Swans, they're staying in the backlines. They do not want to move towards the edge. 2 first aids remain. 1, he has a crate right next to him. Will he have enough time?
Should.
Oh,
he actually picks up 2 more. Oh, this is going to save the day for Arib for a bit more. There's a few more death crates in the front lines. Arib can constantly go for a few more meds. Zuxi with his final 2 as well, as he's going to pop one of them. And unfortunately for Zuxi, there's nothing in the front. Arib, he goes with a fight against Angry Swans, and he will collapse. Now Zuxi has successfully done the job as he secures the second spot for his teammate in the game of Weekendy.
Oh, looking for an extra point. Fails to secure it, but... there it is, the game of Weekendy comes to an end. And out of nowhere, Angry Swans, I guess, after their run, and of course, Necro, you not giving them the motivation speech has definitely made them quite angry to go for the chicken dinner.
I'm telling you, man, that's the tradition. You never give Angry Swans the motivation. You never give them the pep talks.
You got to make them angry.
Yeah, you got to make them pissed off. And just look at the way they performed. We all thought at the start maybe Angry Swans is not going to have a chance anymore, especially when they were colliding against the players of Godlike.
Oh, yeah.
But then later on, Angry Swans, they made the flawless rotation inside of the zone, and that's where they had the big advantage. Team Lolzzz, they were distracted too much fighting off against the players of RTGxIND, and Angry Swans, they found that right window, and they made the push.
At least in the fight against the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike, Angry Swans still had the numbers advantage to work with, but that fight against Team Lolzzz, that should have been won by the players of Team Lolzzz. Had they just prioritized Angry Swans instead of getting distracted by RTGIND, as you mentioned, I think they could have actually walked away with the game. But I don't think Team Lolzzz is going to be too upset with an early exit in this match. They also had 10 eliminations on the board. And we all know inside of the top 4, if you have 6 to 7 eliminations, it's going to be a good game. It's going to be an above average game. And of course, Team Lolzzz off to a great start. Angry Swans off to a great start. RTGIND had a pretty decent run. But it was the big contender, it was the heavy hitters that we expected to start off on a great note on Weekendy that have failed us. Necro, iQOO Soul, Hero Xtreme, Godlike, Team Insane getting eliminated early.
Even NUMENxFOREVER, man. And with the way NUMENxFOREVER was charging inside of the fights, they were going for a lot of these third parties too. They were able to find the knockouts too, but not the confirmations. And that's where things just slipped apart.
Yeah.
NUMENxFOREVER only had 1 finish till the end.
But I don't know how they just had 1 finish. they ran into like 3 different fights trying to third party, and they just had 1 finish. Had they had enough utility, I think they could have gotten like 2 or 3 eliminations extra from that WSB, iQOO, Soul, and Inferno squad fiasco.
Yeah, I mean, with the way things unfolded, one thing was for sure, we expected a lot more from Numen. I thought this could have been a banger game for NUMENxFOREVER. Team Insane, as soon as they got picked up by the players of Team Lolzzz, especially that one-man evil got picked up from Team Lolzzz. That's where, for Team Insane, you can't say things sort of were on a downhill. But still, they were surviving for a decent bit. With a 3-man squad, they tried their best to stay alive for as long as possible. But then, in the end, of course, man numbers is something that matters the most.
Exactly. Man numbers are going to be a priority, especially in Wake Indy, because this map relies on you having a lot of information to work with. And if you can't check your surroundings properly, if you are delayed in checking and peeking through those windows, you are going to struggle with positioning.
Yeah.
But a team that did bring in a little bit of action early into the game, but did not really make it to the late game stages, was RIVALZ Ape. RIVALZ Ape started off on a decent note. I think they were able to secure 1 or 2 eliminations extremely early inside of the game, but moving forward, it was a big struggle.
Yeah, and GLITCHxREBORN was the first team to fall down in this game too, right?
Yeah, surprise.
The entire squad wipe that we saw a while ago. And Angry Swans is, of course, going to be the one with the most amount of points, 21 points so far. You've got Team Lolzzz with 14. Blind Rippers with 11, and RTGxIND with 6, and Team Captain with 6. Now, you can't say over here the big vacuum is there in the top 3. The rest teams just playing for consistency.
Exactly. I think that is what the others are going to try and achieve, but look at this. Some of the biggest names that are there in this lobby are all on the second page. You have Hero Xtreme Godlike finishing with 3 points, iQOO Soul with 3 points, RIVALZ Ape with 3 points, Inferno Squad, another big name we expected a lot from, which is 2 points. It's Team Dragons and IMPRNT that I will give them the luxury, all right. These are the newer teams. We have not seen them compete in the finals of a lot of tournaments, so they are going to be looking to gain that exposure and, of course, improve as their journey moves forward. GLITCHxREBORN as well. I had a decent expectations from GLITCHxREBORN, man. I want to see them finish with at least 4 to 5 points in this particular game. Yes, we understand it is an awkward start on Wake Indy, one of the slowest maps inside of the game. But these teams have enough experience that they can figure out how to secure those 4 to 5 points.
Hands down.
And yet, GLITCHxREBORN was the first team to be eliminated.
That's the exact point. Vikendi's not the excuse anymore, right? It's a bad start, straight up bad start. You cannot really counter it. Yeah, maybe a lot of these guys can say it's an off start. Yeah, the map of Vikendi, yada, yada, yada. Still, we're speaking about the professionals here. They have probably spent a lot of that time even on the map of Vikendi. This should not have been the outcome. But now, still look at the brighter side of things. They've got 5 more games to go, by the way, and anything can happen in those 5 games. For now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really? Hey, but have you all seen it?
Yeah.
Mega Taskers win at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock. With an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Xtreme 125R. Challenge the extreme.
Welcome back after that short commercial break. And once again, the Neck Pros are back on the panel. I'm pretty sure you were sitting in the sidelines looking at the game of Weekendy. And what an outcome that was. RTGxIND distracting the players of Team Lolzzz. And then Angry Swans, they pounce on the opportunity with the right timing.
Yeah, for once I really thought that this is the game where Team Lolzzz are going to capitalize and will walk away with the chicken dinner. But hey, Angry Swans, I mean, they had some different plans, but eventually it is a very good game for all these teams. The top 3 teams that you see in the point standings were doing really great. Even I'm happy for a lot more teams, like they got 6-5 finishes, a lot of teams got that, but the big names, when you talk down, iQOO, Soul, Godlike, not able to capitalize and not meet the expectations of their fans.
It feels like today is pretty much the day of chokes, right? Silly Esports in the game of Miramar, they choked up big. That should have been their chicken dinner against the fearless Marathas. And now over here, Team Lolzzz, they choked up big as they were focusing too much on RTGxIND. But something that's going to help you perform even better inside of the game, that's going to be the iQOO Z9S series, starting from 18,999. And not just that, if you move on towards Google and search for the iQOO Z9S, you might just stand a chance to win the iQOO Z9 Pro. And 15 of those devices are being given away. Moving the conversation on once again, now as we know, the upcoming map is going to be the classic grounds of Miramar. Who do you think is going to be the one to come out on top? For Team Insane, the previous game should have been it, because we know on day 1 Team Insane performs, but maybe on the second game Team Insane can be the one.
I feel like it's going to be RTGxIND to prevail on top, because somehow I feel like they have the potential and they are in good form. They do have the momentum that they're walking up with in this round 2 from the round number 1, because the second week I would say it was a little dicey for them, but still I would say they have the capability. But another contention, if you ask me, it's going to be Blind Rippers.
Hey, but you know what? For now, let's move on towards the overall standings and find out how they're looking out after this previous game. As you look at the overall standings, you've got HRZ at the top, CG on the second spot with 30 points, Fearless Marathas with 28, by the way, doing pretty good. THW recovering themselves in that last game itself that we saw, and they have gotten 27 points in total. Angry Swans, with that one single game, they elevate themselves directly in the top 5 of the overall standings.
You can just see one good match can turn the entire tides. So there is still hope for the teams of group number 1 who hasn't performed in the first 3 games. We're going to keep those things aside. But bringing it down, even you see Blind Rippers, they're in the 14th spot with total 11 points. They will be also trying to make a good comeback to be in the top 8 and maybe top 5. But for a lot of teams, like you see i4i also getting down. RTG, they're also making good note. Yes, they have got only 6 points, but I guess it's a good start at least.
Indeed, it is a pretty nice start. Revenant Esports, as we know, they performed at the start of the day, and it was not a great performance at all. Just 6 points in the span of 3 games. 2 points per game is the average for them. Even for WSB, the previous game wasn't exactly the way they wanted it to go, knowing the fact that, yes, they were the one to pounce on the top of the opportunities. They also wiped out the entirety of iQOO Soul, but still, the pounce wasn't exactly great enough, because later on, even WSB themselves, they had to face the brunt. Now, the upcoming game, as we know, it's the classic grounds. For a lot of these teams, it can also be the lifesaver. For example, WSB themselves, even NUMENxFOREVER, they can indeed perform much better.
Yeah, I really believe that they have the potential, and this is one of the classic maps when you know Erangel and Miramar has always been the basic maps to literally pounce on and get points.
Who do you think can become the tournament MVP? Who do you think is going to be the one?
I guess it can be S-Power.
S-Power. That's quite a solid choice. But one thing is for sure, these days we're seeing a lot of these newer faces rise up to the occasion, right? For example, Hydru from the side of Silly Esports, even Devay from Angry Swans. And Angry Swans, the momentum inside of the round 2, it's looking flawless. Maybe someone can be also from the side of the newer faces, or maybe once again it's going to be the OG, as you mentioned, maybe S-Power. I think it's going to be Goblin once again.
Okay, so we do have a debate on it, but I really believe after the inclusion of S-Power and Mogo Esports, they have performed. We'll talk about it in the later hour when they come into the play. But as you mentioned, Goblin here has been very good, but in today's performance, Carnival Gaming only had one good match. The rest two, I don't want to even mention about it.
Listen, you're still speaking of Carnival Gaming over here, my friend. You know they've got 3 more games to go tomorrow, and CG will perform even better. That's pretty much the way. CG right now, they're just playing to satisfy themselves. That's it. They just want to move on forward in the upcoming stages. They do not really want to reveal a lot of their cards, and that's one of the main key things that CG is trying to do. They're playing to win the championship.
Yeah, that's for sure, because the main aim is to win and lift the trophy for themselves. So right now, I do have a focus on a lot of teams in this particular map of Miramar coming back to the game, but you know what? We're not going to delay it any further as we jump on to the golden map of Miramar. But before that, we have got the matchup, the IMPRNT Esports and all the teams playing together. It's going to be really crucial how we are going to see things going up front.
Indeed, it is going to be pretty crucial, right? Especially if you try and speak of a few more teams like Rival Apex. Now, for Rival Apes, yes, the previous game was okay, but not okay enough. But still, the expectations are going to rise up even more as the time keeps on passing by. Inferno Squad, PMWI's addition has been quite phenomenal for this entire banner. As we know, it's been quite valuable. This team's been performing much better than what we saw in the past.
Even talking about the performances of Rival X, I really want to see that how things turn around for them. The first match was not that great. I mean, Rival X, I really believe this lineup has got a lot more potential to show us.
Indeed, and it's a complete newer face on the block too, right? For Rival Apex, it is understandable with how the previous game was and how now the upcoming game is going to be. You can still let them have the benefit of the doubt that yes, maybe a few jitters are going to be there. It's the newer faces, right? But they've got the proper direction. That's the best part about it. And it's also the academy lineup of Orangutan. So that's even better. They are, of course, getting the tips from the known players too. They're implementing that inside of the game as well. And that's why this lineup has been able to do so good. They're known for their aggression, and I just want to see a bit more of them. In the upcoming game, I also want to see WSP Gaming go even more aggressive. What's going to happen on the map in Myanmar? Well, we're about to find that out right now. As the plane flight path starts all the way from Torre Muda towards Minas Del Sur, this plane flight path once again is dividing the map into two different halves. As you're going to have a few teams, of course, ejecting off the rip, but I'm still looking out for a few more droplet collisions, because that's going to add on the spice that we all need.
I love this flight path, Necro. Somehow I feel like it has always been one of those favorable flight paths where any team can just reach their own drop location without any problem, until and unless you're diving it down to Puerto Parasi or maybe Partona. Partona is still reachable, but for Puerto Parasi or going to the trailer park or ruins, it can be a little bit dicey because then you have to secure your vehicles at first and then move up to your respective drop location. But for a lot of teams, those who didn't had a great match, a great start to their first match itself in round 2, they will be looking forward to at least play the time game, play the late game, and take the fights in the later part of the circles or maybe the end phase of the game.
Yeah, I mean, especially speaking of how the previous game was, and now for Angry Swans, once again, they're going to have that momentum as well. First zone's going to matter a lot, considering it is going to be the main dictator. For GLITCHxREBORN, it's all about getting the recovery. For Inferno Squad as well, it's all about getting things done for themselves too. For NUMENxFOREVER too, it should be a great run, because in the previous one, we thought they were being a part of a lot of the fights, but unfortunately, the conversion wasn't exactly there. Just getting one single point out of that entire game of Weekendy, it was quite unfortunate. You've also got Team D moving down south towards Valle del Mar, Inferno Squad as well, moving on the southern side of Los Leones. I'm just looking out for a few drop collisions. That's all I want.
Oh man, Necro, you seem desperate for those early clashes, but hey, I think we should be waiting a little bit more for those early clashes to happen, but you can see the cluster being happening around the areas of San Martin and Hacienda, but look at the circle, Necro. It has gone up north, completely favoring the teams of INS. You see RA, you see iQOO Soul up there, and they will be looking forward to capitalize it as much as possible.
Indeed. I mean, this entire zone is once again bringing a lot of that mystery, and the mystery is just going to be adding on the entertainment even more. And it's something we all would like to see. GLITCHxREBORN, the previous game, they got taken down with no points in their hands. But inside of this game, they've got so much to live up to. They've also found themselves on a decent spot as well, getting their hands on the decent weaponry. They're ready to mow down a squad. The armor, the vest, it is there. Helmet as well. They do seem kitted up. There's a team that's right next to him. That's going to be the constant threat. But let's see how GLITCHxREBORN deal with him.
They have the topographic advantage, Necro. I believe that is one of the plus points for GLITCHxREBORN out there. But Blind Rippers, they have been good. They had a great start for themselves in the particular map of Weekendy. So they will be looking forward to carry forward the momentum in this match as well. But talking about the MVP, iQOO MVP of the previous match, it's Divyas from Angry Swans. As he's got 4 finishes, 572 damage on him. He was really great in the previous match, isn't it so?
Indeed. I mean, Divya has always been quite an instrumental player for this entire lineup. In general, Angry Swan Esports, they have been quite the aggressive bunch. And we would like to see that same form continue on forward. Deve has always been the individual playmaker, but this time around, it was a proper team contribution for that previous chicken dinner. I like the team play. I like the calls being made as well from the IGL. Everything was on point. Team INS, even they could have done much better. But unfortunately, the previous game did not really pan out the way they wanted to.
K47 did try his best out there, but unlucky he was in that situation particularly. But talking about a good performance as well, I would really like to appreciate Team Captain. I mean, that team has been evolving since the round one. We are seeing them striking up good performances where a lot of big names fail to deliver it.
Indeed. Captain on the right side. Still, they haven't breached in, by the way. And Captain is one of those teams, once again, it's a returning name, right? I saw this name in BJS 2024. The performance wasn't exactly up to the mark. But in the iQOO BMPS 2024, it's been incredible. A complete opposite side of the spectrum performance. With the way they performed, we all were starstruck, astonished. And we were just left craving for more. And hopefully this time around as well, on the map of Miramar, they kickstart things on a great note.
Whenever we see new names or new stars coming in the question, we do expect a lot of things because the new players always brings up surprises for you. Even being an audience, you get to know some new players, new faces. And that's how even the stars, those who are right now, the OGs, we call them, we got to know them through these tournaments. And I would really love to see how things turn around for all those teams. Team Captain is there, even Blind Rippers, Team Dragon, Inferno squad, they have been doing great as well. But coming into those big names, again, this team, Team Lolzzz, a good start, 14 points backed up from a single match, the starting match indeed. They will be looking forward to continue it, but even Angry Swans, you see them around the corners.
Consistency is the key for no matter what competition you're going to be in. And that's what's going to be key once again over here too. If Team Lolzzz, they have gotten decent amount of points in the first game itself, now they need to move on forward with that same string of rotation. If they miss out on that string, if the string breaks, then that's going to be a problem. Momentum right now is with them indeed, but for how long can it stick? That's another question we all are wondering. iQOO Seoul, the previous game, they were pinned down by a lot of the squads around them. Even WSB came forward and wiped them out entirely from the game. Manya was the casualty off the rip too. It was too much to ask for. But this time around, it's going to be iQOO Seoul to deliver the first pick.
This is their home terrain. And they don't want anybody to come in and just wipe them out. The first frag was indeed one of the players of INS. But now their eyes are set on the target of IMPRNT Esports. Those are taking a rotation exactly in front of them. But iQOO Seoul, they're marking their territories. They don't want anybody to come exploring in their way and be the obstacles that might block them from taking away the winner-winner chicken dinner of this map. Because I deeply feel, Necro, that this circle is definitely going to benefit the players of iQOO Seoul. I'm not sure about Rival Apex, but right now they have to do a big job because they don't have any teams around them like iQOO Seoul, what they have.
INS is right next to iQOO Seoul. And speaking of Rival Apex, once again, yes, they're in quite the stranded side of things. No one's really around them. They're quite isolated for now. But is that really a good thing? Especially knowing the fact that you need the elimination points. And if you're going to be going for the elimination points early off in the game, there's a high chance there's also not going to be any sort of third party. The consequences will be less. So early game fights are something that can help you a lot gathering these points without any consequences. RTGxIND is on the move too towards the safety lines of the zone. And now just look at the centric side of the circle. It's already starting to get stacked up with a lot of names. There's Godlike, there's IMPRNT Esports, iQOO Seoul on the left side towards La Cabrera. Even INS is right there above the players of IMPRNT. A lot of names now.
Somehow I am wondering that Godlike might face another sandwich situation if they just stay around those areas of Hacienda for too long. Because we know Godlike likes to play a little bit split game, but that has costed them previously, and this time it can happen too. And this compound, once again, it's a little bit more open. It's a wide compound for Godlike to play along with. But when it comes down to this center, dead center spot, when you're in the central part of the circle, you grab a lot more attention from the teams around the corner. So everybody has their eye on that one compound where they know if they go and take it away from you, they can be benefited from it. But to defend it correctly is the big job for Godlike Esports at this moment.
Talk about defending things, and Team Insane, as they move up towards the Cetric side. Even for them, now the troubles are going to keep on stacking up. They're right next to WSB. There's also RTGxIND right next to him. The zone's now going to pull towards La Cabrera. And this zone seems like it's going to be an entertaining one. iQOO Seoul, they're being favored by it quite a lot. But there's also going to be Blind Rippers making that rotation soon enough from that same vicinity. So there will be a bit of that challenge. Looking outside of the circle, you've got so many teams still in there. Team Dragon's one of those. You've also got NUMENxFOREVER, GLITCHxREBORN, Angry Swans, Team Lolzzz, Inferno Squad, Team Captains. There's a lot of teams outside of the circle still.
All the teams wants to play it slow and steady. Because probably they will be believing slow and steady wins the race. And that's how they want to go for this approach. But NUMENxFOREVER, they have GLITCHxREBORN in their ADS.
Yeah.
They will be trying to spray them down. Some shots have been fired, and Vishu, he has dealt a little bit of damage. Even Lebron seems to be there. He has dealt a lot of damage as well from a waste spray, and this might be a good opportunity for the boys of Numen to go up front and take this push, but are they willing to do it?
Here's the big problem, though. As you mentioned, are they willing to do it? And that's a question we all are wondering. Do they really want to make the push happen? And speaking of pushing up, you've got WSB, a powerhouse, doing so. They pushed quite close to the players of IMPRNT Esports, then realized the compound's already being held by someone else. Then they reroute. But where is WSB going to find themselves a home? That's my question. They're right in the smack center. Now moving around the fray. Near the compounds too. Water treatment's going to be heavily contested. And WSB, they just want to find themselves a bit of that shelter. The only reason why Omega is driving around this entire compound, it's because he wants to force out a few shots. He does not know if it's clear or not. He wants to get the confirmation. And speaking of good stuff, you've got it right on the screen. The iQOO Z9S series, which is starting from $18,999 with the Snapdragon 7 Gen 3, just adds on the performance even more.
Yeah. But hey, we're talking about performance. Look at this. Godlike, they have started, but now Admino, he's got a big job to do, but he will be getting taken down. Two of the pairs of RTGxIND pushed on him. It was a 1v2 situation, and he had no cover fire to back him up. And that's the opportunity that RTGxIND, they will be capitalizing on. This compound has been compromised. Punk is still trying to find some openings out there, but not an easy task. And Jonathan Sem comes into the question as Godlike anticipates to initiate this fight.
Yeah, once again, the same problem continues for Godlike. Team synergy and communication not exactly on point. The cavalry was here, but a little bit too late. The man's already done and dusted. What can you even do if you're Godlike? Man disadvantage inside of the fight against the players of RTGxIND. RTGxIND, all they need to do is just hold down this fort. While Godlike, they need to breach through. Wow. And if you're breaching, you need to clear out every single angle. As Jonathan's going to find the first opener, the nade was being placed to perfection. Another one sails in towards that same corner, but this time it's not going to find the perfect opener. Another nade being tossed inside of that same area. RTGxIND, the man gets confirmed, and now they're forced to fight it off against the players of Godlike. As Jonathan, he still wants to keep on pressing on, which makes a lot of sense because he knows the opponents, they're quite vulnerable. And now Godlike, they've got the man advantage in the hands. A beautiful nade being tossed, and this might just find another knockout, and that's what happens. And eventually, the entirety of RTGxIND, they come crashing down.
What a beautiful implementation by the boys of Godlike as they reclaim the compound. But yes, one loss of Admino, that is going to hurt them in the end stage of this game. But having this compound all to themselves, it's a very plus point for them. That too in a circle like this. But a good initiative fight by Hero Xtreme Godlike as they get 4 finishes in their name. RTGxIND will be a little bit disappointed because they had got the early game control, early fight control by getting Admino out. But the next circle shift is going to determine a lot of things. iQOO Soul, you see them moving out of the compounds of La Cabrera, which gave a lot of room for the boys of Blind Rippers to move up north and find a sweet spot for themselves inside the circle. But for how long? Because if the circle shifts downwards, it's going to be a big massacre for the boys of Blind Rippers.
Indeed. The massacre will be there. Still so many teams are left alive inside of the zone. Keep that thing in mind too. We've only seen RTGxIND take an exit from the lobby. That's it. And every other team is still cooking. 15 teams standing tall in the stage 2 of the game. And stage 2 is about to come to an end. I'm just waiting for that chaos. I'm just waiting for all hell break loose. Team Insane. It's one of those teams that we all know. Day one, it's supposed to be theirs. Especially on the classic maps, they're supposed to be much better. Before Team Insane, with how the approach has been, it's been pretty passive. They do not really want to be a part of a lot of the fights. They're completely prioritizing the placements.
Talking about placements, we talk about NUMENxFOREVER as well. Slowly and gradually moving up front, but look at the circle shift. Necro, it has gone in the areas of water treatment. WSB, the compound that they hold, it's a golden compound, I would say, for them. If they can just completely play along with it and find a lot more finishes, probably this is the match where WSB might just turn things around for themselves.
Not yet. Still, there's a big question mark. WSB is also going to be the center fire.
Oh, yeah.
So that's a big problem. Being the center of attraction, it blows. And WSB, they need to find a way to keep themselves anonymous, which is indeed going to be even tougher. Team Lolzzz, they're on the move themselves. iQOO Soul's right there on the shorelines. If they find the same breaching point as iQOO Soul, then for Team Lolzzz, it's not going to be good news, that's for sure. In the previous game, they survived till the later games, but this time around of Team Lolzzz, they keep on moving in that same direction. They could have met the players of iQOO Soul, but instead they moved further.
Ninja have spotted the players. Definitely the intel has been passed on to the players of iQOO Soul. Those who are already ahead of themselves because they have the topographic advantage. But a quick rotation is being done by Team Lolzzz. And we talk about quick rotations. Even the Hero Xtreme 125R helps you to have some quick rotations inside the city while you're driving to move from one place to another. Again, these are super cool bikes that you can definitely check out.
Indeed. I love the color scheme onto them. The white, silver, and blue. But focusing back on the game, Inferno squad spotting out the players of Godlike. As Godin's taken too much damage. At least his vehicle is. A lot of the shots were fired against him. Luckily enough, not exactly onto him. And Godin's now returning back the favor.
The one thing I believe it's a disadvantageous position for Godlike is that Inferno squad, they have got the ridge advantage. So if they want to strike down the players of Godlike, they will have all the advantage in their favor. But for Godlike to move in and take a fight against Inferno squad, it's going to be like you get one knock or two, a couple of knocks, and then you push in. That's the only policy that I really believe Godlike will be looking forward to that. But NUMENxFOREVER, look at their position. It's team captain coming up front. Away is finding the first opening all for his team. He has to do a big job because the cover fire is still about to come.
Exactly, team captain. The players are taking too much damage upon themselves. One man's knocked out in the open as NUMENxFOREVER's constantly taking shots. And even they're making sure that the opponents won't crumble against them. Team captain now down to just that one last man. How are they not able to perform in the round 2? That's my question. Emperor's going to be the only link that's alive. The chain of thought between the players that's just completely absent. And Blind Rippers now, they want to be the one to prioritize. Major job is being done by the foes, and Blind Rippers, they're just here to claim the scraps. Archit's knocked out in the open. Zuxi wants to go for that finishing blow. Unfortunately for team captain, Emperor's the only man standing. For Blind Rippers, they've already collected the scrap.
There is literally no exit spots for the last player, Emperor. I really wonder how he's going to move out of that compound. But Blind Rippers, they have to see the bigger picture. They need to rotate. They need to find a good spot for themselves inside the circle. And that is where they're focusing right now. We've also got Team Lolzzz already there up front. So if anyhow Blind Rippers delay their rotation and don't find a great spot, they have to face the players of Team Lolzzz. Those are already having a topographic advantage for themselves. But talking about it, you can see even the players of RIVALZ Apex, they're already very close to those players.
It's all about the timing. A lot of these teams are desperate to make a rotate. If they're not going to find a good timing, everything's going to come collapsing down. And speak of things collapsing, it's iQOO Seoul. They collapse against the players of GLITCHxREBORN. The entire firing squad, it's going to be tough to deal with them. But what a blow that was with the DBS. iQOO Seoul, they do find the knockout against the players of GLITCHxREBORN, as even the second man gets knocked out. iQOO Seoul is constantly punishing the players. Knuckle is still the casualty, and now the man's out in the open. Ninja messes up big, and iQOO Seoul, they will need to pay the price for that. The players were a little bit too eager to take that fight, and they made a lot of mistakes in that process.
Oh my god, what just happened? What did I just see right now? It is miraculous for GLITCHxREBORN to survive out there, but the way LeBron came into the question, swing the S12K in front of both of the players of iQOO Seoul, took two players down in two different shots. It was incredibly well. 4 finishes being backed up by the players of GLITCHxREBORN. We can just see the replay of what happened just now. Two players, Vishu was trying to get one knock, he got Knuckle out. Ninja and Ronnie were there, but LeBron with those double swings. Oh my god, look at this shot.
Oh my god, LeBron. That transfer. It was wonderful. Magnificent.
Piece of art.
No matter what you try to say, it's going to be less at this point. Because that one single play saved the day for his team. GLITCHxREBORN already is having way too much of a tougher time. The previous game, they got wiped out first. Now GLITCHxREBORN, after wiping out the likes of iQOO Seoul, imagine the amount of confidence boost they're going to have. They might just be feeling much better. And look at the future lines too. They're pretty clear. Insane. They find themselves in the smack center. They're going to be in the prime spot.
It seems Necro is very happy. I mean, we both are happy. Necbro's prediction was Team Insane, but once again, Insane is coming in the central part, but look at the cluster, swarm of teams coming inside the circle from the northeastern corner. But Blind Rippers, they face the consequences. Some of the players have been taken down while the others are still continuing with their rotation because they know if they stop, they are done.
Angry Swan's on the run. DeVay and his teammate Perry. Both of them in that same vehicle. They do want to find a few more death blows. They do want to knock out a few more players around them. But they find a shack to play with. It's not the safest, but something that can work. Team Insane from the top can be a constant threat, that's for sure. But Angry Swans, it's something they need to work with now. They do not have a lot of options anyways. The man who was there in the front lines, even that's been claimed. Now for Angry Swans, what can they do? They're in a really awkward spot, I'm not going to lie.
One good nade from the side of Insane Esports can literally wipe out the entirety of Angry Swans.
Yeah, but here's the problem, though. Insane Esports is not going to be stepping out in the open just for those 3 points because they stand a chance to win the entire game. They've got such a great spot. Team INS, they face off against the players of Inferno Squad. PMWIGL, he falls down first this time. Getting a little bit too greedy, but even K47, a man who wanted to go for the death blow, instead, he falls down himself. And K47's out in the open, so the confirmation's going to be way too easy to convert. Rival Apex 2 from the top is now looking to deliver the death and destruction.
In the meantime, even Team Lolzzz gets decimated by the boys of WSB. Now this is really interesting to see how things turn around for them. We were talking about WSB for a longer period of time, but coming down to this fight of RIVALZ Apex, this is a big opportunity for them to capitalize on the players of INS as well as Inferno Squad. Pasha's position seems extremely well, but he misses the opportunity to find one opening on Jatin. Inferno Squad still has to do a long job because they have to enter the circle at first.
Exactly my point. This fight is happening all the way in the extremities. Backs against the wall, they need to make it inside of the safety lines. Inferno Squad is taking too much damage upon themselves. The wall of death at this point in time is not going to have any mercy. Inferno Squad, you need to be quick. Time's running out, and it's off the essence. Owen He wants to follow his teammates, but what can you do when you're being pinned from the back lines by the players of Rival Apex? And Rival Apes, they're not just spoiling the game for themselves, even for the opponents. I'm not sure what the game plan is exactly for Rival Apes, but I hope they realize they need to make it inside the safety lines, and it's not going to be safe after all. Even WSB's there in the sidelines. There's way too many teams stacked up. Rival Apes, yes, they're getting the few scrap points, but is that really enough to have them the advantage?
I still believe that at least 3 players should be moving towards the side of the circle, and one can just stay behind and grab all those finishes to their name. I don't know even what Rivals Apex are trying to do, but even Inferno squad just sticking in that situation is not desirable. They're getting the backlashes. You see the other teams rotating. It's none other than WSB. They've caused the havoc inside the lobby, decimating a lot of teams out there. But is it enough? Because even we see players of Insane getting taken down.
Here's the point of concern. Wall of Death now. It's going to start to move. Inferno squad, they're on the run. And Inferno squad, it's quite a gutsy move. They're in the open. They're still going for that rotation. Eventually, they will be ejected out. Both the players, they've been knocked out successfully. And all thanks to Angry Swans. From the back, this team was doing so much damage. Angry Swans, they will have a Rich to play with. But look at Team Insane. They've been pounced on by the players of Rival Apex. Team Insane, they need some cover, especially Shadow all by himself in that building. He needs some backup. But is the backup going to arrive? That's my question. Cavalry nowhere to be seen in Rival Apex. They constantly are doing damage against Team Insane. Shadow is the only man in that house, and even Shadow is going to get knocked out. What can you do if you're Team Insane? You're in the focus fire at this point.
iQOO has to do a big job. Angry Swans taking exit as well. Inferno squad, they're also surviving in this close proximities of the compound. But WSB tries to chime in from the backyard. This can be disaster for the side of RA. You can see the pre-nades going up front. WSB looking forward to take this battle head on. Omega deals a quite bit of damage, but the nade has done no harm to the boys of RA. WSB, what are they gonna do? Lucky to Noob connects it on Omega. Even gods fell down on their knees. WSB, they're crumbling down.
WSB is getting melted on the hot lands of Miramar. Still, Zerf is trying his best to keep his team intact, but it might just be too much to ask for.
God.
And what just happened? Zerf moved right next to that man of Rival Apex, and now he's probably going to get bounced on. That's definitely going to happen. WSB Gaming, this one single man, he still kept on pushing. He actually did find the one knockout too. Man, it was so scary, I'm not going to lie. I'm almost at the edge of my seat. As Godlike now, they shift their focus against the players of Team Insane. There's also Rival Apex right next to him. It's an absolute chaos.
This is a big opportunity for the side of Godlike Esports. 8 finishes in their name. If they get Insane out of the question, a lot of area can be cleared out all by themselves. Alpha's position hasn't been compromised, but the nade, it has not made any such connections. Godlike, what are they going to do up next? Because even Rivals Apex, they won't miss this chance to capitalize on the players of Hero Extreme Godlike. This is a big opportunity. This is a trifecta fight that we are witnessing right now.
Godlike, backs against the wall, and this time the Wall of Death is going to be doing too much damage. You cannot afford to stay outside of it, and unfortunately, Jonathan gets welcomed with the open arms. Rival Apex too, even for them, the time's running out. iQOO gets caught from Team Insane, and Rival Apex, before they get taken down themselves, they spoil the game for Team Insane. And Rival Apex outside of the zone, I don't think so they stand a chance anymore. Even for Hero Extreme Godlike, Simp is there in the smoke, and he gets snuffed out by the players of GLITCHxREBORN.
He was definitely praying to the gods to just let him survive a little bit longer, but it was not the case even right now. NUMENxFOREVER, this can be the nade that can end things off for the side of Mafia, but he survives. IMPRNT Esports, this is a big opportunity for them to wipe out NUMENxFOREVER. They're inside the circle. The only decision that they have to take, how to handle that one single player. Mafia's position is completely compromised. Another nade from Madrick. It can create the havoc, but is it on the right place? No, it's not. Mafia, he's just so lucky.
Still alive, but this Molotov is definitely gonna flush out the man.
No way.
Oh, the flames are not reaching him just yet. He's so lucky. They're not spreading over his legs. His back's against the fire. IMPRNT Esports, now they know it's the right time to move up. Mafia's pinned down behind that same vehicle as IMPRNT Esports. They're still somehow able to sniff out LeBron as he gets knocked out through that smoke. IMPRNT Esports looking pretty unstoppable in this top 3 moment. As Mafia now returns back to favor. This nade might just find the knockout that's desperately needed, but Maverick moves away in the nick of time. And now Mafia, he's got the players pinned down, but unfortunately for Mafia, all eyes are on him. He can't even move away from this spot. He's completely pinned in that same line as the Wall of Death. Once again, it's going to start to make its mark as it keeps it moving, and Mafia's taking too much damage. He cannot withstand all of that. Mafia will hit the deck, and now it's a fight between the players of IMPRNT Esports and GLITCHxREBORN. Man advantage is clearly in the hands of IMPRNT Esports.
Oh my god, but look at the position IMPRNT Esports. These nades can be very vital. Wicket gets taken down by LeBron's vehicle explosion. What is wrong with GLITCHxREBORN? This is a green signal for the boys of IMPRNT to close up and get all the finishes.
Oh, he does want to go for the run over, but eventually it will be IMPRNT anyways to come out on top. They do not even need to break a sweat. IMPRNT with ease, they secure the chicken dinner. And once again, with only 4 finishes, they're going to have 14 points in total in the point standing.
Still, I would say, vital 14 points in the bag of IMPRNT Esports. This is definitely going to help them to climb up the ladder in the overall standings itself. But, man, what a game it was. Every match right now in the round 2 seems incredibly intense.
I know, right? That game, especially in the final few moments, there were so many teams taking a fight against each other. WSB took a fight, even Hero Extreme Godlike was there in that compound. Even Rival Apex made that pounce, even Team Insane, they were on the receiving lines. All these 5 teams, they were duking it out against each other constantly towards that one single compound.
I would say that one single compound was the entire battleground for this particular map of Miramar. But eventually, a lot of still, I would say, big names failed to deliver. iQOO Soul, a disappointing end to the map of Miramar that they had. They faced completely. The consequences were not right. But on the different side, WSB, again with a consistent performance, they grabbed a lot more points, as you mentioned earlier. Godlike getting 9 finishes and being almost in the top 5, if I'm not wrong. They also grabbed a couple of placement points.
Especially when the players of iQOO Soul faced off against GLITCHxREBORN. Now, I do understand the push that was made, but still with the way the push was made, that's the problem, right? Making the push makes sense, but they should have done it in a much more systematic manner. It was quite a scattered approach from the side of iQOO Soul. They did not exactly know how the approach is going to be. The calls were not being made properly. The only thing that was there in their mind is to make the push because they found the knock. Yes, they were able to find the return knockout as well as they even found the second player, but then GLITCHxREBORN's one man comes in the stepping field and he steps down 2 players of iQOO Soul.
We have to give credits to LeBron because for that one person, GLITCHxREBORN were able to come to the top 2. So that is a big thing. Not only top 2, getting the chicken in, almost close to the chicken in as well. But the main question that arises that IMPRNT Esports in all these commotion, they were those sneaky snakes to just chime into the circle and find a great spot for themselves.
Indeed, even in the final few moments, we clearly pretty much knew IMPRNT Esports, they've got the man advantage, and for GLITCHxREBORN, the backs were against the wall. They needed to move inside of the safety lines. So a lot of that pressure, GLITCHxREBORN, they melted too. In general, I'm not going to lie, I really thought they should have been in the game for Team Insane, knowing the fact that they had the prime spot in the hand for such a long time. But as soon as the zone moved away, there were so many teams just collapsing on top of them, especially Team Insane's one single man Shadow. He was being isolated in that compound. And that push from Rival Apex, it was quite nice, I'm not going to lie. Still coming out on top with so many eliminations. That is really impressive.
Yeah, but we'll have a look on the point standing as well of this particular match to just see how much points that each and every team actually just walked away with. 14 points in the bag of IMPRNT Esports with this chicken dinner. GLITCHxREBORN coming with 13, equalizing with Rivals Apex with 13 points as well.
You speak about the vacuum, and there's none this time. Even Team Insane on the 7th spot, they've still gotten 6 points in total. That's quite decent. Newman Gaming too, getting themselves 6 points. We've also got WSB with 11. We've also gotten Godlike with 12 points. Even the players of Rival Apex getting decent amount of points in their hands. You flip the table, and then you see a few disappointments. You thought RTGxIND stands a chance to win this game, but then I guess you just cursed him with that prediction, considering RTGxIND just got taken down with one single finish point.
About that, I don't think I would be looking forward to predict any more teams right now. But team captain also getting taken on 0 points. That was really surprising because a team who literally performed so well in the previous match of Vikendi coming down to the map of Miramar, I really thought that, okay, they have got the momentum in their hands. So this can be another map that they can secure at least, 6 to 10 points that can balance out the equation and can help them climb the ladder. But their 0-pointer is going to cause them a lot of trouble.
Yeah, for team captain, today's day hasn't really been the day they wanted it to have, right? Especially in the week 1 itself, the way they performed in the round 1, it was so good, it was mesmerizing. And now that transition towards the round 2 hasn't been there. And it's just keeping on rising these question marks that we have in our heads, right? For Angry Swans too, Not exactly the way they wanted this game to go, but still, considering they already had the chicken dinner in the previous one, it really makes up for this loss, right? With that being said, even this game comes to an end. One more game left to go for today's day, but it's going to happen after this short break.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. Fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. Move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Xtreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the Xtreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक मिनट किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस 300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार क्या हो रहा है कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर
अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल
हार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
After such an intense map of Miramar, we are back on the desk and we have a little change. My man Johnny is back. So what are your opinions? I mean, I want to ask you, which team did you predict that is going to win this map of Miramar and what outcome it came?
I thought iQOO Soul. But yeah, that was an awkward early exit. Yeah, I mean, that was an awkward early exit, to be honest. And now, I mean, there's a lot of concern, right? 2 games gone, both of them not really working out for the sake of iQOO Soul. But what is going to happen? But anyways, I think a good turnaround from a lot of teams. GLITCHREBORN making it all the way to the top 2. IMPRNT Esports, now that was an impressive win coming from IMPRNT Esports. They kept their players alive till the very end. And of course, being able to secure the chicken dinner in the manner that they did as well was quite phenomenal, punishing the mistake made by the opposing side, getting their own player knocked out. But apart from that, I think a good comeback game from the side of Hero Xtreme Godlike as well. They were able to walk away with a lot of eliminations in that particular match.
Yeah, 9 finishes in total and 12 total points, if I'm not wrong, for Hero Xtreme Godlike.
Yeah.
A good match indeed for even the fans those who are watching us online. I mean, they also expected their fan favorite teams to just prevail on top.
True.
Not a great sight for iQOO Soul fans, I would say, but still, there is one more match. Wrangle has always been a 4-day map for the side of iQOO Soul, so maybe this can be the map of turnaround. But also, I would like to have some points that this match, again, we saw a lot of teams making comeback, but for the teams like Team Captain or RTGxIND, they're falling short with the points.
Yeah, a lot of those middle pack teams, I mean, we did expect these to be the names that might struggle in round 2, but not this much, right? Team Captain in particular, their start to the journey of iQOO BMPS 2020 was phenomenal. The first 3 games they played, there were a lot of conversions. I mean, they got 3 chicken dinners within that opening week, but after that, it has been a constant fall off for the side of Team Captain. But let's look at the overall leaderboard as it sits now, and it seems like the consistency that is put on display by RIVALZ, it gets them into the top 10. 12 eliminations in the 2 games, just 4 position points, but still keeping their average up. WSB as well off to a decent start, and then we have the likes of Hero Xtreme Godlike that are there on the 13th position. They're bringing a lot of aggression right now into their gameplay, which I think not just me, but their fans are going to love as well.
Yeah, the climb of GLITCHxREBORN also made the fall of a lot more teams. You can see the numbers, the red markers on your overall standings. Those are the teams those are falling short. RTGxIND, a disappointing performance. That's why they dropped down to 23. Team Insane, they're going to be intact. But I really wonder, in the previous match, I really thought Insane, the compound that they had, it was their match, but not able to capitalize or kind of withstand the push that came from rivals Apex as well as WSB was really surprising for me.
That is quite true. And again, I think few big names struggling still. We talked about iQOO, you mentioned Team Insane as well. And I think this map of Erangel that we are about to witness from these sides, it is going to be a big one for sure. Because again, as you mentioned, everyone is comfortable on Erangel, and these teams are looking to make that big bounce back within the top 10 on day one itself, because you leave majority of the work to be done for the last 3 matches. That is too much pressure for anyone to deal with, and these big names actually realize how important the first day is. And it's quite surprising, to be honest. Necro from the start of the day has been going on and on and on again about how well Team Insane does on day one, and I think he was the one who built up too much pressure on them to perform.
I'm going to take some bit of chunks of the credit. I would say it's credit, but even I had the prediction of Team Insane table topping after the end of day one. But I guess both the Neck Bros Curse has worked on the players of Insane. Sorry if you're listening to us, but definitely the teams are really packed up and they will be looking forward to have a great Erangel for themselves.
Exactly, and again, looking at the names, I think GLITCHxREBORN, IMPRNT, they brought themselves back into the competition. RTGIND, we would love to see a little bit more aggression from them. Blind Rippers, INS. Dragons is, there is a little bit of struggle. Team Lolzzz, I think their start with how things began on Weekend still keeps them in that middle pack fighting for contention. So for them as well, this last game of Erangel is going to be very important. Angry Swans, they need to get angry again going into this last game of Erangel. If they get angry, it's going to be a fun one for sure. I mean, there is a possibility of them looking to drop flash someone at least.
I mean, somebody has to piss them off. That's the main, I would say, the strategy for the side of Angry Swans. Because I remember one match from round 1, you and Necro probably, they were on the desk and they were discussing they need to get angry, and then somebody just pissed them off, and that's where Angry Swans made the comeback for themselves. But even in this match also, they backed up some couple of good points. I'm really looking forward to how Team INS they're gonna play, because somehow I felt the gameplay of INS is similar to what Revenant have done in their own group matches.
Yeah, that is quite true. And speaking of Revenant Esports, I mean, today wasn't a great day for them as well, and it seems like INS as well, their strategy of taking things slow early on is not really working out that well for them. We saw what happened and what went down in the game of Weekend. They tried to pick a fight in a very technical manner, but had they just rushed in, they would have gotten a few extra eliminations. Same things going on into the game of Miramar as well. But let's see how this last game of the day is going to turn out, not just for them, but for everyone.
The classic map of Erangel is already underway. The flight path starting from between the areas of South and the North Georgopol city and ending in the northern side of Lipovka. A flight path oriented towards the northern side. It's going to make some trouble for a lot of teams going down south, but I really anticipate to see some early drop clashes.
I mean, it's straight up west to east, leaning heavily towards the northern part of the map, as you mentioned, starting from the Georgopol region, sticking towards the Yasnaya Polyana and Lipovka region. Ferry Pier, Primos, Farm, Milta Power. Milta Power is still going to be still accessible to the teams, but getting to Milta is going to be a big challenge. But a flight path towards the north also means we can expect a lot of northern drop clashes as well. Not exactly a drop clash, but an interesting start coming in from NUMENxFOREVER, as they've decided to kick things off by dropping in towards Zarki out of all places. They are going to have a few teams quite close by present towards the Georgopol and the northern Georgopol city, but that is a clash that might take a few minutes to develop. In the meanwhile, we have the players from Hero Xtreme Godlike, and it seems like they are gliding towards Severny.
We can just say this at this moment that all the teams have done the homework to read the groups pretty well, because NUMENxFOREVER going down on the areas of Zarki, they know that Team Legacy is not there in the group, so they can go. And even Hero Xtreme Godlike, they're aware there's nobody to go down to Severny, so this is a very comfortable spot alongside which they can make the rotations. And Punk as an IGL, he's doing a fantabulous job.
But hey, look at this now. I think Angry Swans this time wanted to contest and were looking for an early fight towards Yasnaya Polyana. For a second, I thought that maybe RTGIND would be dropping towards Yasnaya as well, but no, they take a glide towards Talbot and Kameshki, and Yasnaya Polyana completely handed over to the players of Angry Swans. Apart from that potential drop clash. A little bit of a kerfuffle happening towards Shelter and Mansion as well, as we have teams dropped out into the open. IMPRNT, Insane, and the players from the side of Team Captain scrambling for cover, scrambling for weapons. No shots fired as of yet, but those mid-rotation clashes, they can get very intense very quickly. You lose out on one player out into the open, especially when you have no weapons. There is no coming back from that.
Again, recollecting those, I want to recollect the first map of Wrangle that we saw, LOC versus Team Legacy, the vehicle contention and the players of LOC getting struck down.
Yeah.
2 players were the casualties for LOC, and that can happen once again. But Team Insane, they've got the weapon, they've got the vehicle, so it's a good balanced out equation for them to start off the things to reach the drop location. Yes, we can say that Blind Rippers, they're around the close proximity, but I'm not quite sure whether they have the guns or not. Afu, be very cautious, because you never know. One player can struck down 2, and that can cause a lot of trouble.
I think they saw those parachutes up in the air. They are trying to track the players while they are still in the air. Those are going to be very easy frags for the side of Team Insane to secure. But considering this position is out into the open, they do not want to get flanked from the other side, lose out on anyone from their side this early. Especially even if Afu and Evil are together, it will be a difficult recovery for the side of Team Insane. Although Blind Rippers now, they might be in a little bit of a pickle. As we said, there were 3 different teams present in this position, and Blind Ripper, Scarjord, finds himself quite close to one of the players from the side of Team Captain. The other lads just touching the ground right now, won't really have any weapons to work with. And Scarjord as well, just armed with the Uzi, he can't really do much in this situation. But I believe both the individuals have decided to call off this early fight, move along their merry way.
It's definitely a good choice. I mean, Jetray, he's playing the brain game. It's not always obvious that you see a player in front of yourself in a drop collision in the same compound, dropping down late, but he will have guns. You never know, because he had got the warehouse control. So you don't want to risk it at the early stage, because you know the main thing is that you need to earn points for your team. And if you want to do it so, you need to survive till the later part of the game. And for that, being alive is really, really important. And Blind Rippers, they don't want to risk it.
Yeah. Again, I mean, Blind Ripper is not off to the best of starts. They did have a top 3 finish in Weekendy, but finish numbers still lacking. And now Team Insane, they are closing in slowly and steadily. Evil is the man leading the charge over here. Again, it all comes down to information. Have they for sure spotted the players of Blind Rippers, or is Team Insane about to step into a trap completely blind and oblivious of the threat that lurks around them?
Uh-oh. I sense danger ahead.
Yeah.
And this is a danger that Team Insane would not love to witness for themselves. But have to see how things turn around, because in this kind of situations, man, when I play Classics, I have faced this certain heart attacks, and it's really hilarious. A player just keeping quiet, not giving a single sound, and you walk inside a compound, just not even expecting somebody to be there, and then somebody just flashes you with the DBS or something like that, and you be like, oh wait, what?
Happens to the best of us, man. I mean, it's a very difficult situation to deal with. Unless your reflexes are on point, you do end up getting taken out. So it's always a good idea to have your weapon in your hand when you are especially charging into a compound or anywhere indoors. Out into the open, you want a little bit more mobility, so you are going to holster your weapon and run empty-handed. Gives you the maximum movement speed. But let's look at the perspective of RTGIND. That early switch up, abandoning Yasnaya Poliana for control of Stalber and Kameshki, gives them a lot of map control towards the northeastern quadrant of the map. But still, that push towards the west, it's going to be a tricky one to execute, because towards the northern side, you have Hero Xtreme Godlike to deal with. If you choose to move from Yasnaya, it's Angry Swans. If you move further down south, there's a bigger cluster waiting for you on the other side. But hey, we have the iQOO MVP of the previous game on our screens. It's Viper from RIVALZ. 4 eliminations secured, but what is impressive about his performance in the previous game is that 1046 damage that was dished out.
Yeah, I feel bad that he could have got a lot more finishes for himself. But it's okay, it's fine. He've earned a lot of points for his team. But the most amazing fact for RIVALZ Apex is that they are in the most silent corner of the map. You don't see any teams around them. They can be like what I can say, they can take the hell out of time for themselves to start their rotation. They are inside the circle, so there is not much more headache for them to take in. But for Team Lolzzz, the first match was incredibly well, 14 points backed up. The second match, it was a disaster.
It was a disaster indeed, but Team Lolzzz, again, this team has a lot of potential, and we have seen them clutch out a lot of fights as well in round 1 itself. Although in this game, the position they are playing from might be kind of awkward, just close to the Water City. Kunal with that high ground advantage, looking to see if he can scout out players in the distance, but it's going to be a challenge considering everyone is already moving on the move towards the western half of the map, looking to move towards the positions of Hospital, Georgopol.
Somehow I find this circle very tricky whenever it comes in the classic maps or whatever you say, because I'm not a compy player, I don't play compy. I mean, if you want to make team journey, I can join, but this circle's always confused me even as a cast, that where is it going to end, because mostly we see it finishing between the areas of Rozhok and Georgopol, that water area, also keeping the water grounds maybe what 20-30%, maybe even shifting towards the areas of ruins. So it's always a tricky spot, but for the position which Team Lolzzz is holding, I believe they will have the versatile choices to go maybe up north in the areas of Water City or maybe going down to ruins. So I have to see how still things turn around for themselves.
I mean, as of now, everyone's moving as close to the center as possible, right? I mean, Ruins is the position that has been left abandoned, but there is a cluster of teams forming around it. So I think everyone expects the circle to have a central shift up until stage 3. Stage 3 or stage 4 is where we might see the circle decide if it wants to move towards the northern half or the southern half. That is the main island, but again, it's all down to probabilities, right? You position yourself in the best possible spot, and then it's a probability of success. If the circle shifts on you, that probability changes. Then you have to make a call whether you want to call for a readjustment, shift to a different control point, and play from the same one inside of the game. But WSB, it seems like they found a decent point to control this game from. This ridge does provide them with a lot of cover from the front lines. All they have to worry about is clearing their back lines, and I think they've heard a lot of commotion coming from the other side of this mountain. Vehicles from the players of iQOO Seoul making a lot of noise, and WSB, they are a little distracted, but all of that noise, commotion has faded away. But now we move to a very precarious position. This is my favorite spot in this entire map, the top of Everest Hill. GLITCHREBORN, they have taken control of the western side of this mountain. Numen moving in from the east. And it's a fight for the summit. You win this fight, you have a lot of information to work with for the future of the game.
Even the western corridor control might just fall in, the control might just fall in your hands.
Yeah.
So that's really important. For GLITCHxREBORN, those who are also having great form for themselves, they will be looking forward to just keep the momentum with themselves. They don't want to mess it up. They don't want to let it go away. And the positioning is really, really great. But as we were mentioning, WSB, they were holding that particular area of the church, Pochinki Church, and that is again their home terrain, so they will be looking forward to capitalize as much finishes as possible if the rotations from the south, like Insane or Team Captain, moves around them, maybe beside them. But GLITCHxREBORN, still in a good position, will be waiting for the next circle shift to decide their rotation.
Well, let's see though how it turns out. In the meanwhile, iQOO Seoul, they could have been in so much trouble. Knuckle takes a lot of damage, still left standing though. Ninja from the backlines does provide them with decent amount of cover, as Omega from WSB is going to hit the floor. Ronnie moves in for the finish, but this could have been a bait. The tire goes out and Ronnie along with it. That's the first knock secured by the players of WSB, brilliantly trading out their IGL. And of course, they try to save Omega, not trying to lose any more players from here on out. WSB, they want to hold on to this man advantage. And iQOO Seoul, they are desperate to find this trade. First finish of the game picked up by WSB. But I think now this is where the fight resets. There is a lot of distance between the two sides, so it will be a big challenge for both of them to push any further.
Somehow I feel like that wasn't a necessary push that iQOO Seoul would be looking forward to go for. Because yeah, Ninja got that knockout, but you can just capitalize it from a different angle. I don't know why did they go up front, but it's okay. Have to see the next perspective. But talking about some good stuff, iQOO Z9S series, starting from 18,999. is definitely one of the best phones in this segment that you can get.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it is an amazing device. 5500 mAh battery, 80 watt flash charge. Also have the 2000 hertz touch sampling rate, and even in terms of looks, the curved display, the leather back panel on the orange device as well. It's so
I like
amazing.
the white one.
Yeah.
The
You
white
can take the white one. I only care about the orange one.
Okay, so I guess I have to go for a duel with Necro.
Yeah, you have to get into a boxing match against Necro.
Oh
that's his condition.
That's a hilarious idea, Johnny. Please, you should look at my size.
I mean, you have to talk to Necro about it. It's between you two now. I am out of this. I'll referee the match for sure.
Hey, he's the big brother, right? He is always he's always the one to get the rights at first. But yep, coming back to the game, Team INS, the couple of matches that they've played already hasn't been like what they desired of for the start of round 2. But hey, K47, those skills might just hamper you if any other team spots you out.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Just like struggling to drop down the gap. Could have gone the wrong way, actually. As you mentioned, IMPRNT Esports, had they had a clear 9 of fire, they would have definitely gone for the knock. But luckily for K47, I mean, he didn't definitely... I think his teammates were prepared to retaliate just in case anything happened over there. But... Alright, so... I'll say it now. Awkward game of Wrangle.
Okay.
Yeah, considering how chaotic Vakendi and Miramar were before this is way too quiet.
Yeah, I can't hear any bullet shots or maybe some nade explosions. Rather than I'm just hearing vehicle sounds, the rotations and rotations going on. I was about to say, why is there so much silence?
How does he have that number plate, man? I want that number plate as well. The Johnny 16.
You got a bid for it.
Alright, I'm in.
Oh my god. Okay, so RTGxIND, if you're hearing this, Johnny wants to bid for that number plate and you have to hand over that skin to him. Maybe if he wins it.
Yeah, I guess, but let's see. I mean,
starting bid. How much do you think it's gonna be?
I have no idea. I mean, it's always cool. I mean, the one player that it fits on is also in this lobby, and I think we are gonna see him probably have that number plate as well. Jonathan, I mean. But I think it's going to be a while before we see that number plate in front of our screens on the player who owns the name tag as well. Because here Xtreme Godlike right now playing all the way from the northern half of the map, isolated position. So they do not really have a lot of teams to worry about, to be honest. So it is going to be a while before they start taking fights, before we see them in action. In the meanwhile, RIVALZ Ape, this team has been very aggressive today. That first game as well, looking for finishes. They were able to convert a few extra ones. Miramar as well. They were able to finish, walk away with a decent amount of conversion. And of course, Viper, of course, the iQOO MVP of the previous match, becoming the iQOO MVP of the previous map.
Oh, talking about the timing, Johnny. Zeref has been taken down. Inferno squad. This team has also evolved themselves in such a manner. You can see, I mean, the performance, the kind of momentum that they're carrying forward for themselves from the week 2 of round 1 is exceptionally well. Inferno squad, they didn't have a great start, I would say, for them in the week 1, got 38 points, but in the week 2, they got back to 56. So that is the momentum I really wanted to see from these boys. But you can see the rotations are being taken and the sound cue has been given. Goten, what are you up to? The shots have been fired. Inferno squad, probably Goten, needs a cover fire at this point.
Of course, they have prep for it. PMW IGL on the flank was prepared to provide the required support for his teammate, but that was a risky move coming in from Manya. He wanted to scout out these compounds, and he did, in fact, get a lot of information about the players that were hiding in there. But Inferno squad, rather than making the push for a fight against that isolated man, they choose to back off. They give complete control of those compounds to the players of iQOO Seoul and move to a different set towards the eastern edge of the circle. WSB, in the meanwhile, they have utilized all of that chaos that iQOO Seoul were causing for Inferno squad to their own advantage. We saw on the finish feed Omega getting knocked out. He has been revived, and Zeref, the rescue mission that he was set out on, has been successfully executed.
WSB will be pretty happy. Two successful rescues. One was Omega, now it's Zeref. It's going pretty good for them. One finish already backed up. iQOO Seoul has dealt the casualty. But I really want to appreciate the thinking perspective of Inferno squad. I mean, they anticipated that there's one player, two of the players might be coming up on the ridge, so that can be a little bit problematic for us. So let's just back off and go to the different compound, because even if they break a fight with that team, WSB were there in the corner and they are aware of it as well. So if this fight breaks out, even WSB would have gotten the chance to chime in for the third party and bag some free finishes for themselves. So they don't want to take any risk and play the safer game.
Ooh, now is when the game gets really, really chaotic, because look at this, 30 seconds before stage 3 comes to an end. The blue zone will start to move in. The damage of the circle is going to be amped up as well. And it will cause a lot of problems for teams like this. Teams like Brian Rippers who are stuck in the blue zone itself. Maybe if they had a mobility partner, it would have been a little easier with the Hero Xtreme 160R4V. But unfortunately, those buggies, that is all they have. Let's see though how this fight turns out. IMPRNT Esports, the winners of the previous match, they find themselves pushed upon by the players of RTGxIND. Information is there for them to work with, but it's all about finding that opening knock.
The timing was pretty perfect by Ninja OP. I mean, he just fell back from that position and the need came in just a couple of seconds. So if he was still holding there, that could have been the opening where RTGxIND would be seeking for. But this entire area of ruins, you can see 3 teams, INS, IMPRNT, and now RTGxIND. And also from the backlines, you see RIVALZ Apex chiming in as well. So now 4 teams in a quadratic equation.
It's going to be very intense and something that will take a lot of time for a lot of people to solve.
Oh, I hate maths.
Yeah, I'm not that great at maths either, buddy. It's okay to be bad at maths.
Oh, thank you, Johnny. I really appreciate this comment because, well, everybody knows maths is tough, right? When it comes down to these kind of complicated equations, you don't want to mess things up.
You're lucky that Ocean isn't here right now.
Oh my god. I don't want to go in discussion with him at all. He has a great mind.
Yeah, because, I mean, literal rocket scientist in the past.
Yeah.
So that
you were also trying in IIT, I heard.
Yeah, I was good at studies, but then I just gave up because gaming.
But yeah, coming back to the game, the circle is going to be really important, Johnny, and look at it. All in the areas of the Spider Hill. I am really loving this circle because you don't have any hard compounds to play along with.
And again, we spoke about the positioning of Team Lolzzz. This time around, that northern edge control will give them a lot of opportunity to convert those fights that are headed towards them. First of all, it is going to be the side of Hero Xtreme Godlike moving in from the northern side. Towards the west, you have the players of IMPRNT Esports as well, who will be forced out of ruins. RTGxIND, they have the control of the western edge. Team Dragons over there as well. But look at Angry Swans. An early rush for the center. They find themselves a nice little dip to work with. But can they convert those team fights? It is an open position, so they are going to be pushed upon, put under a lot of pressure by the teams around them. In the meanwhile, though, RIVALZ Ape circling the ridge, looking for information. I think they have heard the commotion from the other side. The players of GLITCHxREBORN spotted out. Both the teams looking for some action at least.
Oh, they've already started. The shots have been exchanged from both these sides. But both the teams are looking for information. I'm confused, Johnny, at this point. What are they up to? Because GLITCHxREBORN and RIVALZ Apex, they both are just running around their vehicles, but nothing is coming up from them. But Madrek, on the areas of ruins, he tried to climb up and get some good positions, but he was not aware of the position of INS. And literally he got taken down. Good opportunity for Osiris to find an opening against IMPRNT Esports. But the players are playing through the hard covers. So that's really important because Team INS, they need to enter the circle. And the one team that can cause them trouble, it's IMPRNT Esports.
Yeah, IMPRNT is definitely going to be the team to beat in this particular match right now. And of course, Madrek shut down. That means the teams around them will have an advantage to work with. But hey, from the distance, it is Team Lolzzz who find the trade. And one of the players from the side of INS is going to get knocked out. But WSB's Zerif makes sure there's going to be another man who hits the floor. IMPRNT now, all thanks to the distractions that have been caused for the players of INS, do have an opportunity to make a comeback in this fight. They can try and evade, push further inside of the edge of the circle, and then hopefully try to bait the players of INS into stepping out of the cover. But RIVALZ Ape, they find themselves going up against the players of Team Dragon. And lucky to Noob, he was knocked out. Frost OP looks to secure that finish, but he gets too greedy, and he's going to be punished. RIVALZ Ape, out of nowhere, instantly secure 3 frags for themselves. And Team Dragons, they are put in a lot of pain. And as soon as Team Dragons, they are going to be wiped out from the map, the third party comes in from the players of GLITCHREBORN. There were a lot of teams, a cluster, a big cluster towards the western edge. And now it is time for all of these squads to collide. But brilliantly executed RIVALZ Ape, they have brought themselves enough breathing space to go for a soft reset. And Viper, I think he is prepared. He is hoping for the players of GLITCHREBORN to push upon him, but they are moving in with those utils. Nade after nade lobbed out. Viper put under a lot of pressure, and he is in an isolated position as well. Vishu, if he wants to cross over, he can now, as the smoke has been lobbed out, and one more player from the side of RIVALZ Ape is going to hit the floor. It's down to a 2v4. GLITCHREBORN, they have a big advantage in this fight. Can they push forward? Can they get a squad wipe? It's a 3-man squad, so it should not be too difficult for them to pull this off.
GLITCHxREBORN, they're quite aware this is the opportunity. They cannot afford to give them the opinion, but Viper, he bites with the poisonous attack. Gets 3 of the players taken now. This can be really vital. He goes for a reload. The nade is being tossed up. Viper, is he prepared enough? What a brilliant game it is turning out, but Scuba, with the one single nade, wipes the entirety of the squad of RIVALZ Apex, but now he has to flee away from the position as RTGxIND coming from the backlines. It's really important for him to survive, but another nade chimes in. He can get the opening, but INS, they also get taken down by Numen in a different prospect, but RTGxIND also dealing some casualties. Kuba doesn't have a lot more HP to play along with, but he's still somehow getting all the conversions to his name. This is a big opportunity. His DBS goes for a reload. He gets the reloading time as well, but can he just clutch it out?
Trying to force the player into the line of fire. Scuba, that was a brilliant slam dunk upon the players of RIVALZ Ape, and now he's looking to secure that finish point. He has been denied the opportunity. Lobster around the corner. Scuba whiffs a shot, and that will be the last whiff he has in this game. GLITCHREBORN, this could have been a phenomenal fight, but 2 third parties back to back on the same compound. Too much pressure to handle, but this is what we expected, right? There were 14 or so teams remaining when stage 5 began, and now all of them, one after the other, are going to be kicked out. The circle has taken another northeastern shift, and Team Lolzzz, they have to take a fight against the players of NUMENxFOREVER. We'll come back to that in a bit. In the meanwhile, it seems like WSB, one awkward situation after the other, but they are still somehow surviving. iQOO Soul, they went up against the players of Blind Rippers a few moments ago, and they have made sure to shoo away the competition. They walk away with 3 eliminations from that fight, but in the distance, the players from Inferno squad are going to be spotted out. Now, what is the call over here? iQOO Soul, they look to move in. It is a rotation out into the open where the opposition players, opposing squads already have the edge of the circle under their control. iQOO Soul, they need to be careful. The vehicle is going to be spotted out. A big blunder coming in from Inferno squad, and 2 players instantly are going to be wiped out from the game.
Oh man, yeah, he has been taken down as well. Hero Xtreme, Godlike trying to chime in. A beautiful spot that they have inside the circle for now. But WSB, they can be that formidable force to stop the run for Hero Xtreme, Godlike, but not that easy. The players have been taken down. RTGxIND also tries to chime in, and Insane Esports faces the backlash in a different perspective. But look at the finishes, look at the coordination. Hero Xtreme, Godlike, they're going all in with all the 4 players that they have.
Yeah, I mean, the man advantage in their hands is playing out way better than they could have thought it would. iQOO Soul Knuckle about to get finished off. Ninja Jod goes with him, and it's Jonathan, the 2-point slam dunk on the players of iQOO Soul. A lot of elimination secured by the players of Hero Xtreme, Godlike, as they break into the top 6 of this game. Simp, with a phenomenal position, can deny the circle entry, the access to the players of Angry Swans as well. And these players are crawling out of that pit, that dip, like demons possessed out of hell itself. And at this point, Angry Swans, all they are looking for is those elimination numbers. Top 5 teams remaining inside of this game. It is Hero Xtreme, Godlike, RTGIND, NUMENxFOREVER, and Team Lolzzz, along with Angry Swans, that are fighting for the chicken dinner right now.
Look at this position of RTGxIND. The needs are being exchanged from Team Lolzzz as well. NUMENxFOREVER get one of the players knocked. Ralphie But now the position is very vital because you know you have got the attention of two different teams, not just one but two. NUMENxFOREVER and Team Lolzzz coming into the question. It's not a great spot, but He is doing a wonderful job. He is the key player right now for Hero Xtreme Godlike to find a lot more finishes. But Angry Swans also face the backlash. Lobster tries to get one of the knockouts. He gets one, but instantly gets traded off by the players of Angry Swan Esports as they are still surviving with 4 finishes in their name.
I expected RTGxIND to be under a lot of pressure for sure. They were in the smack center of the circle at that point, and they were going to be the focus of all of this attention. But now, Angry Swans, it is going to be difficult to handle all of this utility that is lobbed towards them. Prateek, that's going to be too close. He gets knocked out. 2 players down, looking for revives. Difficult for them to execute. Another one lobbed extremely close. The vehicle might just blow up with the next one. But Hero Xtreme Godlike, they might be running out of those throwables as Angry Swans, they are down to the last player. Vampire somehow still alive and still in this match. NUMENxFOREVER though, they are now looking to eliminate the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike. Just this small little hill that separates the two sides. A phenomenal performance coming in from all of these 4 teams in this particular game. All of them control the match to the best of their abilities. We talk about that early push for the center control from the players of Angry Swans. Hero Xtreme Godlike praying from the northern edge, and then swing rotation as they try to breach the circle. The late circle stage 5 from the southern edge itself. NUMENxFOREVER using Team Lolzzz as a soft cover and as shields, meat shields in fact. But now it's down to the top 3, and NUMENxFOREVER, they have the momentum of this game. They have the numbers advantage against the players of Angry Swans. But if Hero Xtreme Godlike, if they have any more nades left and one of them connects on the players of NUMENxFOREVER, it can be game-changing. But hey, let's have the last 4v4, and it's an all-out war. Sim kicks things off with a brilliant knock. The advantage in the favor of Hero Xtreme Godlike, but just for a few seconds as the nade closes in. Jonathan needs to move away. Takes a lot of damage along with Admino. The HP bars are in the favor of NUMENxFOREVER, but this final fight is not yet guaranteed to either of these sides.
Hero Xtreme Godlike can back something up, but Oaze gets the opening. Jonathan has been taken down. 2 down for Hero Xtreme Godlike. A big opportunity. NUMENxFOREVER. It's a 2v2 fight for themselves. As Punk, he might be looking forward to get the revival done. Sim is completely compromised. I believe he cannot be getting the revival at any point of time. Yes, the finish has been completed, but now a 2v2 still now as Jonathan is still getting the revival. NUMENxFOREVER, they have no clue where is that solo player surviving. Where are the players in a split position? Admino, he has dealt a big amount of damage to the blue zone, but now his position is really, really vital because nobody knows where he is now.
Look at it. Jonathan and Punk, they're going to try and draw the attention of the players of NUMENxFOREVER to themselves, and that could be the opportunity to strike, but Punk just pushes forward, and Admino finds the opening. Last man left, and it is going to be a godlike chicken dinner coming for the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike. They tried their level best for a long time, but now they finally have it, and a big one as well. 14 eliminations secured. And this was a phenomenal game. I did not expect them to have a game this big, considering that northern isolated drop forces them to have a slow start. But hey, this is what happens. It was an opportunity for them to strike because there were no casualties in the game up until stage 3.
Yeah, exactly. Even, I would say, the positioning that every player had, the 4 players remaining inside the circle, specifically in the last zone, gives you so much advantage, and it's really, really visible right now. Even the one casualty that Godlike dealt was in this final fight itself against Numen. Sim got taken down, but I have to give credits to this particular player. Sim, he has done an exceptionally well job. Having that responsibility to not let any other team like Angry Swan or somebody get inside the circle and doing this perfectly. He has done the job.
That was the biggest target. I mean, that was the biggest problem for the side of Hero Xtreme Godlike. As soon as the players of Angry Swans came out of their depth, they were looking to cause so much trouble. But there were multiple factors that worked out in the favor of Hero Xtreme Godlike. First and foremost, iQOO Soul stepping in the middle of both these two teams. Now, the intention for iQOO Soul might have been to actually charge along the flank of the hill and then take a spot, but I don't think they were aware of the players of Angry Swans, because Angry Swans, once they were in that depth, they just dug down and stayed prone for the entire time. They did not get spotted out until they actually came back up.
I was really concerned about that one rotation. Angry Swan, they just dived into the central spot. I was like, it can be really problematic, because if three teams had their focus on them, then they were doomed. But still, they played it really well out there and survived till a longer period of time. But they cannot just survive these kind of artillery coming up from two different teams, Numen as well as Godlike.
There was one more team that I am a little bit worried about, but Alright, they did do decent in 2 matches. Team Lolzzz, man. Team Lolzzz, I was hoping for this game to be their win. They were in such a nice position that Water City control, but it seems like the one call from Team Numen, that was a risky decision as well, to move, to just rotate around the Water City and step out into the open. That is that one call that swung the game in the favor of Numen and denied the circle entry to the players of Team Lolzzz, because the next shift of the zone just completely moved outside of that Water City. It shifted down south on top of that ridge, and then it was a fight for the ridge control. And we know once you're stuck in those indoor compounds and someone knows that you are in there, they won't really charge in to fight you if you have to be flushed out. They're going to wait and mark the exits. They're going to mark the windows. They're going to mark the doors. And they will wait for you to be in that position mid-animation. And that is when they choose to strike.
Yeah, again, an incredible wrangle that we have seen. A classic map has always been the top one for a lot of teams. I would say they have made a comeback. They tried to grab a lot more points for themselves. Still, a lot of disappointments we can say about Team Captain not able to capitalize a lot more finishes. Team Insane getting struck down on an early note, having only 3 points. But talking about the total points table, 24 points has been backed up by Hero Xtreme Godlike.
Yeah, again, the vacuum of points between the top 2 teams. If you think about it, 9 eliminations for Numen. We have 10 for Xtreme Godlike. Angry Swans. This could have been a big game, but I think this is the start of the comeback we were hoping to see from Angry Swans. 9 points in this particular match. RTGxIND as well, playing quite decent. WSB, 7 eliminations. iQOO Soul with 6 points. So it is a slight bounce up from how the performance has been in the previous 2 games, but still, I think they're going to end the day on single digit. But it is iQOO Soul at the end of the day, so you can hope for a big day tomorrow, especially considering they start their journey on Wrangle, then move forward to Miramar, and then Sanok is going to be played. So they play that standard rotation, which is, I believe, the most preferred one for these players.
Yeah. Talking about the second chart, Inferno squad, Team Dragons, Team Captain, Blind Rippers, disappointments everywhere, even for Team INS. I really thought that Team INS might be able to capitalize after having that Pochinki Church all to themselves, but things were a little different. So have to see how things goes up. Even GLITCHxREBORN finding only 3 points from this particular match after getting such a great match on the map of Miramar. They will be a little upset, but I guess it's fine. Again, this is like the part and parcel of every game.
Yeah, but the problem with having performances like this where you do really well in one game and just instantly get eliminated next is all the hard work that you just did gets reset. You need to build upon the consistency. And consistency does not, of course, if you can win every match you play, that is just phenomenal. That will make you the best team in the country in no time. But you have to make sure that you set out for an average and you maintain that average. Right now, win 6 games, I think qualification marker isn't going to be that high up. So you should be aiming for 6 to 7 points consistently in every single match. The easiest way to secure those 6 points, 7 points is to go for those early fights, catch the team off guard. And GLITCHxREBORN, they have a lot of firepower to work with as well. So I'm a little bit upset with how things started from them, especially, as you said, Miramar to Wrangle. They dropped the momentum, but then again, hopefully they pick it up again tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. We have to see how things go up, but well, we have the overall standing and a lot of things in mind that which team are going to prevail on top, and it's going to be Hero Xtreme Godlike topping up the charts with total 39 points. I mean, we were I was kind of looking forward that it might be HRZ table topping it, but after this one chicken dinner, Hero Xtreme Godlike from 13th to #1.
Exactly. This is just phenomenal. Again, this big chicken dinner does help them and put them in a very good position. And today they have been sort of consistent as well. So I think for tomorrow, even if they maintain an average of 3 to 4 points per game, Hero Xtreme Godlike is already in a very well position. Angry Swans as well. This was a decent performance. I think they are having a pretty decent day. 31 points on the board. HRZ with 31. Carnival Gaming 30 points. Not too shabby. GENxFM also off to a decent start. But this is where we see the upsets, right? We see iQOO Soul finishing with 10 points already. So do have the double digits on the board. But more than them, I think Revenant Esports today, Inferno Squad, LOC, I4I. I4I also had a pretty decent run. In fact, a good run during their round 1 performance, but unfortunately this time around not really able to step things up. But I think the biggest downfall of today has to be RNT, Inferno Squad and LOC.
I would also want to include INS as well. I mean, INS were also having that kind of potential. I mentioned it earlier as well, Johnny, that I felt INS and Revenant, they had the same kind of mistakes that were occurring inside the match. Revenant also had some rotational problems, which I felt personally that they could have rotated in a different position, but they dived in and they got sandwiched between two teams.
Exactly, but I think it is going to be interesting to see how tomorrow turns around, because the opportunity is still there. 3 more matches left for these teams, but let's have a look at the iQOO MVP contenders, and Goblin is going to be there with 15 matches played, 42 eliminations secured. Divya from Angry Swans is one of those new players that has surprised us, and of course is still being consistent. 40 finishes secured. Admino from the side of HeroXtreme Godlike today was on fire indeed, and I think today Hector, his responsibilities definitely were a little bit tougher, playing for survival in a few games, but hey, 37 eliminations, not too shabby. And then Hydro from Silly Esports. I think this is that one player that everyone wants to see firing on all cylinders in his best form again. And when he does, I think that is also going to be the best form for Silly Esports, because Hydro did a lot during that opening week where Silly Esports were just phenomenal.
Exactly. But I have to see how things goes around. But firstly, we'll have a look on the casters' prediction. I mean, we predicted a lot of teams out there, but out of those, I don't know how much correct it went. At least not for me and Necro. I can say we predicted insane, but it was not the case. It's HeroXtreme Godlike that we see on the top.
Yeah, exactly. And I think someone did go for HeroXtreme Godlike today. It was Maisie. Out of everyone, how is it Maisie that gets it right? That is a big surprise. But I went for Carnival Gaming. I'm not too upset with their performance. They're still in the top 5. WSB picked by Gamezo, also having a good day. And Silly Esports by Sparrow. So it turns out only the Neck Bros are the ones.
Hey, Anki's also there.
Yeah, Anki's also there. But he's on the Hindi desk, right?
Yeah.
I just have you guys so I can pull your leg.
I mean, you have all the right, Johnny, but I guess I have to go and re-strategize my prediction correctly so that no other team gets jinxed off. But it was a very, very interesting day. Every match was so intense.
You know, Necro is going to blame you for Team Insane not doing too well or not being on #1.
You know what? I'm used to. I'm the smaller brother, so at this point, I'm used to these kind of things.
Aren't both of you the same age?
No, he's 2 years older than me.
Oh, all right. So finally Necro has someone younger than him on the desk. But I mean, overall, if you look at the day, it has been quite phenomenal. Like exciting matches. The Sanok that we witnessed in the first half was quite intense. Wake Indy transitioned nicely, and of course with 3 more matches remaining for these teams, I can't wait for tomorrow, man. It is going to be even more intense than today.
Yeah, exactly. Tomorrow's day is going to be very interesting. Again, these two groups will be coming into the question to play their last 3 matches in round 2. I don't know what's going to happen, because the teams those have not backed up lot more points, they have to gear up. They need to find games like 23, 24 points in total to win and go on top.
Exactly. It is going to be an all or nothing situations for almost all of these teams. And again, a few big names still in the mix. But with that, our day today does come to an end, ladies and gentlemen. But before we say bye-bye, we would like to thank our sponsors, our title sponsor, iQOO, and of course, our mobility partner, Hero. But with that being said, this is Super Johnny calling it a night with my boy Necro alongside with me. We'll see you again tomorrow. Until then, take care. Good night. Bye-bye.
tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. Fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, slide of ammo.
What's up? Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for mega taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
मम्मी का फोन है एक बेटा किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस 300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार क्या हो रहा है कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर
अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल
हार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
ये है बदनसीब लाल इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे तू मेरी मान बस स्पिन करता जा
अरे मिल गया
लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग